Patience, Sustainable Fashion in Venice. At midday, lunch with the offer, Books for Venice at Cantina Aziende Agricole. At 1 p.m., Nicolao Atelier, Dressing the World of Theatre from Venice. At 2 p.m., Marisa Convento, Resident Artisan at Bottega Cini in Venice. At 3 p.m., Venice Music Project, the search for Baroque music in Venice. At 4 p.m., Paper Owl, paper jewellery and art in Venice. At 5 p.m., The Merchant of Venice, the art of perfumery in Venice. At 6 p.m., Daniela Ghezzo, the art of bespoke shoemaking in Venice. At 7 p.m., Anathema, artisan-made silk clothes in Venice.
A champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, yeah. All I wanna do is just stay. You don't understand how I play. I am in my way to win you over and over, yeah. Oh, you can hear my voice in your head. And you wanna hear it again. So you play it over and over, yeah.
Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Like a lion, uncontrolled. Your mark is on my back, just like that. In it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time. Collide with me, come high with me, and I'll go for you. Divine and free, go ride with me. Yeah, we'll go. Let the fire in, lose control.
Hi everybody, welcome back to Venice. This is Live in Venice week and this is our 6th day. Today is the day for fashion. Coming up,
At 11 a.m., Patience, Sustainable Fashion in Venice. At midday, lunch with the offer, Books for Venice at Cantina Aziende Agricole. At 1 p.m., Nicolao Atelier, Dressing the World of Theatre from Venice. At 2 p.m., Marisa Convento, Resident Artisan at Bottega Cini in Venice. At 3 p.m., Venice Music Project, the search for Baroque music in Venice. At 4 p.m., Paper Owl, paper jewellery and art in Venice. At 5 p.m., The Merchant of Venice, the art of perfumery in Venice. At 6 p.m., Daniela Ghezzo, the art of bespoke shoemaking in Venice. At 7 p.m., Anathema, artisan-made silk clothes in Venice.
a champion, a champion. I got tons of soul on my true collectible. Famous, also famous, number one, desirable. I do what I want when I want and how I want it. Leave you with the one in the air, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, to the world. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it.
Hi everybody, welcome back to Venice. This is Live-in-Venice week and this is our 6th day. Today is the day for fashion. Coming up
At 11 a.m., Patience, Sustainable Fashion in Venice. At midday, lunch with the offer, Books for Venice at Cantina Aziende Agricole. At 1 p.m., Nicolao Atelier, Dressing the World of Theatre from Venice. At 2 p.m., Marisa Convento, Resident Artisan at Bottega Cini in Venice. At 3 p.m., Venice Music Project, the search for Baroque music in Venice. At 4 p.m., Paper Owl, paper jewellery and art in Venice. At 5 p.m., The Merchant of Venice, the art of perfumery in Venice. At 6 p.m., Daniela Ghezzo, the art of bespoke shoemaking in Venice. At 7 p.m., Anathema, artisan-made silk clothes in Venice.
Lose control. We like to burn out fast. We're hot like that. Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like that. Just like that. Yeah, in it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind. Always, all of the time. Yeah, in it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind. Always, all of the time. All the time.
You know that I'ma keep it cool. With you I feel like breaking rules. On the edge, looking out with no parachute. You know I'm dreaming about us two, playing around without a clue. On the edge, leaning out. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing. But guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you just leave. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing. But guess I need more of you.
Hi everybody, welcome back to Venice. This is Live-in-Venice week and this is our 6th day. Today is the day for fashion. Coming up
At 11 a.m., Patience, Sustainable Fashion in Venice. At midday, lunch with the offer, Books for Venice at Cantina Aziende Agricole. At 1 p.m., Nicolao Atelier, Dressing the World of Theatre from Venice. At 2 p.m., Marisa Convento, Resident Artisan at Bottega Cini in Venice. At 3 p.m., Venice Music Project, The Search for Baroque Music in Venice. At 4 p.m., Paper Owl, Paper Jewelry and Art in Venice. At 5 p.m., The Merchant of Venice, The Art of Perfumery in Venice. At 6 p.m., Daniela Ghezzo, The Art of Bespoke Shoemaking in Venice. At 7 p.m., Anathema, Artisan-made silk clothes in Venice.
This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. I got tons of soul on my true collectible. Famous, so famous, number one, desirable. I do what I want, when I want, and how I want it. Leave you with the one, and yeah, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, to all the world. This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause I know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate it to prove of how they love. They can bring me down, nah, nah, nah. They are jealous of me and my umbrella, yeah, they love me so. This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, yeah. All I wanna do is just stay. You don't understand how I play. I am in my way to win you over. No way, yeah. Oh, you can hear my voice in your head, and you wanna hear it again. So you play it over and over and over, yeah.
Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Like a lion, uncontrolled. Your mark is on my back, just like that. In it for the big thrill.
Hi everybody, welcome back to Venice. This is Live-in-Venice week, and this is our 6th day. Today is the day for fashion. Coming up,
At 11 a.m., Patience, Sustainable Fashion in Venice. At midday, Lunch with the Author, Books for Venice at Cantina Aziende Agricole. At 1 p.m., Nicolao Atelier, Dressing the World of Theatre from Venice. At 2 p.m., Marisa Convento, Resident Artisan at Bottega Cini in Venice.
hi everybody, welcome back to Venice. This is Live-in-Venice week, and this is our 6th day. Today is the day for fashion. Coming up,
At 11 a.m., Patience, Sustainable Fashion in Venice. At midday, Lunch with the Author, Books for Venice at Cantina Aziende Agricole. At 1 p.m., Nicolao Atelier, Dressing the World of Theatre from Venice. At 2 p.m., Marisa Convento, Resident Artisan at Bottega Cini in Venice. At 3 p.m., Venice Music Project, The Search for Baroque Music in Venice. At 4 p.m., Paper Owl, Paper Jewelry and Art in Venice. At 5 p.m., The Merchant of Venice, The Art of Perfumery in Venice. At 6 p.m., Daniela Ghezzo, The Art of Bespoke Shoemaking in Venice. At 7 p.m., Anathema, artisan-made silk clothes in Venice.
This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. I got tons of soul on my true collective ball. Famous, also famous, number one, desirable. I do what I want when I want and how I want it. Leave you with the one in me, yeah, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, to fuck the world. This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it, 'cause you all wanna be loved.
Hi everybody, welcome back to Venice. This is Live-in-Venice week and this is our 6th day. Today is the day for fashion. Coming up,
At 11 a.m., Patience, Sustainable Fashion in Venice. At midday, Lunch with the Author, Books for Venice at Cantina Aziende Agricole. At 1 p.m., Nicolao Atelier, Dressing the World of Theatre from Venice. At 2 p.m., Marisa Convento, Resident Artisan at Bottega Cini in Venice. At 3 p.m., Venice Music Project, The Search for Baroque Music in Venice. At 4 p.m., Paper Owl, Paper Jewelry and Art in Venice. At 5 p.m., The Merchant of Venice, The Art of Perfumery in Venice. At 6 p.m., Daniela Ghezzo, The Art of Bespoke Shoemaking in Venice. At 7 p.m., Anathema, artisan-made silk clothes in Venice.
Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Like a lion, uncontrolled. Your mark is on my back, just like that. In it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of control. We like to burn out fast. We're hot like that. Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like that. Just like that. Yeah, in it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind. Always, all of the time. Yeah, in it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind. Always, all of the time. All the time.
You know that I'ma keep it cool. With you I feel like breaking rules. On the edge, looking out with no parachute. You know I'm dreaming about us two. Playing around without a clue. On the edge, cleaning out. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing. But guess I need more of you. You say it during my
Hi everybody, welcome back to Venice. This is Live-in-Venice week and this is our 6th day. Today is the day for fashion. Coming up,
At 11 a.m., Patience, Sustainable Fashion in Venice. At midday, lunch with the author, Books for Venice at Cantina Aziende Agricole. At 1 p.m., Nicolao Atelier, Dressing the World of Theatre from Venice. At 2 p.m., Marisa Convento, Resident Artisan at Bottega Cini in Venice. At 3 p.m., Venice Music Project, the search for Baroque music in Venice. At 4 p.m., Paper Owl, paper jewellery and art in Venice. At 5 p.m., The Merchant of Venice, the art of perfumery in Venice. At 6 p.m., Daniela Ghezzo, the art of bespoke shoemaking in Venice. At 7 p.m., Anathema, artisan-made silk clothes in Venice.
This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. I got tons of soul on my true collectible. Famous, oh so famous, number one, desirable. I do what I want, when I want, and how I want it. Leave you with the one, and yeah, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, to all the world. This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. By a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause I know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate us, approve of how they love. They can bring me down, nah. They are jealous of me and my umbrella, yeah, they love me so. This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. By a champion, a champion. Yeah, all I wanna do is just stay. You don't understand how I play. I am on my way to win you over. No way, yeah.
hi everybody, welcome back to Venice. This is Live-in-Venice week and this is our 6th day. Today is the day for fashion. Coming up,
At 11 a.m., Patience, Sustainable Fashion in Venice. At midday, lunch with the author, Books for Venice at Cantina Aziende Agricole. At 1 p.m., Nicolao Atelier, Dressing the World of Theatre from Venice. At 2 p.m., Marisa Convento, resident artisan at Bottega Cini in Venice. At 3 p.m., Venice Music Project, the search for Baroque music in Venice. At 4 p.m., Paper Owl, paper jewelry and art in Venice. At 5 p.m., The Merchant of Venice, the art of perfumery in Venice. At 6 p.m., Daniela Ghezzo, the art of bespoke shoemaking in Venice. At 7 p.m., Anathema, artisan-made silk clothes in Venice.
Let the fire in, lose control. We like to burn out fast. We're hot like that. Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like that. Just like that. Yeah, in it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind. Always, all of the time. Yeah, in it for the
Good morning, everybody, and welcome again to Venice. Today we are in the sorry, okay. Today we are in a beautiful shop, but we will give you all the information in a few minutes. But today we have a surprise for you because I'm not the interviewing. The interview is doing by Sara Catani, that is my wonderful friends over there. So we switch a little while, and Sara is coming.
Buongiorno, everyone. Welcome to Live in Venice Week by SofaTour. Thank you for being with us today, too. Today, we're going to talk about fashion, and I am in the lovely company of this brave young woman, Daniela Lombardo, and we are in the store called The Patience. Ciao, Daniela. Buongiorno. Thank you for having us here with you.
Thank you.
Can you please introduce yourself and tell us what you do?
Yeah, so I'm Daniela. I'm from Venice. I opened the shop in last September. My shop is called Patience, and I'm a seamstress. In my shop, I work on the sewing machines, and I sell the clothing that I make.
Wow, that's awesome. How did you start?
Well, I started sewing while I was in university. I just needed while I was studying, I needed to do something with my hands. And so I just decided I found a course on Lido, where I'm from, and I started sewing and drawing patterns, and I just loved doing it. So once I finished my studies, I decided to just make things and sew all the time. And after I traveled to India, and I came back with a lot of wonderful fabrics. And so once I had all this stock, I decided to try to sell the clothes that I was making.
Wow, that's so brave. So say that again. When did you open?
I opened the shop in last September.
That was great timing.
It was.
How did you? Well, number one, congratulations, because you're super young. Can we say how old you are,
Yeah,
please?
absolutely. I'm 26.
Okay, people, do you understand what it means to open a store in Venice? That it's already has its challenges. But last September, right before the Acqua Grande, right?
No,
Ah,
that was
no,
2
the
years
last
ago.
one. Okay,
Yeah, no,
okay.
just not even a year I have been open.
Oh, fantastic. So during COVID, so can we please give kudos to this wonderful woman? Okay, so tell me a little more about the fabrics that you use. So you call yourself a sustainable seamstress. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, so all the fabrics that I use are natural fabrics, so all made of natural fiber. And I'm also careful of how the fabrics were produced. I use some organic cotton from India, from Aroville in India. That it's a small factory that uses all solar panels in the production, so it's entirely green energy. And also all the dyeing they do with natural dyes, and it's amazing reality that I found. Then I try to use factory remnants from historic factory of the Venetian countryside from Treviso. And then I tried to collect old fabrics that people won't use and things like that. Oh, and I also have some African fabrics that were bought from a friend of mine while she was on traveling in Mozambique, and so she bought them in a locals market there.
Wow. So you mentioned local market. Did you start selling your things in small markets?
Yes, I did. That's how I started. I guess it was, I think, 4 years ago. I started in Lido here in Venice. Then I moved to the United States for a while. I'm actually half American. So I lived there for a while, did markets. I tried selling online as well, but it never actually picked up.
Okay.
I'm not very good with the online marketing and everything.
I totally am there with you. It's hard.
Yeah.
It's not
It's
not
really
for
hard.
everybody.
Exactly.
But don't say that you're not good, because what you do is fantastic. That's for somebody else to take care of the online business.
Yeah,
Don't worry.
exactly. And so yeah, and I did markets and things, and then last year I was traveling, taking a year off from everything. I was in New Zealand, working on a farm.
That's wonderful.
And because of COVID and the uncertainty of everything, I decided to come back to Venice because nobody knew what was going to happen. So last April, I came back to Venice and I didn't know what to do. Obviously, no jobs. And so
And you took this leap of faith.
I was like, I just started for curiosity to look into places for rent, just like that. And then I found this place at a corner, and I just really liked it, and I decided to try, and then I opened the shop.
That's so wonderful. So we cannot show you where exactly we are because of technical reasons, but can you please give us like a little bit of direction? So we are in the Sestriere of Castello, number one, and where are we close to, so that people know also how to find you?
Yeah, we're in front of the Scuola Dalmata, San Giorgio. We're close to the Greci. We're between, I would say, the center, San Zaccaria, San Marco, and the Arsenale and the Biennale. So I feel like I'm in a place where people would pass by a lot.
Absolutely.
But I love being here in Castello because there's still a lot of residents, and there's like the neighborhood just feels like still like a community. That's not something that's really often you can find.
No,
here in
absolutely.
Venice.
Come here. We have a question from the audience.
Yes, thanks. Okay, there is a question. How many clients get in your shop every day? And second question, do Venetian people are interested in your creations?
So I would say every day. Obviously, it's been hard to see because since I've been open since September and things haven't been normal like everywhere else. But I would say I always have at least 3 or 4 people that come in at least to look around, and so that I feel is pretty good. And it also gives me a chance to talk to people during the day. Otherwise, I would be talking with my sewing machines and
Do you interested? Yeah.
Yeah, and then it's been kind of surprising, but at the same time not, because this winter Venetians were the only people who were in Venice for once. They have come here and they have been incredibly supportive, and it's been so awesome to just have people come and maybe buy and then come back. So like when that happens, like you feel like, okay, it's working, and it's very encouraging.
It is encouraging.
And
so
yeah.
what kind of experience can you offer to a person that comes into your store?
Well, anybody that comes here, they can see that I work here as well. Other than it's not only a shop, it's also my workshop. Yeah. And I always try to talk about my clothing, how like all the ethical reasons why I do this job. And I try to also, even because some people don't know what fast fashion and slow fashion is.
Can you tell us more about
yeah,
slow
absolutely.
fashion? Thank you.
So slow fashion is, I would say, a movement that it's trying to combat the pace of fast fashion. Fast fashion is industrial made, big companies, where there's tons of exploitation. They don't care about the environmental impact. that they're causing. And so
Or the employees, for the matter.
exactly and so fast fashion wants to create awareness. Sorry, slow fashion wants to create awareness of like how we use our clothes. And we have to have, when we buy something, we have to keep it. We have to know we have to keep it for a very long time, and just treat our clothing well, because we cannot do buy and throw away anymore. We've
Yes.
just polluting so much, even through waste.
Yes.
And so it's this is definitely what I want to like people to understand, and like when they come in here, and I try to explain.
Well, talking more about the experience of coming in with the type of fabrics that you use, can you recommend it to a person who wants to wear a certain type of fabric versus another one, compared to the way that they wear it? Like, can you give those kind of advices too?
I try to. Definitely, tons of people ask me a lot of advice. For me, it's really important what we feel comfortable with. So I try to give always the clients a lot of space to like try to figure out what they like on their bodies. But I am also working on this. I'm mostly self-taught. I have done some basic courses, but I'm mostly self-taught. So I'm still learning tons. And people who come in here are teaching me so much that maybe people don't realize that, but they are.
This is wonderful. This is really wonderful. Again, congratulations. So, talking about Venice and how life here, it's been kind of a thread all this week, talking about the slow pace of Venice. I think that your business totally fits into this mentality, and to find ways to keep the city alive, taking maybe new directions with a new perspective and a new mentality. I know, so you should know that you're taking part to many initiatives to raise awareness regarding sustainability and recycling. So can you tell us more about that?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think Venice is like for its a natural part of it. It's actually already a slow city, if we can say that.
Of course.
And I believe that a lot of people lately have been understanding that we cannot continue as we were doing before, and so that we need to change things. And I feel like a lot of young people who had maybe left Venice in the last years are coming back. And a lot of people are starting new things. Like I've opened my shop, but I know other people who have opened shops as well. A girl that I met once I opened the shop, she a few months later just had a new activity really close to here, and it's always about sustainability.
Sustainability.
Yeah, sorry.
It's a difficult word.
Yeah. And they also collect artisan goods. They have no plastic food, and it's called Rimani.
Oh yes, I was
Yes.
there yesterday.
Yeah,
Of course.
exactly.
Of course.
And so it's like to see new.
It's a zero
activities.
waste store, right?
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, I couldn't come up with the word, but there's so many realities that are actually born, and I feel like our generation of young people, we have like felt kind of lost, and we're trying to connect. Like once, like artisans are often very jealous of what they do, and so like they tend to maybe like everybody does like their own thing. Instead, we're trying to make a
Network.
network.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, and for example, yeah, here in the shop, I have some pieces that are made in collaboration with different artisans.
Guys, if you could come in here, it's just like stepping into this beautiful world of a mix of pieces of vintage, used furniture that you did you restore them, or did you have them restored?
No, I restored them. Yeah.
So she's a all-rounded artist and artisan. Okay, so we have another question from
Yes.
our audience.
Okay, so first congratulations. They say you are so brave.
Thanks.
Despite the negative period, you decided to start this business. What suggestion or advice is you feel to give to young artisans or like you have to willing to run a shop to start a business? to challenge? What is the bigger challenge for you, and what suggestion you can give to the person?
Well, I have to say, in a time that has been so hard and difficult, to try to find what can be a little bit positive was that there here I'm talking now about Venice, but I think probably in many other cities it's the same, that there are a lot of places that were closed down, unfortunately.
Yes.
And there was just a need of change, and so I was able to find a very a nice owner that that helped me out with the rent for the first 2 years. So like people just or maybe feeling a little bit more community and trying to help other people, and without this I would have never opened.
Yes.
And so like finding those small positive parts that we can embrace, and the challenges, I would say, it's just like put your mind to it and do it. And I've been trying to do that in the last few years. Sometimes it's very hard. I'm alone in this business, so there are times that it gets very tough because it's like you have to do everything, from the cleaning of the windows to the ordering of things. But it's really hard. But when you have a support at your shoulders, it makes it a little bit easier. And just you have to continue.
You gotta push forward.
Yeah.
I think it's important for young people or people in general that are starting a new business that you just didn't start it out of nowhere. Yeah, like you said, you were doing the local markets, so you were spending hours and hours out in the open, sitting down or standing with your pieces of clothing and trying to attract people. So it's also important that people trusted the process.
Yeah.
Right?
Absolutely, yeah.
So you have to trust that what you're doing is something that you're feeling connected to, and then that they trusted the process.
Yeah, when you're working with your passion, it's much easier because you always have a drive.
Yes.
Like there's always something that's kicking you along.
Yeah.
And often it is a hard kick, but
I understand. Let's talk more about your what you're offering. Okay. Number one, I see many different styles of clothing. What are you more passionate about, and where do you get your inspiration from?
Well, so inspiration comes a little bit from everywhere. Sometimes I'm just sitting on a boat and I think of something. I often obviously get ideas from other clothing, things that I like, and then try to maybe modify a little, like to my taste or what I think would be the taste of people. All my clothing is mostly everyday wear. And usually I try to make things pretty comfortable, easy to wear, and also adjustable. I don't, even if I'm a seamstress, I don't do custom made. I try to work with sizes. This is a decision I made when I opened, because working with sizes allows me to to not take as much time to make a piece, and so the cost can be lower. And because for me it's very important that to make sustainable
And affordable
clothing
pieces.
affordable.
Yes.
Yes.
That's
Because I think it's a necessity, the one to just have to buy ethical clothing.
Do you make sizes for bigger girls?
Yes, I'm still working on all the sizing because, how I said before, I am self-taught, so I'm still learning. But I definitely am trying to be as inclusive. I want to be inclusive for everyone. I want to make clothing for everybody, and it's been very interesting to see also the kind of people that come here, because I have young people, students that come and buy my clothes, but I also have women of an older age that come, and so it's really nice to see the same pieces dressed by very different people, and I just love it.
That's awesome. Do you also make a men wear?
Yes, I do.
Okay, wonderful. So
there's
it's
always
for everybody, y'all.
For everybody.
Okay. Okay. just
There's
so
a
you
little
know.
bit less pieces of men's at the moment because the inspiration comes a little bit harder there, but I'm working on that as
That's
well.
awesome. Listen, I am drawn so much. I don't think you can see it, people, but just trust us on this. I have a beautiful singer.
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 It's German.
It's okay. So forgive us for the pronunciation. It's a Singer sewing machine, like a vintage sewing machine. I am so drawn to it because I also have one from my grandmother that I absolutely love and I dare not touching. So do you, and then I see two more here. So can you tell us a little bit? There's one here and the other one there. So can you tell us a little bit, how do you work with them and what they do?
Okay, so yeah, these ones over here are my sewing machines that I use all the time. I bought one while I was living in the United States, and the other one just before the shop. I opened the shop. And these are the ones that I use. But I also have two old vintage sewing machines here. So there's one, I don't know if you can see it, but there's one that I bought at the used market years ago that I just fell in love with. And so when I opened the shop, I decided it had to be here. It works. I have to replace a piece of it, and I haven't been able to do it yet, but I want to fix it to be able to use it. Also because like there's some things like very hard fabrics, leather, that it can be very useful because not having an electric motor, it's actually stronger.
Okay.
I'm not using them at the moment, but I definitely have it thought for the future. And then I have another one that I think it's even older. It's probably from the 20s, 30s.
Wow.
That old lady from the neighborhood, once she came in and asked me, do you want an old sewing machine? I don't know what to do with it. I'm thinking of throwing it away. And I was like, absolutely. I'm a big collector. I collect anything. So I was like, yeah,
Please.
I'll find a space for it. And so now it's here, and I use it to showcase jewelry that I often have from other artisans.
That's so wonderful. We have a question from our audience.
Yes, sure. About your name, why do you decided to use that name? Because it's not your
Yeah, it's not my
your
real
name.
So patience has been for me a very important word. I feel like throughout life, I feel like I'm a pretty patient person, and it's something though I feel like we have to also practice
Yes.
and cultivate. And definitely a huge part of making clothes is patience. You have to have a lot of patience, and it's also to try to give the sense that we have to revalue the time that it takes to make things, not only for clothing but in general in life. I'm a huge fan of handmade anything, home cooking, and so it's just to give the value of time to things, because living in a world where everything is so fast and so immediate, we're just used to having whatever we want in 2 seconds. We have to slow down, and so patience comes from this, and it's been since I was doing markets, it's always been the name on my brand.
That's beautiful. And like people, beauty takes time, and it's not only true for women when they do their makeup, but it's true for everything. We've seen this all along this week, and today is going to be again a confirmation that when you want to concentrate on quality, which is not only the quality of the product but the quality of life of the people that produce that product, it takes time. So it cannot be hastened, it cannot be pressured, it takes its time. So congratulations for patience. Absolutely. I saw on your page that you take part also in another wonderful I can think of the word movement in Venice, that you collect old sheets. Is that correct?
Yeah. So I've started just a while ago to collect old sheets, because a sheet is something that people often have a lot at home, and you don't want to throw them away because probably they're still in good condition, but you still are not using them, or you want to throw them in the trash because you don't know what to do with them.
And with all the hotels and Airbnbs that are here,
Exactly.
I mean, I'm sure that's something that is not difficult to find in Venice.
Exactly. So I decided to collect them because they can be useful for me for many different projects. From making pockets into clothes, I use them for that. I use them, and I have also a kind of future projects that I'm working on. This summer, I would like to make pajamas from the old sheets.
Beautiful.
Because, and this is obviously it's to sell the pajamas, but it's also to just try to valorize circular economy. So
Yes.
that's like one of the reasons why I started to do this to talk about the circular economy, what it is, how it works, and everything. And so that's why I started collecting the sheets.
That's great. You're doing such an amazing job and a service, because that's also the point. What do you see is the future of sustainable fashion in Venice?
Well, it's been amazing. I feel like in the also the last few, well, artisans have always been obviously a huge part of Venetian economy and city in general. But there's a lot of realities in the last few years that have that were born that are actually like young seamstress, and so I feel like we are going towards a more sustainable fashion here in Venice. Like it's something real and that's happening. So hopefully, always people will be more aware of what they buy, and because other than producing clothes, it's very important to use clothes, because there's so much waste in
Of
the
course.
fashion industry.
So, have your pieces been ever displayed in a fashion show?
In the United States, while I was living there, I did 2 fashion shows there with an association that's called Raw Artists, and it was so fun. It was amazing. I got to choose the music and everything, so that was
So
very
much
fun.
fun.
Yeah. But here in Venice, I have not yet, but I will next week. In an event, an online event, obviously because of all the restrictions, organized by the CNA, that's an artisan association. And they're going to be my clothing with all clothing from other artisans, and also jewelry and hats, and I think it's going to be amazing.
Oh, I can't wait. I cannot wait. Seriously. So, how can people support you? You said that you're not big on social media, like you prefer to be hands-on. It's totally understandable. But come close to me. But do you ship? I mean, if people wants to buy from you, they fall in love with what they see. Can you ship?
I can, and I have a little. So if people find me online, I have had a little troubles with like the direct online selling. I'm
Okay.
still working on it, but there's this platform that the organizers of this fashion event, this platform that's called Venice Original. And there I have 5 pieces for sale, and so anybody can order from there very easily.
That's perfect.
And they always are obviously made by me and with all ethical fabrics.
That's beautiful. Yes, we have a question.
Okay, yes. So you were talking that you make a show in the US and you are half American. So why you decided to stay here in Venice and not to open an activity in America?
So yeah, in the States, I used to do markets, so I did actually have an activity there. It always was though my second job. I was doing other things in the meantime. But I cannot see myself living long term in the States. I don't think I would. I would love to. I probably will go back, but I've always loved Venice so much, even if it's been a hard relationship because. I love this city, but it's not easy to stay here all the time. So I have traveled a lot in the last 5 years, so I haven't been here for a long time. But once I got back here, I just saw it like as an opportunity, and I don't know if I'll be here for long term either, because I'm not good with plans. Yeah, I'm not good with plans. I change them a lot.
Well, I hope that in the short term, yes, because
absolutely,
this is too beautiful.
Yes,
so
absolutely.
Please,
Yeah.
this is so great. Would you like to show us a little bit how you work?
Oh
yes,
yeah, absolutely.
And what you're doing right now?
So right now I'm working on a jacket. This was actually the result of a collaboration with a girl that does serigrafia.
Serigraphy, I think it's called.
And she does these prints, and said I make the garment, and so it was her name is Orsetta, and she's actually the person who opened the shop real close to here. And so yeah, now I'm making the jacket after that she printed it.
That's beautiful. What kind of jacket are you making?
It's very simple black long sleeve. It's made in organic cotton. This organic cotton I buy from. It's produced in Kerala, India, and it's not certified fair trade, but there's transparency on the whole chain. So
Okay.
that's like very important.
Yes,
one of the
that's
things that I
part of
find,
the
yeah.
that's part of the
Yeah.
sustainability
Yeah,
too, of course.
exactly.
When you receive or when you find the type of fabrics that inspire you, sometimes you said that it's just like the remnants reminiscences, right? So sometimes maybe they don't come too big.
Yeah.
Do you ever do patchwork and combine them?
I've tried to do some pieces of patchwork. I actually have here a sweater from this winter that I could
cute.
not make with just one piece of fabric, and so I added different pieces. And I also being a very I don't know if to say bad collector, but I just collect everything.
You just collect.
Yeah, I just collect. Right now at the moment, everything that is left over from when I make the clothes, I'm keeping. So every single little piece, because I always can find a second life to it.
Wow.
And so I have all the little like strings and things that I'm going to use to make some
bags.
Bag I haven't worked with yet, but some little like seating boxes that I'm going to like put inside, and then I make these hair ties, and that are made with all the other pieces left.
Great. Well, do we have a question from the audience?
Yeah. Just a second, because I have a lot, so we have to decide what to ask. How do you get inspired to create your collection?
So the collections that I've done until now, the first collection I dedicated to Venice. It was called Laguna, and every item had the name of something inherent to the lagoon. Then I did a collection that was called New Zealand, Kiaora, because it was the place that I was before coming to Venice, and each garment was dedicated to a place that I visited. And the last collection was botanical, because just I love plants, and so each garment was dedicated to a different plant. I just try to think of things or that are like maybe from my personal life or something that I like and want to say something about. That's mostly like through also social media. I try to like talk about like the decisions, like what each clothing, why it has that name, just to also talk about something new for some people, or that people can find in my things as well.
Wow. Do you also make some embroidery?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I'm actually, I would love to find someone that does. So then, like, we could collab. Like,
did you hear her?
If
She's
somebody
looking
goes-
for somebody to collaborate with her that does embroiderment, right? Please, ears on. Okay, get in touch with this wonderful woman, because I'm sure that it like the combination of the arts is always something beautiful.
Yeah, and just it's an inspiration. You most of the times or at least I do. I find it from other people, and so like once you're talking and just talking with people, just things come up, and it's amazing.
Of course, yes. I see on the walls here you have these beautiful drawings. So you were saying that you this is like a container for not only your art, but you're also welcoming. So are these your friends, or how do you pick your artists?
Yeah. So yeah, obviously I've started out with asking friends of mine that are artists if they want to do an exposition here, and now I've actually started finding more people even who have contacted me that want to showcase their art. And every month and a half, I always have a different artist here. This is Francesca, and she makes all these wonderful watercolors. And other than the art, I also have always jewelry on showcase of different Venetian artisans. And with every new collection, so every season, I change artisan that I showcase.
That's awesome. I think maybe this is a stupid question, but are they aligned with your sustainability
Yeah.
idea? So the material that they use is also
Yeah, I always try to find something that can be in line with obviously the ethics of the shop.
exactly. Yes, that's absolutely great. That's wonderful. Do we have a question?
Yes. Do you offer any workshop? So,
Not like I don't have anything organized yet. But with Venice Original, the platform I was talking before, they're going to probably start to do some visits here.
Beautiful.
And so I will try to organize something to work with. Yeah.
Wow, this is so wonderful. Listen, if you could give like a couple of advices to people that they know that there's this trend of sustainability connected to clothing and all everything that we wear. But if you could give a couple of advices to start off with, what would they be?
Well, definitely try to shop local. Try to shop natural fiber. So always look on the tags, what like how it was produced, what it's made of, and also where it was produced. And just when you're buying something, be aware that you should be trying to keep it then. Like you can't buy something to then think that the next year you're not going to wear anymore. Try to get things that are durable and make them durable. So take care of your clothing. And also, I am actually thinking of doing a workshop in a couple of weeks of like just the real basics of sewing, like to just to be able to repair at home your own clothes that are ruined, because that obviously makes the life longer.
Of
the
course.
clothes, yeah.
Well, sometimes it's also the kind of soaps that you use to
Yes.
wash clothes. So when you buy natural dyed clothing, can you give an advice on what kind of soaps to use? I know that your friends at Rimani
Yeah.
are selling by the bulk, so
Yeah.
that you can actually go with your container, like a zero waste store, right? So you can go with your own container, you don't waste any plastic, and so that's already fantastic.
Exactly.
But what kind of soaps do you recommend if you maybe don't have the culture yet to go into a zero waste store? What should people be aware of?
Well, definitely always gentle soaps, because they clothes can be they can last longer if they're cleaned, washed with a gentle.
Properly, yes.
Yeah, and also we don't have to wash the clothes as much as we do, because we always think, oh, okay, I'm going to wear it once, but often you can just air it out and it's okay. But yeah, for the soaps, it's also very important that they are biodegradable.
Yeah.
So, or compostable. Yeah.
No,
Compostable,
biodegradable,
yeah.
it's both.
Yeah, because obviously that soap goes in the water, and that water is always the same water on the earth. So whatever we throw in the water, we're going to have it back in some other form. So it's very important that it's compostable.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Is there any piece that you have worked on that you would like to show us that you're particularly attached to?
Well, I have to say I'm pretty attached to anything that I make. They're like my babies. They spend
Thank
so
you.
much time.
Thank you. It was a tricky question.
Yeah, it was. That's a hard one. I don't know, something.
I see the beautiful, colorful. Is that a skirt? This one? Yes. That's gorgeous.
Yeah, this is a skirt made in cotton. This is a fabric from Mozambique, from Africa. A friend of mine, she was traveling there a couple of years ago, and she just brought me a lot of fabrics that she bought from a locals market there.
Wow.
This instead is a piece in silk, and this is a fabric recuperated from a clothes shop that here in Venice that closed in the 80s. And so I got all these fabrics that were definitely produced like in the 70s.
Wow.
And so this is an original from the 70s, and then obviously I tried to make it into a pattern that can be used today, and it's actually people have very appreciated this. So.
I'm sure they have. That's so cool. Listen, is this your logo?
No, this is the plant. So these are part of the spring collection. So each item has the name of a plant. And this is the design of the chamomile because I thought this shirt is chamomile. So I always try, even
match.
in the yeah, exactly. And then always in the tags as well. I put a lot of work into because I want to make something nice. And with if you buy any item from the spring collection, I donate some seeds to plant so people can.
I mean, don't you want to buy everything from this woman? I know I do. I mean, this is one wonderful thing after the other. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'll definitely come and shop from you once you make sizes for big women. So please remember that. I am in awe, and I am super happy and honored to have met you. Do we have any other
No,
questions
I have.
from Aaron? Yes, go ahead.
So about your summer collection. So what will be? So what are the main pieces are you doing? Are you thinking about?
So the summer collection is going to come out hopefully end of June,
Mhm.
or I hope.
No,
a
but
little
it's
bit
not
before.
summer at the moment.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
It's
It's not. It's going to be very colorful for sure.
Yes.
And I'm going to make very easy to wear things. I'm going to present a couple of pieces at the fashion week next week, at the fashion show next week. Sorry.
Yes.
And I'm going to use some of the African prints that I have, some of the Indian block printing items that I have, and very flowy.
Okay, something also for the beaches when you go,
Yes.
when it will be the moment to go.
Exactly. Yes. Some summer dresses that will be perfect. I feel like you can go to the beach, but then you're ready for the evening as well. So.
Nice.
What a dream.
Yes. Will you also dive into the world of swimming suits? It's
This year, no.
Uh-huh.
I made a couple of bathing suits for myself, but I'm still
Rightfully so.
but I'm still experimenting on that. Also because it's a little bit harder. Also finding the fabric
Yeah.
in that because elastic fabric obviously it's a little bit
Trickier.
to find natural.
Yes.
And so I'm still trying to figure that part out. I believe I won't be able this summer, but maybe next year I'll have thought of something.
This is wonderful. Yes.
No.
Okay. I thought
Sorry.
no problem. We're sign language is here, so we can get confused. So, is there anything else that you would like to share with us, or to add, so people can know more about what you do?
Well, I feel like we've talked
Covered
about covered pretty much, but definitely I want to say about how it's been amazing with this space, how many people I have met in this time, that people probably that I would have never met if I didn't have this space, and how that has been very inspiring, and just to see how young people are coming back to Venice and are starting activities, and it's just very encouraging. And it helps to see that you're not alone when you're doing something like this. And about my clothing, I think we've talked about the fabric and the models, and the patterns. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, and I'm part of Fashion Revolution. That's an international movement that tries to create awareness for the issues of
Related to fashion.
relating to fashion. And it's really important to follow them, and they are doing great work on initiatives and like concrete and just in online talks and stuff.
So educational and
Yeah,
and
exactly.
in action.
Exactly.
This is super important. So congratulations on your wonderful work. I'll certainly come back. Come support this wonderful woman. Absolutely no pressure. I'll check on you, okay? Thank you, Daniela. Grazie mille. It's been an honor. And please stay with us, because today we have an array of surprises and wonderful artisans to come. This is only the beginning. So you can discover another little part of Venice connected to fashion. So Thank you, SofaTour. Thank you for watching us. Thank you for being with us again.
Thank you so much, and thank you to everybody who have been here in my home today.
Thank you for welcoming us, and have a wonderful day. Bye bye.
Bye.
Ciao.
This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. I got tons of soul on my true collective ball. Famous, so famous, number one, desirable. I do what I want when I want and how I want it. Leave you with the one in the air, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, to fuck the world. This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause you I know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate it to prove of how they love. They can bring me down, nah. They are jealous of me and my umbrella, yeah, they love me so. This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, yeah. All I wanna do is just stay. You don't understand how I play. I am on my way to win you over. No way, yeah. Oh, you can hear my voice in your head, and you wanna hear it again. So you play it over and over, and over, yeah.
Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Like a lion, uncontrolled. Your mark is on my back, just like that. In it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time. Collide with me, come high with me, and I'll go for you. Divine and free, go ride with me. Yeah, we'll go. Let the fire in, lose control. We like to burn out fast. We're hot like that. Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like that, just like that. Yeah, in it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time.
You know that I'ma keep it cool. With you I feel like breaking rules. On the edge, looking out with no parachute. You know I'm dreaming about us two, playing around without a clue. On the edge, cleaning out. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing, but guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you're just sleep. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. Crown a champion, a champion. I got tons of soul on my true collectible. Famous, also famous, number one, desirable. I do what I want when I want and how I want it. Leave you with the one in the air, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, top of the world. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause you I know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate us, approve of how they love. They can bring me down, nah, nah, nah. They are jealous, a million my umbrella, yeah, they love me so. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round, yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, yeah. All I wanna do is just say, you don't understand how I play. I am on my way to win you over and over, yeah. Oh, you can hear my voice in your head, and you wanna hear it again. So you play it over and over and over, yeah.
Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Like a lion, uncontrolled. Your mark is on my back, just like that. In it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time. Collide with me, come high with me, and I go for you. Divine and free, go ride with me. Yeah, we'll go. Let the fire in, lose control. We like to burn out fast. We're hot like that. Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like that, just like that. In it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time.
You know that I'ma keep it cool. With you I feel like breaking rules. On the edge, looking out with no parachute. You know I'm dreaming about us two, playing around without a clue. On the edge, leaning out. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing, but guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you just leave. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. a champion, a champion. I got tons of soul on my true collectible. Famous, so famous, number one, desirable. I do what I want when I want and how I want it. Leave you with the one in the air, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, to the world. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause I know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate us, approve of how they love. They can bring me down, nah, nah, nah. They are jealous of me and my umbrella, yeah, they love me so. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round, yeah, yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, yeah. All I wanna do is just say, you don't understand how I play. I am in my way to win you over. No way, yeah. Oh, you can hear my voice in your head. And you wanna hear it again. So you play it over and over and over, yeah.
Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Like a lion, uncontrolled. Your mark is on my back, just like that. You're in it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. You're in it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time. Collide with me, come high with me, and I'll go for you. Divine and free, go ride with me. Yeah, we'll go. Let the fire in, lose control. We like to burn out fast. We're hot like that. Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like that, just like that. You're in it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. You're in it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time.
You know that I'ma keep it cool. With you I feel like breaking rules. On the edge, looking out with no parachute. You know I'm dreaming about us too. Playing around without a clue. On the edge, cleaning out. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing. But guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you just leave. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you.
Hi everybody, welcome back to Venice. And as every day for the last 6 days, we are greeted by the bells of Venice. I was told to shut up and just listen to them. So that's what we're gonna do for a couple of seconds. Okay, so this is Live in Venice week. It is midday, as you can hear from the bells ringing. So you know we are definitely live, and we're not recording this one. And this is lunch with the offer. Is the sixth day of lunch with the offer. This is a special day. In a second, I will explain you why. Just to remind you, every day I am going in a different location in Venice, in a different restaurant, bar, whatever, meeting with a different writer that writes about Venice or is Venetians or he live in Venice. Remember, this is live streaming, so if any chance the connection just drop off, don't worry. We are recording everything and it will be available later on our website, so don't worry. Today is a bit special for two reasons. First of all, for the person that is with me, this is Mirta Baratto. Hi. She's not a writer, so you will probably say, what the hell is she doing here? Well, first of all, I want to officially thank her because she has been, for free, our social media manager for the last 6 days. And she's the one that has been posting over really funny pictures, over funny quotes and stuff. So thank you so much, Mirta. And also, she is an amazing artisan because she makes
Hi
masks,
everybody, welcome
right?
back to Venice.
Okay.
This is Live
She's
in
at home
Venice
at the
week,
moment because, of
and
course,
this
of the
is our
pandemic and
sixth
so on.
day.
And it's also another special day because of what we're gonna do. We're gonna introduce two series of books by two different writers that they both live in America. They can't be with us today, but they loved so much Venice that they dedicated their books to the city, and all the profits, so all the proceeds, go to local Venetian charity associations. So it's something a bit different. Where am I? The location is Cantina Aziende Agricole. This is one of my favorite spots in over city. This is one of the historic osterie, one of the historic Baccaro of Venice. And as you can see, we are going classical today because we have an ombra and we have Cicchetti. So Mirta, how are you?
Well, thank you. Thank you for having me here today. It's great.
Yeah,
The sun is shining. We're lucky.
yeah.
And so I'm back in Venice after some times, and I see that there is some people too. So it's a good.
It's
thing.
nice,
Yeah,
isn't
it's
it?
nice.
You're used to Cicchetti because you used to, for a while you worked around here,
Yeah.
so you know the area very well, right? Okay, good. So let me explain you very quickly what Cicchetti are and then we dive into the book. So, ombra is the size of a glass. It's called like a shade because the Venetian used to stand in Summer Square selling the wine underneath the church tower. To keep the wine cool, they used to move the stalls with the shade of the church tower. So the Venetians used to say, andiamo a bere un'ombra, let's go and drink a shade, because it was in the shade of the church tower. Usually it's local house wine. In this case, I went for my favorite. I don't know if it's yours, but it's definitely mine. It's a Raboso. And she's going like, oh god. And that's Cicchetti. Cicchetti comes from the word cicus, that means small in Latin, and they're just little appetizers. If you want to know more about this, for the first time in 6 days, I'm gonna do a little bit of advertising. Just call me, or go on my blog, go on my website, and you can come and learn how to make them in Venice with me. Now, let's start with the books. Let's start with the trilogy of Joan Locktoff. Okay, this is called Dream of Venice. It's a trilogy of 3 books that they're very particular because they are photographic books. Okay, go on. You
Okay.
introduce the first one.
So, as Monica was saying, it's a trilogy, and the first one is simply called Dream of Venice, and it was, of course, edited, published by Joan Locktoff. Joan, she's American-based, but
She's a good friend of yours.
She's my friend.
That's why
she's
she's
Monica's friend. And she calls herself a Venetophile, so she loves Venice, she loves Veneto. And the pictures of this book were taken by Charles Christopher. He's LA based and is still he takes pictures
life,
for
still
still
life,
life,
yeah.
pictures for movies and so on. And he had the chance to spend some time in Venice and to take a lot of pictures. Joanne fell in love with this picture, and so she decided to publish this book. She asked to people, of course, famous people connected with Venice, to say something about Venice, or she asked the permission to use their words about Venice. And sometimes they choose, so the people chose a picture, and of course there is a sentence or even a poem, it depends on the author, connected with the pictures. Let's
Just
see.
a second, I'll
So,
just try to go
yeah,
nearer
thank you.
so you understand. Obviously, we have photos, so you have to understand it's not going to be easy for us to do this, but you know, you need to go and buy the books.
Okay. Yeah. And we decided to start with a quote by a very popular director, American director, who is very famous in Italy and who is famous also for his love of Venice. That's to say, Woody Allen. And so it's also a very short one, and so let me read it to you. Okay, so the minute I set eyes on Venice, I fell in love with it. I got married in Venice. I sang in a movie in Venice. And I have had the pleasure of getting lost 100 times walking in the streets. So this is, how can I say, a love declaration to the city.
Absolutely,
of course.
yes.
Yeah.
Just like this book is.
Yeah,
because that's
of
what
course, of course.
is one thing about Joanne. I mean, we are very good friends, but it's something that everybody has got very clear in their mind when they meet her is the passion and the I can't even describe the love that she has for the city and what she does for the city from afar.
Okay, yeah, in fact, it's, as Monica was saying, it's very important to me and to Joanne, of course, that the proceeds from the book for the first one were given to Save Venice Corporation, for example. So it's an association that wants to preserve the heritage, the artistic heritage of Venice.
Save Venice, everybody knows
okay,
Save Venice,
it's very
so,
famous,
yeah.
and so this is also very important about this book. So, okay, do you want to?
Oh yeah,
okay.
we do like
Yeah.
Then we go also another one that was we chose. Okay, is
Julie Christie. So for this one, we chose two sentences of people connected with cinema. So the unexpected mystery of Venice, misleading reflection, startling shadows, ominous light and shade, and endless corners. What's around the next one? My view may, of course, be colored by the film I was making there. It was winter and raining, but winter is Venice season, as water is Venice element.
So this is the first one, Dream of Venice. We go to the second one.
Okay. The second one is called Dream of Venice Architecture.
There is a particular reason because Joanne is fond
of architecture and especially of Scarpa.
Yeah, Carlo
Scarpa. And the photos in this book were taken by Riccardo De Cal. Riccardo is an architect and is also a photographer and a filmmaker. And the pictures in this book
a totally different one. Yes, it's a totally different theme, totally different atmosphere, and that's what's amazing about the trilogy. That even though the editor is the same, the mind behind Dream of Venice is the same, and is about photos, it's three totally different books. But at the same time, they just go all three together. It's something incredible.
So for this one, Joanne asked the two architects, very famous, well-known architects or people connected with architecture anyway, to choose a spot. This spot was photographed by Riccardo, and then they also wrote something about the picture they chose.
And what I love is that we're talking about really famous architects, okay? So
this was very important. I mean, like, for example, we just one of the many, and is Tadao Ando. So we're just gonna read a little bit because you can see most of them wrote quite a lot of it. And Joanne, I know you're listening. Send us a message if you want us to pick a sentence from any of the others. We just went because, of course, we have to read so much. So feel free to tell us if we're doing anything wrong. Okay, I know you're watching us.
Okay, so this is exactly what I learned in Venice. Genuine affection for architecture and the city is spontaneously shared among the Venetian people. The projects in Venice brought me chances to contemplate what architecture should be, which became a precious experience for me.
So this is actually, I got to say, the last one, but this is probably of the three my favorite, as in photos. Okay. As in the history behind the book, I think the third one is my little baby. Is a little bit my baby too. I feel it. Don't take it personally, Joanne. But I'll tell you why later. Go on.
So the last thing, the proceeds for
Oh,
this
yes.
one, of course, were donated to Querini Stampaglia
Esatto,
because of
okay.
Scarpa and because of
Esatto.
what it represents
And
for
there's
Venice.
some beautiful pictures as well of the
Yeah,
wedding.
of
Yes,
course, of
exactly.
the garden
Esatto.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so the third one, Dream of Venice in black and white. What is interesting about this book?
Everything. There's so
Yeah.
there's so much history behind this book that is unbelievable.
The first thing, Joanna decided she didn't hire, in a way,
Yeah.
one photographer, but she made a sort of call. So she asked to not just professional photographers.
Yeah,
So
anybody.
she asked to anyone who wanted to send her pictures
Photos.
of Venice,
In
black and white, of course. And she said, send me pictures, and then I will choose those that strike me in a
Yeah.
way, the most meaningful one. So it was not a question of
It wasn't
Yeah.
a question of the most beautiful
Yeah.
or the best perfect one from a point of view of style or how can I say technique.
Yeah.
Technique. It was both the most inspired.
emotional thing.
Yes,
we could
emotional
say,
thing.
in
Yes,
a way.
exactly.
Okay. So first of all, she received I don't know how many pictures, and
I know it was a lot.
Yeah.
I remember it was a lot,
Yeah.
and it was very hard for her to pick.
And then she had to choose, of course.
And turns out that most of the people are actually Venetians.
Yeah,
That
of
was
course.
what's interesting.
Yeah, and what is also very
Two
interesting, two very important things about this book. The first one, this book is dedicated to Gianni Berengo Gardin, who is one of the most important,
Famous and best photographers.
amazing Venetian photographers. And Berengo Gardin also granted the permission to use his most
Yeah.
iconic
Pictures.
picture. I mean, the picture that was taken in the Vaporetto, which is, I think, one of the most stunning and amazing pictures.
And famous as
And
well.
famous,
Yeah,
of course.
And that was a big privilege. And
Yeah.
I know that when Joanne received the news, she was like, as we say in English, chuffed. Very happy, very happy.
Okay. And another thing is that the introduction of the book. Oh, Joanne, as you can see, I use fuchsia post-it, your favorite color. Yeah. Not by chance. And the introduction was written by another very, very important and great writer, very important for Venice, that's Jose Tiziano Scarpa.
But unfortunately, we did ask him. He actually agreed to come, but unfortunately, this week he wasn't in Venice, so he was so apologetic, but he couldn't actually make it. Not because he didn't want to, but because he really couldn't. So we'll have it next year.
Okay, sure, it's a deal.
Yeah.
Okay, and Scarpa wrote an amazing. I was reading it yesterday. It's an amazing introduction, and it's also very important also for the moment we're in now, because it's all connected with the tourists in Venice and the history of Venice. So I read it again yesterday, and it's really, really meaningful. Do you want?
Well, yeah. What's interesting is that while all the other books had
before each picture there was a quote, a sentence, a comment, a story, whatever. There is only the introduction by Tiziano, and then the pictures speak by themselves. There is no introduction, and they are, I think, some of the most amazing pictures. And I think also the first picture, I think, is Joan. Tell us, because I cannot remember the name of the author of the. We actually met her, and we had a conversation with her because she was at the presentation. Oh my God, we interviewed her as well. I had a moment of Joan, help us. Send me the message. But it's one, I think, one of the most stunning photos ever taken by Venice. And it wasn't filtered, it's not planned. She just happened to be there at the right time, and it happened. So this is not Photoshop. This is a photo, because that was one, I think, of the requirement. Correct me if I'm wrong, Joanne, but I think one of the requirements was that the picture didn't have to have any. It had to be in black and white, but it didn't have to be a professional, so with particular filters and so on. It just had to be. It could have been taken also from a phone, as long as it was, a good photo. And what was very nice about this is that we managed to present this book in Venice. I can't remember anymore when it was, because it feels like
November.
a lifetime. I know it was cold. It was November.
But I don't remember.
It was a beautiful location at Casagredo, the same place where we were the other day, where we are Venice, and we still thank them for that. And it was amazing because most of the photographers managed to turn up. So I think we were more than 120, 130 people. And I think that was one of the most beautiful evenings. And all the photographers got to know each other because, some were Venetians, but some came from quite far. So I think that was beautiful. And
Tiziano.
Oh, yeah, of course. And Tiziano, of course, did the introduction and everything. I can't remember this one. Who does the proceeding goes to this one?
The art gallery.
Oh yes,
Canary,
Icona.
Icona.
This goes to the Icona gallery in Beghetto. Okay.
Close
So
by.
yeah, if you got any question for Joanne, send them in, and then if she's online, hopefully we will be able to ask her. Now I'll go off with the second books.
I want to see.
Oh yeah, she's just checking, just in case she sent us any message. She said you're sacked as PRs, both of you. Never talking to you again. So in the meantime, while Mirta checks, I've got another two books. These books instead are for Kathleen Gonzalez. She's a scholar, she's a professor, she is specialized in history and above all Casanova. She organized a beautiful seminary a few years back on Casanova, and many of us took part. And what she did, she decided to collect a series of stories from all the people that she knew in Venice and all the people that loved Venice that she was in contact with, and with them to prepare a book. So this is a collection. She asked everybody, what is your first memory of Venice? So what made you fall in love with the city? Why do you love Venice? And it was very interesting because, of course, foreign people, many people, is the first time. There are different reasons why you will fall in love with the city. What I found fascinating for me was she asked us Venetians. And, I'm not Venetian. So, for example, from this book, I will read you my passage. From the next one, I'm going to read you somebody else's. But for me, it was interesting because for the first time, I had to think in my head, why do I love Venice so much? How did I fall in love with Venice? Now, all the proceeds, again, Kathleen books as well. All the proceeds goes donated to various charities. There is Save Venice, Venice in Peril, and No Grandi Navi. Okay. So, but I will go on and read any.
No, it's
okay.
fine.
She was okay. She had a drop dead.
Yeah.
She said, "That's it. Drop dead. I ain't gonna talk to them anymore." Or she's happy. So I'm gonna read you now my calls, and then maybe I'll read you somebody else's if it's shorter than mine. Okay. So my title was Venice: An Addiction That Cannot Be Cured. A hot, sweltering, typical summer day in Italy in 1972. I was very little, okay? So don't think how old I was, but I was little. My father's Vespa dashes fast along the Ponte della Libertà, the nearly 4-kilometer bridge built by Mussolini in 1933, connecting the terraferma to the beautiful city of Venice. Standing upright on the footrest at the front, nestled between my father's arms while he rides, peeking on my right, I can just make out the old lines of Porto Marghera, one of the largest coastal industrial areas in Europe, so imposing with its high chimneys and towers. To my left, I can see a train whizzing by, all windows open, passengers trying to catch a breath of fresh air, disheveled hair and red faces. Trains in Italy in the 70s didn't come with air conditioning. My mother is a pillion at the back, wearing a headscarf, her stray pitch black hair, locks escaping the grips of a silk cloth. My dad, so dashing with his thick mustaches, looks like a motorbike racer. None of us is wearing a safety helmet, of course. The windshield stops the hot air and the thousands of mosquitoes crash into the face, and I'm so thankful for that. I tasted ants and mosquitoes a few weeks back. Did not like them very much. I laugh, exhilarated by the sight which appears to my eyes and the sensation of speed. In all fairness, knowing my dad, he probably wasn't going very slow. But to me, he was going very slow. But to me, it felt like we were going as fast as a Ferrari Testarossa. And then I came and seen it in all its beauty, breathtaking, standing on water like a heron. There it is, Venice. Summer 1972, I was only 3 years old, but already the city entered into my bloodstream, like a good disease, a delightful virus which will never leave me, will never be cured, no matter how far I went and how long for. So talking about viruses, I know it's not exactly the case, but that's okay.
That's a good one.
Yes, okay. Yes, he was. And it's beautiful because after the book was written, many of us actually managed to meet over a spritz, because a book is called First Spritz is Free. We actually met over a spritz, and it was a nice connection because we all signed each other's books and stuff. Gregory Darling is in it, Philip Wynne-Jones, Marisa Conventa. Many of the people that we have been interviewing in the last week are all in here and gave their contribution. So it's a mix of Italians, Venetians, foreigners. It's beautiful. You should be in Italy the next one. And the next one, always by Kathleen, was born during the pandemic. Kathleen, obviously, during the pandemic, but just in the wake of the Acqua Grande. So everybody was, we were recovering from what's happening in 2019. And all of a sudden, boom, we got into a pandemic. So everybody was at home. We were all, wondering what to do. And Rosemary Wilmot, together with Kathleen Gonzalez, decided, they're both, Rosemary is another one that comes over and stays in Venice for a long time, and she loves the city with her husband. And they wanted again to do something for the city. So they asked the same people, do you want to say something? But obviously they had to be in Venice at the time, because obviously not everybody was in Venice. So it was very interesting because for example, for me, I found it very hard to write something because I didn't want to write something sad and down. That's not my character, and I didn't want for the book to turn into something just a drag. So I dragged my feet, and at the end I talk about a project. So I'm not going to read about that, but what I'm going to read about is from Maria Gabriella, that you met a few days ago at Antiquità Ghetto with Daniela, that, by the way, is behind the cameras. I'm not going to read you all because it's quite long. I'm going to read you the first part because I think it's the most interesting. Maria Gabriella lives in the ghetto as well as working in the ghetto. And, as you know, we were really, really hit in this part of town. Lingering at the Windows by Maria Gabriella Emiliani. I live on the fourth floor of a very tall, centuries-old building in the heart of a Jewish ghetto of Venice. It takes me only 30 seconds walking to get to my workplace. I just need to cross Campo del Ghetto Novo, walk a few meters in the narrow Calle del Ghetto Vecchio, and there it is, my antique store that I run together with my parents. I love my house, my apartment building, so tall and so yellowish yellow, right next to the Jewish Museum.
It has been my cozy shelter during both the Acqua Granda and the COVID-19 lockdown. Yet, no matter how comfortable it was, I could not help but spend hours helplessly lingering at the window, watching outside. It is a demanding task to see your whole world changing from one day to another. My windows face Campo del Ghetto Novo, which is a quite big square where authentic Venetian life weaves together in perfect balance with tourism. If that was not enough, it is one of the few places in the world where you can experience an incredible harmony of cultures coexisting all together. You will normally see children playing soccer in the campo right after school, while their mothers chat on the white marble benches, yelling from time to time in Venetian, Oi fioi, occio al baon. Hey kids, be careful with the boat. In the meantime, a huge group of Israeli cruise travelers will be crossing the campo only to be cheerfully greeted by the Jewish community living there, right in time to honor Shabbat. A bridge away, Ca' Foscari University student will be enjoying their spritz in the sunset light along the Fondamenta degli Ormesini, literally behind here, while an elderly couple will be slowly walking home, arm in arm, pulling their shopping cart. At this time of the day, you will see a gondoliere rowing alongside on his boat, lulling a pair of lovers who are whispering to each other, C'était le plus beau jour de ma vie. This is the happiest day of their life. It is also perfect. Well, it was. All of this was before. And I personally hope it's gonna be again. Again, the proceeds for this book are going to charity. I can remember, I think it's at the beginning. Let me see. Oh, by the way, Joanne did the preface, so it's all connected, girls, okay? And I cannot remember. Kathleen, if you're watching, or Rosemary, if you're watching, I cannot remember who the who is going to. Sorry about that. We pick up in a minute. As soon as get the messages telling me who the proceedings go to, but I assume it's still again with the same thing. Okay, I'm gonna call now, if you don't mind. Have you got questions? Have you got questions? No. I'm gonna call now the owner of a restaurant, so I can get introduced. Okay. Do you wanna call him for the windows? Okay, here we go. So all proceeds for the books are donated to We Are Here Venice, that we interviewed a few days ago, Non Grandi Navi, and Venice Calls. Again, all local organization that protects Venice cultural and ecological future. So all of these books are available on Amazon because, of course, some of them are available in the city as well. But we thought it was only fair to show you books that I call books for love. I can't remember what I titled these things, but it was books for the love of Venice or something like that. Okay. So Claudio, this is the owner. Ciao. So we're gonna turn a little bit because the space is what it is. So I'm gonna disappear, but he's gonna be here. Claudio.
Ciao.
Cantine aziende agricole.
Sì.
Parli in italiano e devo
Certo.
tradurre. Ok, io parlo e
Certo.
lei traduce. Ok, my social media manager. Yeah, she's the social media manager. Will translate. Ok.
Bene.
Claudio,
Dimmi.
questa è una osteria, un baccaro storico.
Sì.
Lisa Historic Baccaro.
Sì.
Ok, però tu non sei storico. You're not historic.
No.
No, it's easy.
Sono molto giovane.
That's very young. When did you take over? Quando hai preso in
Io ho
mano?
preso questa
Togli pure
attività.
mascherina mentre parli.
Sì. Allora, questa attività l'abbiamo rilevata nel 2018 e cercavamo un posto della nostra città dove poter venire a lavorare e poter proseguire con l'attività.
Corte perché lei deve
So
tradurre.
they started the business. But there was it's an historical place, of course, but they started
We took over.
in 2018, and they were looking for a place in Venice. They wanted to work in Venice, and they were looking for a place
Sì,
in Venice.
e nel 2018 abbiamo conosciuto i vecchi proprietari, Roberto che adesso è in pensione e la sorella che lavora ancora con noi.
Okay, they had the chance to meet the previous owners. One of them is retired, and while the name of the
Roberto,
sorry.
that is also a very
Okay,
famous
is retired.
rowing champion.
Okay, while his sister is still working.
Sabrina.
E,
She's historic.
I'm
Sì.
not
Lei
good
è
with
storica.
names, I'm
No, no,
sorry.
she's historic because she's here since she was born.
Okay.
E niente, abbiamo subito creduto nella filosofia, cioè nei prodotti e nella tipologia di prodotti che loro portavano avanti, e abbiamo sposato completamente la loro voglia di fare e il tipo di prodotto, e abbiamo continuato in continuità proprio
So they loved the philosophy and the way of working of the previous owner, so they decided to continue in the same way. So it says we married their philosophy in a way. So they are working in the same way and they're trying to keep the tradition alive.
What is this philosophy? Cos'è sta filosofia? Che cibo servite voi?
Allora,
What do you
noi
serve?
cerchiamo di servire i cicchetti, sono la nostra forza, e cerchiamo di farli sempre nella continuità dei prodotti e delle tipologie di cicchetti veneziani, con delle piccole varianti stagionali, e anche per cambiare, dare qualcosa di diverso, e soprattutto perché ultimamente ci sono più richieste per quanto riguarda vegetariani e altri tipi di cicchetti.
So the strike point are cicchetti that are really, really important in the Venetian tradition, as Monica was saying at the beginning. And so they try also to preserve the tradition of the cicchetti, even if at the same time they change something, they try to innovate them according to the season, but also according to the request. So for example, vegetarian and so on. So they try also to fulfill the desires of all the different
Now,
people.
do you understand why I got her as a social media manager?
Sì.
She's so good.
Parla meglio lei in inglese che io in italiano.
Ok, but one thing that you changed, una cosa che avete cambiato poco però, avete non cambiato, avete incrementato e migliorato. You haven't changed, you have actually improved and increased, è la scelta dei vini.
Sì.
So, non solo vini locali, però siccome tu sei un grande amante dei vini italiani,
abbiamo
okay, so because he's a big lover of not just Veneto wine, but in particular of Italian wine.
Esatto, abbiamo cercato di dare una piccola rappresentazione di tutte le regioni italiane, delle principali regioni italiane vinicole. Quindi partiamo dalla Sicilia, passando per la Puglia, passando per la Toscana, Liguria, Lombardia, Piemonte.
Le hai coperte tutte?
Tutte.
Okay.
So, since he's a wine lover, not just of the Venetian and Veneto wines, he decided to have a selection of wines coming from all the different Italian regions. That to say, Sicily, Puglia. It says it probably
From north to
covers
south.
all the Italian tradition of wines.
Sì,
Yes.
perfetto.
And with the food as well, you have decided to be, yes, you do cicchetti, but it's the quality that is very important. Quindi con i non è solo una questione di avere i
Sì,
cicchetti,
ma
anche la
anche
qualità,
la scelta della materia prima.
Esatto.
Che soprattutto in Italia la scelta è variegata, sia per quanto riguarda qualità e soprattutto per prezzo. Quindi cerchiamo di usare prodotti di qualità e locali, soprattutto locali.
E quindi
e
anche
comunque,
i cicchetti tendono a essere, ne avete alcuni che sono classici, però poi sono anche molto stagionali.
Certo, cambiamo continuamente, infatti è difficile anche proporre un menù. Diciamo sempre venite dentro proprio per vedere quali sono, perché li cambiamo quotidianamente.
Okay.
Okay, so what he's saying, they are also very careful to the choice of the ingredients for the cicchetti. So they try to buy local. They also choose the quality of the ingredients is very important, because of course you can have, in Italy says you can have cheap things. You have a choice which is so amazing that you can really use anything, but they try also to choose quality in what they prepare. And so this is also difficult. It's difficult to have a menu because things, of course, you need to use what you find in the market. And the choices, so they don't have a menu. They usually tell to people, come in and see what we have and choose what we have.
Now also you started to have also another thing you're developing, you're trying to develop tasting. Un'altra cosa che state cercando di fare è di sviluppare magari più avanti, quando si potrà tornare, delle degustazioni.
Sì, la nostra idea è appunto di abbinare proprio in base alla scelta che abbiamo fatto commerciale, di abbinare, quindi fare queste degustazioni dove abbiniamo il vino, partiamo dal Veneto, ma comunque abbiamo intenzione di ampliarci a tutta Italia, con dei prodotti tipici del luogo, quindi se andiamo in Toscana piuttosto che in Puglia, quindi abbinare un vino pugliese, toscano, siciliano con il cibo del posto e quindi offrire, quindi fare ogni settimana una scelta diversa.
Ed è una degustazione a 360 gradi,
sì,
non è
sì,
solo vino, è tutto proprio un'esperienza.
Sì, il pacchetto completo.
So hopefully in the future, this is the idea they have now. They would like to improve and to start tasting not just of wines but also of food. So they would like to pair the food with the wines, and the idea is they will try it every week. They will choose a wine, for example, from Tuscany, and they will pair food from the region. So they would like to start doing this kind of thing so that people can experience not just the wine but also the food connected with the region.
Una cosa particolare di questo posto che io trovo molto interessante è che quando si arriva, anche durante il periodo della pandemia, c'erano sempre quelli del posto che vengono. È un posto di ritrovo per la gente anche del posto, non solo per i visitatori. So, aspetta che traduco. So, one thing that I really like about this place is this is not just a place for visitors and tourists. This is a place that even during the pandemic, all the local people used to come to get a bottle of wines and stuff. And when I arrived earlier this morning at 11, you had all the old men already on the third drink sitting here. Che già il signore c'era già al terzo.
La tradizione veneziana è quella dell'ombra e quindi
presto.
la continuità.
Presto.
Infatti dopo le 11 vanno tutti a casa perché sono già arrivati alla terza quarta.
He says by 11 they're already there because by 11 is already on the third, fourth. They go home and just leave.
È proprio l'abitudine veneziana di fare i 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 locali.
Partendo presto.
Ogni posto bevono l'ombra e arrivano all'ultimo che naturalmente sono già avanti.
So as Monica was saying, this place is also very popular among locals. So even during pandemic, when it was possible to be open, it was crowded with the Venetians. And what he's saying is that this morning Monica came here and the Venetians were already having their first, maybe their third or fourth ombra, so the fourth glass of wine.
I saw when they went to pay.
Yeah, and they were saying because it's traditional for Venice, so that the Venetian, they start their trip in the morning and they will go in their tour, from a flower to flower like the bees. Yeah, so they will go from a bar to another and they will have their ombra, their shade of wine, and then they go more or less for more at 11. It's time.
Yeah. Allora, voi siete aperti 7 giorni su 7, we're open 7 days a week. Now that things are getting better, adesso che torniamo nella normalità, si spera.
Si spera il prima possibile.
Okay.
Sì, teniamo aperto tutti i giorni, tranne che Natale, Santo Stefano, però per il resto siamo sempre aperti. Dalla mattina alla sera.
Una domanda. I know, because you're not from Venice, you're from outside like me. How hard was it to get on with the Venetian? So, siccome so che anche tu sei di fuori, non sei di qua come me, quanto difficile è stato farti accettare dai quelli del posto?
Beh, se devo essere onesto, non tanto, anche perché comunque io sono nato e cresciuto a Venezia e dopo mi sono trasferito in terraferma e ho sempre lavorato qui a Venezia, quindi i miei genitori sono veneziani, nati e cresciuti a Venezia, io sono cresciuto a Sant'Elena e dopo, in età però presto, sono trasferito in terraferma, ma sono sempre stato legato a Venezia perché i miei nonni erano qua e quindi io sono sempre stato legato. Per cui per me venire a Venezia è una cosa normale. Poi i veneziani sono aperti, non sono persone, insomma.
Oddio.
Dipende. Sono sempre quelli che si lamentano, però in linea di massima, lo dico sì da veneziano. Cioè, Venezia è cresciuta col turismo, è cresciuta col commercio.
Però ti sei di Sant'Elena? No, del Canareggio.
No,
ciao. He's from another sestiere.
Era di Castello, ma cosa c'entra?
So he was born and raised in Venice, even if after he moved in the mainland, and so Monica was asking him how it was to
come back in a way.
to come back, and how the Venetians reacted to a person from not from Venice being. But he says, "I'm from Venice. My family is from Venice," and then he will say, "The Venetians are always welcoming to people, so they are used to live with commerce and with tourists. So they." He says they treated well.
Non penso che siamo a livello dei senesi, con tutto il bene che voglio ai senesi, con cui ho avuto maniera, ho tanti amici.
We're not like the people from Siena. Le contrade.
Esatto.
Hai qualche domanda tu per... Perché tu bazzicavi qui.
Sì.
So she used to come around.
So I used to work in Orsoni, in the furnace.
That's where they make the mosaics.
And this was one of my favorite part of Venice, of course, at the time, because I used to spend a lot of time here. Niente, quello che noto tornando dopo tanto tempo è che per fortuna basta uscire dalla strada nuova per trovare ogni volta. Every time I have the shock of strada nuova, unluckily, which is like full of people.
But today,
è l'autostrada di Venezia.
Today, I don't know, I was waiting for Daniela at the train station, and all of a sudden I felt like, okay, have we gone back to 2 years ago? It was packed.
Yeah, if you want to see people in Venice, you just need to come to Strada Nuova. And luckily, the businesses too, which in the Strada Nuova are, of course. But you just need to turn like 100 meters and you start finding all the. You just need to go to the ghetto or to Fondamento or Mezzini, and everything changes.
So this is a very easy place to find because just steps away from San Marcola. And I repeat, this is one of my favorite places. Always been. I've been coming here before Claudio was here when Roberto and his sister.
Not because of him.
No, because of him. Sorry, it's his girlfriend. But what I particularly liked about when Claudio and his partners took over is that we were all worried when the other owners said we were going to be selling. Were, oh no, we're going to change it. And instead they kept everything as it was. The inside, the food and everything, and they just simply improved it. That is very important. So they kept a tradition, they kept Sabrina. She's
watching.
It's continuity. It's continuity because the place was good as it was, and to improve it was good, so I really like that. Claudio, grazie.
Grazie a voi.
Anche dei cicchetti. Ti lasciamo andare a lavorare. Have you got any questions? No? Okay. Sorry? Okay, so we can just okay. So I hope Joanne and Kathleen were happy with what we said, and I'm so sorry. I mean, it would have been lovely to have Mia. It really, really would have been lovely. We probably next year, maybe. Mirta, you're ti assumo. I'm gonna employ you not only to do the social media next year. You're gonna go around to the interviews. Oh my God! Yes, definitely. We can go like me and you and stuff. So, guys, it was lovely talking to you. I'll see you tomorrow for the last lunch we will offer. Tomorrow we're gonna meet Philip Green Jones, and we're gonna introduce you to Chinico. So thank you so much for watching. Oh, we got question. Oh, we got comment. Okay. Oh, I'm worried about the comment.
When you will be in Venice, we can came here for taste of wonderful comment. You guys are making me very hungry and thirsty.
Oh, that's good. And that's what we wanted to do, because you have to remember, we're going to have a nice glass of Rebozo now, and we're going to get those cicchetti. So, chin chin cara, and see you later. Ciao, ciao, everybody.
Ciao.
Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Like a lion, uncontrolled. Your mark is on my back, just like that. In it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind. control. We like to burn out fast. We're hot like that. Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like that. Just like that. Yeah, in it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind. Always, all of the time. Yeah, in it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind. Always, all of the time. All the time. You know that I'ma keep it cool. With you I feel like breaking rules. On the edge, looking out with no parachute. You know I'm dreaming about us too. Playing around without a clue. On the edge, leaning out. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing. But guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you're asleep. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing. But guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you're asleep. Had to convince my friends this time. Think you're toxic to my mind, but I know they don't know what you're all about. The way you hold my body tight, staying up talking through the night. Yeah, I know they just don't. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing. But guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you're asleep. I need more of. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round the
Patience.
champion,
Sustainable fashion in Venice.
I got tons of soul on my true
At midday,
collectible.
lunch with the offer.
Number one desirable.
Books for
I
Venice
do what I
at
want when I
Cantina
want it, how I
Aziende
want it.
Agricole.
Leave you with the one in the
At
air.
1 p.m.,
I got
Nicolao
you, so I don't
Atelier,
care about no
dressing the world of
better
theatre from Venice.
incredible. Always on the
At 2 p.m., Marisa Convento, resident artisan at Bottega Cini in Venice. At 3 p.m., Venice Music Project, the search for Baroque music in Venice. At 4 p.m., Paper Owl, paper jewellery and art in Venice. At 5 p.m., The Merchant of Venice, the art of perfumery in Venice. At 6 p.m., Daniela Ghezzo, the art of bespoke shoemaking in Venice. At 7 p.m., Anathema, artisan-made silk clothes in Venice.
This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it, 'cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, yeah. All I wanna do is just say, you don't understand how I play. I am on my way to win you over. No way, yeah. Oh, you can hear my voice in your head, and you wanna hear it again. So you play it over and over, yeah.
Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Like a lion, uncontrolled. Your mark is on my back, just like control. We like to burn out fast. We're hot like that. Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like that. Just like that. Yeah, in it for the-
Hi everybody, welcome back to Venice. This is Live in Venice week and this is our 6th day. Today is the day for fashion. Coming up
At 11 a.m., Patience, Sustainable Fashion in Venice. At midday, lunch with the author, Books for Venice at Cantina Aziende Agricole. At 1 p.m., Nicolao Atelier, Dressing the World of Theatre from Venice. At 2 p.m., Marisa Convento, Resident Artisan at Bottega Cini in Venice. At 3 p.m., Venice Music Project, the search for Baroque music in Venice. At 4 p.m., Paper Owl, paper jewelry and art in Venice. At 5 p.m., The Merchant of Venice, the art of perfumery in Venice. At 6 p.m., Daniela Ghezzo, the art of bespoke shoemaking in Venice. At 7 p.m.,
Had to convince my friends this time. Think you're toxic to my mind, but I know they don't know what you're all about. The way you hold my body tight, staying up talking through the night. Yeah, I know they just don't. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing, but guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you just leave. I need more of. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. I got tons of soul on my true collectible. Famous, oh so famous, number one, desirable. I do what I want, when I want, and how I want it. Leave you
Hi
with the one,
everybody,
yeah,
welcome back to
that's how
Venice.
I roll.
This is Live in Venice week and this is our 6th day. Today is the day for fashion. Coming up
And I never feel sorry, yeah.
at 11 a.m., Patience, Sustainable Fashion in Venice. At midday, lunch with the author, Books for Venice at Cantina Aziende Agricole. At 1 p.m., Nicolao Atelier, Dressing the World of Theatre from Venice. At 2 p.m., Marisa Convento, Resident Artisan at Bottega Cini in Venice. At 3 p.m., Venice Music Project, the search for Baroque music in Venice. At 4 p.m., Paper Owl, paper jewelry and art in Venice. At 5 p.m., The Merchant of Venice, the art of perfumery in Venice. At 6 p.m., Daniela Ghezzo, the art of bespoke shoemaking in Venice. At 7 p.m., Anathema, artisan-made silk clothes in Venice.
All I wanna do is just stay. You don't understand how I play. I am in my way to win you over. No way, yeah. Oh, you can hear my voice in your head, and you wanna hear it again. So you play it over and over, and over, yeah.
Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Like a lion, uncontrolled. Your mark is on my back, just control. We like to burn out fast. We're hot like that. Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like that. Just like that. Yeah, in it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind. Always, all of the time. Yeah, in it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind. Always, all of the time. All the time. You know that I'm a keeper.
Hi everybody, welcome back to Venice. This is Live in Venice Week and this is our 6th day. Today is the day for fashion. Coming up,
At 11 a.m., Patience, Sustainable Fashion in Venice. At midday, Lunch with the Author, Books for Venice at Cantina Aziende Agricole. At 1 p.m., Nicolao Atelier, Dressing the World of Theatre from Venice. At 2 p.m.,
But guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing. But guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you're just sleep. Had to confess. Crown a champion, a champion. I got tons of soul on my true collectible. Famous, so famous, number one, desirable. I do what I want when I want and how I want it. Leave you with the one in the air, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, top of the world. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved.
all the time. You know that I'ma keep it cool. With you I feel like breaking rules. On the edge, looking out with no parachute. You know I'm dreaming about us two, playing around without a clue. On the edge, cleaning out. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing, but guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you're asleep. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing, but guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you're asleep.
Crown a champion, a champion. I got tons of soul, I'm a true collectible. Famous, oh so famous, #1 desirable. I do what I want, when I want, and how I want it. Leave you with the one in, yeah, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, to all the world. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause I know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate us, approve of how they love. They can bring me down, nah. They are jealous, a million my umbrella, yeah, they love me so. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, yeah. All I wanna do is just say, you don't understand how I play. I am on my way to win you over. No way, yeah. Oh, you can hear my voice in your head, and you wanna hear it again. So you play it over and over, yeah.
Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Like a lion, uncontrolled. Your mark is on my back, just like that. In it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time. Collide with me, come high with me, and I'll go for you. Divine and free, go ride with me. Yeah, we'll go. Like the firing, lose control. We like to burn out fast. We're hot like that. Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. In it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time.
You know that I'ma keep it cool. With you I feel like breaking rules. On the edge, looking out with no parachute. You know I'm dreaming about us too. Playing around without a clue. On the edge, leaning out. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing. But guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you just leave. With us it's all or nothing. champion. I got tons of soul on my true collectible. Famous, oh so famous, number one, desirable. I do what I want when I want and how I want it. Leave you with the one in the air, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, to the world. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause I know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate us, approve of how they love. They can bring me down, nah, nah, nah. They are jealous of me and my umbrella, yeah, they love me so. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round, yeah, yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, yeah. All I wanna do is just say, you don't understand how I play. I am on my way to win you over and over, yeah. Oh, you can hear my voice in your head, and you wanna hear it again. So you play it over and over and over, yeah.
Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Like a lion, uncontrolled. Your mark is on my back, just like that. In it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time. Collide with me, come high with me, and I go for you. Divine and free, go ride with me. Yeah, we'll go. Let the fire in, lose control. We like to burn out fast. We're hot like that. Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like that, just like that. In it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time.
You know that I'ma keep it cool. With you I feel like breaking rules. On the edge, looking out with no parachute. You know I'm dreaming about us two, playing around without a clue. On the edge, leaning out. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing, but guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you're just sleep. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, be round a champion, a champion. I got tons of soul on my true collectible. Famous, oh so famous, number one, desirable. I do what I want when I want and how I want it. Leave you with the one in, yeah, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, to the world. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause I know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate us, approve of how they love. They can bring me down, nah, nah, nah. They are jealous of me and my umbrella, yeah, they love me so. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round, yeah, you all wanna be round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, yeah. All I wanna do is just say, you don't understand how I play. I am on my way to win you over and over, yeah. Oh, you can hear my voice in your head, and you wanna hear it again. So you play it over and over and over, yeah.
Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Like a lion, uncontrolled. Your mark is on my back, just like that. In it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time. Collide with me, come high with me, and I'll go for you. Divine and free, go ride with me. Yeah, we'll go. Let the fire in, lose control. We like to burn out fast. We're hot like that. Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like that, just like that. Yeah, in it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time.
You know that I'ma keep it cool. With you I feel like breaking rules. On the edge, looking out with no parachute. You know I'm dreaming about us two, playing around without a clue. On the edge, leaning out. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing, but guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you just leave. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess Crown a champion, a champion. I got tons of soul on my true collectible. Famous, also famous, #1 desirable. I do what I want when I want and how I want it. Leave you with the one in, yeah, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, to fuck the world. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. By a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause you I know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate it, approve of how they love. They can bring me down, nah, nah, nah. They are jealous of me and my umbrella, yeah, they love me so. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round, yeah, yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. By a champion, yeah. All I wanna do is just say, you don't understand how I play. I am on my way to win you over. No way, yeah. Oh, you can hear my voice in your head. And you wanna hear it again. So you play it over and over and over, yeah.
Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Like a lion, uncontrolled. Your mark is on my back, just like that. In it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time. Collide with me, come high with me, and I'll go for you. Divine and free, go ride with me. Yeah, we'll go. At the firing, lose control. We like to burn out fast. We're hot like that. Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Yeah, in it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time.
You know that I'ma keep it cool. With you I feel like breaking rules. On the edge, looking out with no parachute. You know I'm dreaming about us too. Playing around without a clue. On the edge, cleaning out. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing. But guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you just leave. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. a champion, a champion. I got tons of soul, I'm a true collectible. Famous, oh so famous, number one desirable. I do what I want when I want and how I want it. Leave you with the one in yeah, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, top of the world. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause I know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate us, approve of how they love. They can bring me down, nah. They are jealous, a million my umbrella, yeah, they love me so. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, yeah. All I wanna do is just say, you don't understand how I play. I am in my way to win you over. No way, yeah. Oh, you can hear my voice in your head. And you wanna hear it again. So you play it over and over. And over, yeah.
Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Like a lion, uncontrolled. Your mark is on my back, just like that. In it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time. Collide with me, come high with me, and I'll go for you. Divine and free, go ride with me. Yeah, we'll go. Like a fire in, lose control. We like to burn out fast. We're hot like that. Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Yeah, in it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time.
You know that I'ma keep it cool. With you I feel like breaking rules. On the edge, looking out with no parachute. You know I'm dreaming about us too. Playing around without a clue. On the edge, leaning out. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing. But guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you just leave. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing. But guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you just leave. champion, a champion. I got tons of soul on my true collectible. Famous, also famous, number one desirable. I do what I want when I want and how I want it. Leave you with the one in, yeah, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, top of the world. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause you I know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate it to prove of how they love. They can bring me down, nah, nah, nah. They are jealous of me and my umbrella, yeah, they love me so. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round, yeah, yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, yeah. All I wanna do is just stay. You don't understand how I play. I am on my way to win you over. No way, yeah. Oh, you can hear my voice in your head. And you wanna hear it again. So you play it over and over and over, yeah.
Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Like a lion, uncontrolled. Your mark is on my back, just like that. In it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time. Collide with me, come high with me, and I go for you. Divine and free, go ride with me. Yeah, we'll go. Let the fire in, lose control. We like to burn out fast. We're hot like that. Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Yeah, in it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time.
You know that I'ma keep it cool. With you I feel like breaking rules. On the edge, looking out with no parachute. You know I'm dreaming about us too. Playing around without a clue. On the edge, leaning out. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing. But guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you just leave. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. champion, a champion. I got tons of soul on my true collectible. Famous, also famous, number one desirable. I do what I want when I want and how I want it. Leave you with the one in the air, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, top of the world. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause I know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate us, approve of how they love. They can bring me down, nah, nah, nah. They are jealous of me and my umbrella, yeah, they love me so. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round, yeah, yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, yeah. All I wanna do is just say, you don't understand how I play. I am on my way to win you over. No way, yeah. Oh, you can hear my voice in your head. And you wanna hear it again. So you play it over and over and over, yeah.
Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Like a lion, uncontrolled. Your mark is on my back, just like that. In it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time. Collide with me, come high with me, and I go for you. Divine and free, go ride with me. Yeah, we'll go. Let the fire in, lose control. We like to burn out fast. We're hot like that. Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. In it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time.
You know that I'ma keep it cool. With you I feel like breaking rules. On the edge, looking out with no parachute. You know I'm dreaming about us two, playing around without a clue. On the edge, cleaning out. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing, but guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you're asleep. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or a champion, a champion. I got tons of soul on my true collectible. Famous, so famous, number one, desirable. I do what I want when I want and how I want it. Leave you with the one in the air, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, to fuck the world. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause I know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate us, approve of how they love. They can bring me down, nah, nah, nah. They are jealous of me and my umbrella, yeah, they love me so. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round, yeah, yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, yeah. All I wanna do is just say, you don't understand how I play. I am on my way to win you over. No way, yeah. Oh, you can hear my voice in your head. And you wanna hear it again. So you play it over and over and over, yeah.
Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Like a lion, uncontrolled. Your mark is on my back, just like that. In it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time. Collide with me, come high with me, and I'll go for you. Divine and free, go ride with me. Yeah, we'll go. Let the fire in, lose control. We like to burn out fast. We're hot like that. Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. In it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time.
You know that I'ma keep it cool. With you I feel like breaking rules. On the edge, looking out with no parachute. You know I'm dreaming about us too. Playing around without a clue. On the edge, leaning out. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing. But guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you just leave. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing. But guess a soul, I'm a true collectible. Famous, also famous, number one, desirable. I do what I want, when I want, and how I want it. Leave you with the one, and yeah, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, to fuck the world. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause I know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate us, approve of how they love. They can bring me down, nah, nah, nah. They are jealous of me and my umbrella, yeah, they love me so. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round, yeah, yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, yeah. All I wanna do is just say, you don't understand how I play. I am in my way to win you over. No way, yeah. Oh, you can hear my voice in your head. And you wanna hear it again. So you play it over and over. And over, yeah.
Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Like a lion, uncontrolled. Your mark is on my back, just like that. In it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time. Collide with me, come high with me, and I go for you. Divine and free, go ride with me.
Ciao, hi everybody. I am Cinzia, a professional tourist guide in Venice, and today I'm inside a special place. It's a store. It's called Bottega Cini, and thanks to SofaTour who organizes this Live-in Week Venice. Bottega Cini is something innovative, not only here in Venice, but we can say in Italy.
Oh, yes.
And here we have the store manager of this Bottega Cini, the lovely lady Ilenia Busic. Okay, Ilenia, could you please tell something about the place you work, because you are the store manager.
Yes. So I'm representing here the Merchant of Venice, which is one of the creators of Bottega Cini. I'm also the store manager, and this idea was born thanks to CEO of the Merchant of Venice, Marco Vidal, and Giovanni Aliata di Montreale, which is a grandson of Vittorio Cini and also director of Archivio Vittorio Cini. So they created this kind of collaboration. Bottega Cini idea is to represent excellencies of Venetian artisans, and also to create atmosphere like you are in some Venetian bottega during the Renaissance. So you have direct communication between Venetian art, artisans, and Venetian culture.
In fact, when we talk about Bottega Cini, we talk about concept store, right?
Yes.
And do you want to explain, because the audience maybe don't know, what is a concept store?
So we have a selection of, first of all, we are representing something new. So it's a new idea to have this type of stores in Venice, and we hope that also a lot of other realities will develop this kind of stores. And inside, thanks to the Merchant of Venice, which is actually on the head of the retail of Bottega Cini, we actually selected a lot of products of Venetian artisans. Obviously, we have the fragrances of the Merchant of Venice. So the Merchant of Venice is telling the story about the Venetian merchants, and each fragrance is actually telling the story about one of the caravans. After that, we also choose Naso Moretti, so they are making Murano glass. And Naso Moretti, it's for a long period collaborating with the Merchant of Venice. They are very particular because of the vivid colors that they are developing. For example, they could develop 22 types of green or 8 types of blue. So this is one of the most particular things about Naso Moretti. And they also have this very fine, very modern design with following the tradition of Murano glass.
Yes, I think that it's modern, but it's classical.
Yes,
So I mean,
yes.
we can put. I mean, we can put everywhere, both in the houses, in the homes, having classical furniture and also modern
Yes,
furniture.
of course. And they're also
it matches
collaborating.
with everything. Okay.
Yes, and they're also collaborating with architects, with designers. So thanks to them, they develop these shapes which are really for everybody's
Sure.
home, for every type of design.
Okay, and how did you choose the artisans working here? I mean,
The main idea was to choose really the best of the best.
Okay.
For instance, we have Ercole Moretti, and they
Very
say
famous.
also, Marisa say that they have the best Murino in the world. And they're also very important for the history of the developing of some pearls and some Murines. And this is one of the maybe most traditional types of plates with Murine.
And Ercole Moretti is famous because look at this beautiful plate. So it's famous because of this kind of works of art. Because
Glass-
I mean,
glass mosaic,
I think it's a work of art.
It's absolutely a work of art.
And
yes.
Murina
It's one
is
of the
a
most
typical-
ancient type of works developed in Venice.
I see also here this bag, for
Yes,
example.
you have Bevilacqua bags.
Bevilacqua, we yesterday we had a live. We filmed a video inside Bevilacqua, and so everything. But I'd like to point it out that here everything is made by hand,
Yes,
right?
yes.
And here you can find actually the real and the most and the best artisans of the city.
Absolutely. And we are very proud that everything is really made in Venice. So it's really Venetian product.
So if you buy something here, you are sure that they are made here in Venice by hand. So do you have clients coming from abroad? Which kind of which are the countries of your clients?
So obviously now, considering this situation,
I
we
know.
didn't have a lot of people from abroad, but however, we saw some of the people, for example, from Germany, from Austria, from France, even from England, from USA, which are maybe living here in Italy, that they appreciate very much this kind of new idea of shop in Venice.
But also, Bottega Cini is also a bookshop.
Yes, it's also a
I
bookshop.
see some books here, for example.
We choose also to represent 4 Venetian publishers. We have Marsilio. So
the Marsilio is a. You see here this is about Bellini, a very famous painter of
Yes.
the first Renaissance here in Venice.
also the themes. So we don't have all books, but we made selection of the books which are telling you the story about Venetian Renaissance, or maybe telling you the story about some of the artisans. History of perfume, like for example this one here, which is
Wow.
published by Linea d'Acqua, which is one more publisher that we have here.
Okay.
You have also stories about famous persons from Venice, like Marco Polo, Casanova, but you have also the mysteries. So you have this book written by Alberto Tosofei and published by Elseviero. So also mysteries and legends of Venice.
Mysteries and legends, yes, because
Yes.
Venice actually is not only full of arts and history, but also legends and mysteries now are parts of
You
Venetian
find a
culture.
very good selection of Venetian, mostly Venetian editing houses.
For
Yes.
sure. So just a question. What happened during the pandemic?
But basically, we opened during the June, July of last year. So it means in the middle of the pandemic, with the act of courage, you know, because this project is something quite interesting and quite important for this city. And I must say, while we were having some people from, you know, Austria, Germany, or France, we actually started very good. And I hope that we will do very well once when everything is maybe reopened and when the people all around the world could come here, you know, and visit us.
But you have all the social media. I mean, you
Yes,
are in
yes.
you have the website.
We have the website. We are also on Facebook, on Instagram. We are also, you can also order online things. So we are.
So you sell also online, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you can find, I mean, items. No, sorry, I don't want to use the word items. Works of art of Bottegaccini. I mean, you can find them online, and you can choose, I mean, the one that you prefer. There is a question, maybe.
Yes. Do you have any projects connected to what you're selling? Is it something that you're trying to launch or promote thanks
Yes.
to and with the Bottegaccini?
Yes, of course. For example, one of the recent projects is developed during these festivities of 1,600 years of Venice. We have this kind of collaboration with Toscolano, so handmade paper. It's historically, the interesting thing is that the Toscolano was making paper for Serenissima, for Republic of Venice. And this is the renewal of this kind of collaboration between Toscolano, which is on Lago di Garda, and you have also
Okay.
you have also, for example, this kind of, you know, papers with the logo of 1,600 years of Venice.
Which is
Yes.
still printed with the old machine and
With the
all
old machine.
printing Heidelberg machine.
And it's handmade, so with cotton, but they're also working with other sustainable materials.
Yes, because touching it, I mean, I feel that it's
Yes.
something having cotton. Yeah,
Yes,
soft.
yes,
Yeah.
it's quite soft, and it's something quite antique, and it was always during the centuries connected with Venice. So we now reconnected, thanks to Bottegaccini, these two realities, Venice and Toscolano.
And also, it's a quite sustainable company
Yes.
because they also work in a very slow way and also using some elements that would be otherwise thrown away,
Yes.
like the artichokes from
Yes.
Sant'Erasmo.
Really?
Artichokes,
Okay.
yes.
Wow.
Artichokes,
How?
so yeah, yes.
They use the stem, which
Yes.
is not edible. They use the
Really?
stem to create a very nice paper that has a subtle green color.
Yes.
So in total, how many artists have their own, sell here? In total, how many?
So the number
More or
is
less,
constantly
yeah.
growing,
It's
and
growing,
yes,
okay,
yes, and that's the good thing. For now, I think that we have around 10 or maybe even more, you know, because every day, especially now when we reopen, we are trying to insert new
Like the
things.
famous porcellana.
For example, the porcelains Gimignano Cozzi, which
Oh,
is
yeah.
fine porcelain, bone china.
Yes, Cozzi, we can see Cozzi porcelain also in Carezzonico
Yes.
Museum.
And
also
this
Palazzo
is
Cini.
And also
collection.
in Palazzo Cini as well. But and if you visit, I mean, Carezzonico, coming here, you can see lots of Cozzi porcelain. They are very famous.
and you can find precisely this piece because this is a reproduction of the piece that you have actually in museum.
Really?
Yes.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. It's called
like it.
Chinesi, and it's one of the traditional collections that Cozzi developed.
Okay.
While now we develop also this in collaboration with Cozzi, so it's again dedicated to Venice and to celebration of the foundation of Venice.
Together in cooperation with Cozzi.
With Cozzi, yes.
Okay.
As
the-
you see, it's written
yes,
Vinegia,
yeah.
which is antique name of Venice,
Sì,
and also
Vinegia.
the year of the founding of the legend of the founding of the city.
And 421 was the legend has it that Venice was found in that year.
In that year, yes.
Yeah. You have a question, Sarah?
Yes,
Yeah.
because for technical reasons we cannot take everybody around and see the store. Our audience is asking if you ever host art exhibitions in the space.
Yes. We also, one of the most important things for Bottega Cini was to create spaces where you can find the products of the artisans. Then one space where we have multimedia sala, so we have we are developing with different artists short movies, but also exhibition, and this is something that we will develop even more, especially now when everything reopens, because of the situation we couldn't do more on this point, but probably in this next period we will have a lot of more interesting exhibitions.
Okay. Another question.
Are there more than one store like this in Venice?
For the moment, we are the only one. We are the first one. So probably we hope that this would be the model, for other realities to unite, maybe to create this kind of nice unions between the artisans, artists, and Venetian institutions.
Also because it becomes like a brand of quality. Like
Yes.
you
Yes.
know that what you're presenting is the best,
Yes.
or
For
is
example,
authentic.
the beautiful silk screen works by
Yes, by
Falani.
Falani.
Wow.
We have also
This is
this.
Cadario.
They develop the palaces, Cadario and Cadoro. So here you can see Cadario.
This is Cadario. It's a beautiful palazzo along the Grand Canal, having yellow marbles decorating the facade.
But for example, now there is also an actual very well-known artist displaying in the window of
Oh
Bottega
yes,
Cini.
of course. It's Robert Morgan. He is from New York, but he's living in Venice from 70s, and he was the person who met Peggy Guggenheim. He was the friend of Brodsky, for example. Testimony also of the attempt on John Lennon. So it's quite interesting as a person. We have some of his works in our window shops.
When was Bottega Cini inaugurated?
It was inaugurated, so we open on 20 June 20, and then we do official sort of open day on 10th of August.
So it's almost 1 year now.
Yeah.
Wow, and you have a success, because
Yeah, it will be even more, once when Italy is open for tourists and for visitors.
And also when tourists coming from abroad could fly again.
And we can't wait to show all the beauties that we have.
We are ready.
Okay, now the time is over with Jelena, and we thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now I'd like to introduce a very important artisan here, Marisa Convento, who is an impiraressa.
Yes.
Impiraressa is a Venetian word. Marisa, what's an impiraressa?
Impiraressa is a Venetian name that comes from piron, which is the word for forchetta, for fork, here in Venice. And it's actually a word that comes from Greece, because as you know probably already, the use of the fork was brought to Venice from Byzantium. Likely they say from a princess that came to Venice. So impirar literally means to string like this. So you practically use these long needles like if they were the pointed spikes of a fork, to actually insert the tiny Venetian glass beads into these long needles in order to create bundles like these that were mainly taught for the transportation. Because if I spill this entire box of beads on the floor, it's going to be a mess. We'll never pick it up. But if I let this drop, nothing happens because it's perfectly safe, strung together like that. And also, this was a sort of guarantee for who was dealing with the beads, because since the Venetian glass seed beads were completely handmade in the glass furnaces of Murano, some of them were blind, we say orbo, no hole. So literally little sphere of glass, but not good for stringing. So the stringing was also a sort of safety mark to them.
So when did you start this job and why?
I started when I was younger, unfortunately. And I started because I used to like beads. I used to love to buy a lot of beads, but I was also paying a mortgage. So I said to myself, if you spend all the money in beads, you're not going to buy your house. So I started doing little things that I was bringing to like markets, hobby markets.
sure.
And I started selling them. I wanted to practice, to learn new methods of stringing. Nobody wanted to teach me. So I actually sort of self-taught myself.
Wow.
And then gradually became a profession.
So I see all these beautiful pieces of art here made by you and by hand. I'd like to point it out. And I don't know, I'd like to show you. I bought this from here, from Marisa. She made it for me because I like purple color. And I bought it, I don't remember, maybe 2 or 3 years ago.
See.
It's a unique piece of art.
Because I didn't have a lot of those beads, so actually we scraped the bottom. I scraped the bottom to make it up.
And also you have a beautiful mix in
white.
white, but using different colors.
The beauty of the Venetian glass beads has to do with the fine quality of the Venetian glass in general. And you have been to Murano in the past days, so your audience already had a little idea of how many different colors and variety of glass have been invented by the glass masters in the centuries. And these glass masters really were sort of alchemists. And in fact, their secret recipes, their secret formulas for making the glass were kept well secret. And literally, the world fell in love with these beads. The colors are fantastic. As I did fall in love with the beads, most of mankind fell in love with the beads. And in fact, these Venetian glass seed beads were used and are still used now by many people all around the world. It's really a very interesting case of shared intangible culture.
So clients obviously commit you some special pieces like me, for example, because I like purple. But how do you choose? I mean, to put together different colors. It depends on your taste.
It depends on the season. It depends on the state of mind. It depends on the idea that I wake up in the morning with. And it depends mostly on the beads, because I use the Venetian glass seed beads that are all old, so vintage, because these stopped being made in Murano already in the 90s. And I use the Venetian glass lampwork beads that are made by several friends, a couple in particular that I say hello to. One of them was your guest the other day, Alessia Fuga, and the other one is my friend Sara. And literally this type of beads that are made completely by hand with the lamp work system of work are made exclusively for me, so that each time I can have something different. And looking at the beauty of them, it's impossible not to get inspired.
So buying a piece by you, made by you, we not only buy the piece, we also buy something of you.
Well,
your feelings, your passions,
you
your
buy also,
emotions.
you buy my hands. You
Because
literally buy my
I
hands.
think that you put a lot of passion
But
in the different.
I want to
Oh,
make
wow.
clear that it's not possible to work only with your hands. When you work with your soul, with your emotions, with your fragility, with your state of mind, with your creativity, but also with your troubles, with the bad day that you woke up with. So it is a myth that an artisan starts working automatically in the morning,
Sure.
like by pushing a button in the back.
Yeah.
It is really, it has also really a lot to do with your state of mind. And if you do a creative work, it's all in Venice. It's also because of the city. It's a declaration of love to Venice.
For sure. Can I ask you,
Yes.
who or what inspires you still
Allora,
nowadays?
nowadays, who inspires me? The people I meet, I must say.
Okay. Oh, there is a question.
Yes. So if the beads have stopped being produced, who makes them now?
Allora, we are talking about the seed beads. The tiny seed beads have stopped being produced in Murano already at the end of the 90s. Okay, so those that I work with are old production, comes from old production. This type of bead now, the seed bead, is produced mainly in Japan, Czech Republic. In Czech Republic, they do a very nice production of them because in Czech Republic they have a long tradition of production of glass and crystals, and they make them a little bit everywhere in Taiwan, in China, of course, in India. They make them in Indonesia. They make them a little bit everywhere. But if we talk about good quality production that are used by beaders all over the world now, we must say mostly Czech Republic and Japan.
So why did Murano stop making them?
Because
can they
we
make them
went
again?
out of the market with the prices.
Okay.
This is the sample card of the last big company that was producing them in Murano. The place was so large, le conterie veneziane,
okay.
so large that now it hosts restaurants, hotels, and even a residential area that was inaugurated recently by the Comune di Venezia.
Yes, we were there the other day.
Ecco,
It's
so
beautiful space.
literally a huge city in the city, and but at a certain point, the change of taste, the arrival on the market of new materials, and change of fashion, and the of course rising of industrialized productions, let's say, sent us out of the market. But until today, the production that was made in Murano of the seed beads is the best.
So I know that the history of the beads has a lot of history,
Oh yeah.
and not only here in Venice. Could you please tell us something about Africa, beads of Africans,
Yes,
and
if,
from the States?
if we want to talk about beads all over the world, beads around the world, I mean, we must also define the different type of beads that went all over the world. And one of the most famous was, for example, La Rosetta, the chevron. The chevron is not only one of the most famous bead ever produced in Venice, but also the oldest, because this was invented by Maria Barovière, a lady that was the daughter of Angelo Barovière, a very, very famous glass master of Murano. They have invented several different types of glass that are so famous still today. And it is a bead that was made with the system of the drawn cane of glass, literally a very thick type of cane of glass that has in the section, you can see the beautiful design that normally has 6 layers and 12 points. It's known all over the world as chevron, and the chevron has become so famous all over the world that still today in Africa, chief of tribes,
Wow. Yes.
dignitaries, but also important people like lawyers or doctors wear it as an insignia of power, wear it as a
status symbol. And this is one of the most known, the most desired in the antique market also, because it's no longer made in Venice. And then we have la fiorata, which is a type of work which is quite feminine, and it's called the floral. And let's say that this is a bit that has developed a lot, that was known a lot also in Europe, because it's a very European taste, but also became famous in America. In fact, in America, they call it wedding cake bead.
Ah, really?
Because the
Wedding
decorations
cake.
that you have on top of the beads look like the icing on a cake. And then we have, of course, the queen of all beads
For
that
sure.
went to Africa, the mille fiori, the glass mosaic. We have seen before the glass mosaic work made by Ercole Moretti in a plate. And this is actually the same system, only that we have the little rondelle, the little slices of glass mosaic that are used to coat a bead, and everything is molten together with the fire, and you arrive to this beautiful result that is called mille fiori, 1,000 flowers, because most of these murrine look like little flowers. So there are several different type of works, and different type of works that went all over the world. For example, in Europe, the works, some of the works that were made with the seed beads were these fringes that were mostly used for the decoration of the lampshades. Many of you probably have seen.
My mother has them. Yeah.
Madre note, or maybe even going to a flea market, you might happen to see one of these lampshades that were decorated. And of course, think about the fashion during the 20s and the 30s. The roaring 20s, as they call it, the Great Gatsby, the Great Gatsby era, and those lovely Charleston dresses that were literally covered in beads that would fly everywhere dancing. Even today, if you look one of those programs on TV, most of the dancers wear this type of dresses. And these are some examples. Maybe Cinzia, you want to bring it near the camera. These are flowers, beaded flowers, and a little bag. A little bag that was made entirely crocheting beads, tiny seed beads, and dates back to the last quarter of the 1800s. And we can recognize these the period because, as you can see here, it depicts Venice. And this with the landscape were typical of that area. And if you bring it near the camera, this is the island of Mazzorbo.
Mazzorbo is an island close to Murano, connected to Murano by a bridge. So these bags represent.
And this bag represents the island of Mazzorbo, and it's a beautiful artwork. These were the Chanel, the Hermes of the time. So these were used for the foregoing. Yes.
A question.
So if a client comes in here and wants something, well, of course, all of your works are unique, right? So if somebody comes in, is visiting Venice, and they want to buy a piece from you, can you also make it for them?
Yes.
How long does it normally take?
It depends on the piece. First of all, it must be something that I do. It must be one of the techniques that I use. Because if, for example, you ask me to make these, to reproduce these, no, I'm sorry, that this cannot be done. But if it's something that I do, like the necklaces that I do, or with the tassels, or with the corals, or with the variety of beads and all the different techniques that I do, of course, they can be customized. They can be made for the person that asks it, in the size, in the length, in the color. So they can choose the beads, they can choose the size, they can choose the color they prefer, and all the rest. And the time that it takes, it depends on the period, because if I am very, very busy, of course, it could take long. If it's something that I can just adapt, maybe from something that is already ready-made, it takes less time. But there is to specify one thing, that handmade things never take short time to be done. So it's really all relative. If you approach an artisan in any different type of field of the artisanship, you must learn passion.
For sure.
That's what we've been talking about a lot this
It's
week,
slow,
about
it's
the
slow.
slow,
Yeah.
about the pace, and about patience and
It's
time.
slow and it's expensive because luxury now it's something that it's handmade, sometimes exactly for you, and you only have. So you don't show something that is worn by
Sure.
many others. It's something perfectly done for you that identify you as the proud owner of it.
If you want to have something, I mean,
Mm.
made by hand, something unique, you have to pay. Because
Exactly.
I mean, it's I am I know that I have my unique piece of art made by her.
Sometimes the clients ask me how do they recognize an authentic Venetian glass bead item, and my answer is always the same. It's like with candies.
Ah,
You
sure.
never accept candies from unknown people. So, because you would never eat something that you don't know where it comes from. So, if you buy from a person that is renowned, that has a reputation, that has a place that can show you the origin of the pieces, and a piece that has a name and a surname, then you are sure that you buy something good.
Are there also clients coming here asking you suggestions for some suggestions for having for customize their own piece? I think so you can give suggestions.
See, of course, we do that. Normally, the people that buy my pieces is because they met me somewhere or online. I've been working already for many years, so people I have my public, and also with the tam no, from
Yeah.
person to person. Like you, for example, you have perfect,
Oh, yeah.
perfect testimonial. You go around
Yes.
with the piece, and let's say that it's really something that grows not quickly, cioè the confidence that the public has on you. And it's something that I wish would happen for most of my colleague artisans of every field. So this is why you are doing this, to convince people that Venice has so much to offer, but it really takes a little bit of your time. So don't come very quickly to Venice, because otherwise you don't enjoy.
And you don't experience what you could
You
be
don't
experiencing.
experience what there is to experience, and you might go back with a bad feeling about the place, because
A question?
Yes. Looking at your works from here with the sea beads, you got inspired from corals. It looks like in the shape. What other shapes do you like to make?
I like to make everything. I like to make a lot of flowers too. I like to make the flowers. I started making flowers, and I like to reproduce tiny bouquets like these.
Wow.
Sometimes also decorating. Let's see if I can grab the bag over there without killing myself and not going too out of the.
Wow.
Well, you also mentioned Charleston dresses.
Yes.
Have you ever collaborated in creating a Charleston dress with the sea beads?
No, I wouldn't mind, but you see, the word of the fashion, it's a little bit detached from my word, because normally also in France they have these, the French, for example, are quite good at that. They have these maisons, these houses that make trims or make, like for example, silk flowers, and or other type of works. And also, I name one, Maison Lesage. And so these companies are normally specialized on that type of work, and they have special system also to like speed the work a little. There is a very good company also in Italy that makes embroiderings for fashion.
Beautiful. It would take how long to make
It
to make a
depends.
Charleston dress? I'm asking because I'm passionate about the period, so it's totally a personal question. So
See, well, if you want to do a nice work, it really takes quite long. But the making of the trims like these with the fringes, it's still practiced in Murano by a couple of companies. a colleague, Luisa Conventi, has still with Bruna Costantini, they have a loom they work with. And also the other friend of mine, Alessandro Costantini, Costantini Glass Beads, they still have some special looms they work with to make it a little speeder and also to create a proper trim, because you can see also here that all the fine line that host the beads and create the design are woven together on top with a special loom. So it's a specific type of work, a specific technique.
Gorgeous, thank you.
You have other questions or not? So, Marisa, do you have some? What about your projects for the future? Do you have something? Are you thinking about something new? Or?
Allora, my projects for the future are those that I followed for many years. For example, collaborating also with the Comitato. We have a committee with some other colleagues. We have a committee for the safeguard of the Venetian glass beads, and we actually obtained the art of the glass beads to be inserted in the list of the heritage of mankind, the intangible heritage.
And this happened last.
It happened on December 17 of 2020.
I remember.
I think we have a question here.
Yeah, it's fine. You can finish.
No. I remember that day. Just.
It was a very big goal to reach, not only for us as a committee, and of course representing our colleagues that work with beads, making beads and making with the beads like me. Also for the French community, because this was a work done together with the French community of beaders, but also for the city of Venice. Also for the city of Venice, because it's important to assess the value, actual also economical value of the know-how we have. We're talking about intangible values, but also tangible values, because these make the making with the beads, like many other Venetian arts, is a source of sustainable income for the city.
Beautiful. So,
a question?
Can people find you here inside the Bottegaccini?
Yes, I am the Venetian artisan resident, the resident artisan in Bottegaccini, because they wanted to have, like in the Renaissance, someone working here protected by the surrounding of the beauty of this project. And they can find me here, but they can find me online, because of course I have my site. I am a quite social.
Facebook.
I am a quite social artisan.
She's maybe the most social artisan.
Let's say that nowadays
because you are very famous. I mean,
it's important to be there. Let's say it's important to be there, because especially during this pandemic period, otherwise people forget about you.
Yeah.
Otherwise they think that you're gone out of business or you're retired. But we are here. We are resilient. We are waiting for you, and we are waiting for you for experiencing together Venice, because when you stay with an artisan, when you deal with an artisan, or you come in a place like Bottegaccini, you live Venice. You live in Venice.
You are in touch with.
It's a Venetian experience.
Yeah. Monica said. I mean, one of our interviewers said that you are the people, artisans in general, who keep Venice alive.
In a certain sense, yes, because each one of us, it's like a thread in the textile of the city. It's a thread also in the history of the city. We celebrate this year the 1,600 years of the invention of Venice, because really Venice it's like an invention. And we must be respectful of the history. And the history was made also by the crafts and arts. Because if you go around the city, the names of the streets tell you what there was there. We have Calle dei Fabbri, Calle dei Perleri, we have Calle dei Specchieri. So each street tells you what was made there. So it's a city that was born on crafts and traditions and something unique that was only made here.
But in the past times when Venice was a republic, how many beads was sold? You know,
Sorry?
When Venice was a republic, I mean, there were lots of people selling
Beads?
beads?
Oh yes, it was, let's say, from the 1700 on, but also before. Let's say that the big expansion of the Venetian glass beads happened in the colonial period between the 1800 and the 1900.
Wow.
But the making of the beads in Venice was quite active already in the 14th and 15th century. So we can say it's a very long history. And let's say that it was so popular, at a certain moment, the Venetian Republic prohibited to mount the Venetian glass beads in gold, because some of them were made to like sort of imitate precious and semi-precious stones. And some of the first guilds of bead makers were called paternosteri. They were making rosary beads. So the rosaries sometimes were made, you know, also
Yes,
elegantly with gold or silver. So think of the importance that the making of glass in general, but the making of beads in particular has for Venice.
Do you have questions, Sarah? Not.
No.
But we said a lot.
Yes. Oh, there's one that just came
Okay,
in because the
yeah.
internet is really bad. Okay. Do you think all bead production will eventually stop in Venice because of all the copying and that other beads are much cheaper?
No, absolutely no, because there is a market for everything. The world is very big, so there will always be someone that prefers to buy something less expensive for any reason that I respect. But there will always be someone that instead prefer the real stuff. And we have a very good community making beads, and this is why UNESCO said yes, you are intangible mankind heritage, because UNESCO doesn't make funerals. If they decided that we are okay, it's because we are lively and we are a very good and strong community. I think that, of course, it's important to speak the voice.
Okay. My sister and I have just booked a week holiday to come to Venice in next April.
Oh,
They
good.
are so happy to come back to their favorite place. Can they come and see when you make a coral necklace, and what does coral mean for you?
Allora, yes, they can come, and the making of the coral is a little secret, but of course for them it can be done. And the coral has a very good connection with the history of Venice. Many of you remember that painting, the beautiful painting of the Veronese, I think it is, or I don't remember exactly because I'm not very expert in art, where Venice is depicted like a beautiful and rich lady, and Neptune's give her a beautiful cornucopy of coins, pearls, and also corals. Venice is the queen of the sea. And so the coral is like a gift that it's brought from the sea to her. But also coral was invented by a very fine lady here in Venice. The seed bead coral was invented by a very fine lady here in Venice. And she invented the shape. And it was made the time like a decoration to put in the house, like a sort of Wunderkammer thing. But I developed the idea of creating jewelry with it.
I mean, also here we have a small piece,
Sì.
for example. So you know,
See, sorry, it's attached.
you can design, you can decide the dimensions that you want. I mean,
Everything is possible.
So another question, do you offer workshops, or is there a school where people can learn?
Allora, we are working with the comitato, with the committee that worked with UNESCO. We are going to offer in the future some workshops to who wants to learn. But also I did offer many workshops. Unfortunately, now with the pandemic crisis and with the space, which is not very big, I cannot do it. But probably in the future. keep in touch.
Just for joking,
Mm.
I like your mask with the dragon. What? Why did you?
Allora,
just
this
no.
is a friend from Miami that sent
From
it.
Miami, okay.
Yeah. She sent me the mask with the dragoon. The dragoon is meant, you know, for keeping away the virus.
That's awesome.
In China, for example, is an animal, is a fantastic animal.
Oh yeah, of course. And this is absolutely a Chinese dragon.
also,
And
yeah.
so since the virus came from there, we use a special tool that you know
For sure.
is specific, site specific.
Okay, so Marisa, we thank you very much
It
for
was a
this
pleasure.
interview, and I hope you have enjoyed it. By the way, remember, if you have the chance to come here in Venice, please remember these special, unique ladies making these works of art. And so now we say goodbye to you, and I'm very happy to have met Marisa again. Ciao,
Grazie,
bye,
grazie.
ciao,
Thank you,
ciao, ciao,
everybody.
ciao, ciao.
Ciao.
So you play it over and over, yeah.
Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Like a lion, uncontrolled. Your mark is on my back, just like that. You're in it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time. All the time. Collide with me, come high with me, and I'll go for you. Divine and free, go ride with me. Yeah, we'll go. Let the fire in, lose control. We like to burn out fast. We're hot like that. Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like that, just like that. You're in it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. You're in it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time. All the time. You know that I'ma keep it cool. With you I feel like breaking rules. On the edge, looking out with no parachute. You know I'm dreaming about us two, playing around without a clue. On the edge, leaning out. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing, but guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you just leave. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With
a champion, a champion. I got tons of soul on my true collectible. Famous, also famous, number one, desirable. I do what I want when I want and how I want it. Leave you with the one in the air, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, to the world. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. By a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause I know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate us, approve of how they love. They can bring me down, nah, nah, nah. They are jealous of me and my umbrella, yeah, they love me so. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round, yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. By a champion, yeah. All I wanna do is just stay. You don't understand how I play. I am in my way to win you over and over, yeah. Oh, you can hear my voice in your head, and you wanna hear it again. So you play it over and over and over, yeah.
Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Like a lion, uncontrolled. Your mark is on my back, just like that. In it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time. Collide with me, come high with me, and I'll go for you. Divine and free, go ride with me. Yeah, we'll go. Let the fire in, lose control. We like to burn out fast. We're hot like that. Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like that, just like that. Yeah, in it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. Yeah, in it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time.
You know that I'ma keep it cool. With you I feel like breaking rules. On the edge, looking out with no parachute. You know I'm dreaming about us too. Playing around without a clue. On the edge, cleaning out. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing. But guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you just leave. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's champion, a champion. I got tons of soul on my true collectible. Famous, also famous, number one, desirable. I do what I want when I want and how I want it. Leave you with the one, and yeah, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, to all the world. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause I know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate us, approve of how they love. They can bring me down, nah, nah, nah. They are jealous of me and my umbrella, yeah, they love me so. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, yeah. All I wanna do is just stay. You don't understand how I play. I am in my way to win you over. No way, yeah. Oh, you can hear my voice in your head, and you wanna hear it again. So you play it over and over, and over, yeah.
Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Like a lion, uncontrolled. Your mark is on my back, just like that. In it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time. Collide with me, come high with me.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Live in Venice Week, brought to you by SofaTours. I'm Cecilia Parati, and I'm in the Church of St. George, the Anglican Church of St. George, in the beautiful neighborhood of Dorso Duro. Today, I get to speak with the co-founder, soprano, Liesl Odenfeller of Venice Music Project. And full disclosure, she's also a dear friend of mine. So thank you so much, Liesl, for allowing us this time. I know you have a concert tonight, and you have to be careful with your voice. So, thank you. If you want to talk a little bit about your journey musically first, and then we'll go from there.
Okay. Now, when we're performing, we're allowed to pull our masks down if we stay in position. Are we allowed to do that for the interview? Okay. Thank you. Okay. So my musical career. Goes.
We got time.
We got time. Well, I don't have to go into every little bit.
Right.
I studied, sang my whole life, and was studying through university. After university, I won a Rotary International Foundation scholarship for a year to study in Rome. And I went to Rome and fell in love with the city, of course, and loved studying there. I met my husband there as well, who you know very well, and who is, of course, not an American, because who goes to Rome to meet an Italian guy? Nobody. So I met a nice American guy, and we moved back to New York together, and I put the finishing touches onto my vocal technique, and because I had done the early part of my career here, I kept getting more work in Europe than I was in the States, paradoxically. And so we eventually moved back, and we'd spent a month in Venice before moving back to New York, and seeing the quality of life and how wonderful it was. And so that was when we decided to settle in Venice. And it was incredibly convenient for all the rest of Europe. because now there's the big new airport, which has been there for a long time, I guess. And yeah.
Yeah, so Venice Music Project is not that old. And I know you have an anniversary coming up soonish, but let's also just talk about what was the seed that you planted to co-found this amazing group of musicians?
Well, the catalyst was really Ivano, our wonderful lutenist, whom you will see later when the musicians arrive. And he was the first musician I met in Venice through mutual friends in Washington, D.C. And I would go and listen to the concerts that he performed with his previous Venice-based ensemble, which was called the Accademia di San Rocco. And they used to perform at the Scuola Grande di San Rocco. And they were so amazing that, you know, people, big, serious music lovers would come to Venice, and the two things that they would do would go to hear them at San Rocco, and then they would go to the Fenice. And of course, they were so good that they eventually got picked up by Andrea Marcon, the famous Baroque conductor, and by Sony and Deutsche Grammophon, and they've recorded with a lot of, you know, very, very important singers and conductors, and they played all over the world. But by the time it was getting to be sort of 2012 or so, a lot of them were sort of in their mid to late 40s and hadn't been home very much. Their wives were getting a little irritated. Their kids were like, "Oh, who are you?" And so they had decided that they were going to let the younger generation tour, and they were going to stay home. But of course, being musicians, they wanted to keep playing, and so they decided they wanted to create another reality here, but have it be, you know, on the level that they had been used to performing at, and they wanted to also keep up the tradition that they had started of finding works in archives and libraries and bringing them out, things that people have never heard in modern day. And so instead of playing the Four Seasons every night of the week, they wanted to show everybody that Vivaldi wrote so much more music that is incredible, possibly even better than the Four Seasons. And that there are also some incredible musicians and composers of the time that whose names we don't know.
And women.
Exactly.
You've done some wonderful representation there in your concerts, which we all appreciate.
Thank you. Well, that's been a big discovery.
Yeah. But I love how you describe Venice Music Project when you talk to people about musical archaeology. You know, can you further expound on that?
Well, musical archaeology it just seemed to be the natural term for what we do, because we literally go into dusty archives and we, you know, sometimes literally, sometimes figuratively, you know, dig through piles of music that nobody has touched for centuries in some cases. And it's really exciting. And I, you know, personally, when I go and look for something, I almost never go thinking, okay, this is what I want to find. I go and I'm following a composer, or I'm following a singer. You know, we have a concert coming up in a couple of weeks of works that were written for Francesca Cuzzoni. Now, Cuzzoni was a very famous soprano, and in fact, Handel wrote several of his operatic roles for her. He wrote Cleopatra and Julius Caesar. He wrote Rodelinda for her. He wrote Alcina for her. He wrote many, many roles for her. And she was also a favorite singer of Hasse and other important composers at the time. So because everything that Handel wrote for her really suits my voice, I decided to go and look at some other composers who also wrote for her and see if their music also suits my voice. And of course it does. And that's been a huge discovery. But then I got, you know, be in my bonnet about, you know, other composers along the way. And then one day I went in with our wonderful friend Marica Tacconi from Penn State University, a wonderful musicologist and a dear friend. And Ivana took us in, and she and I both went off on our separate ways. And I was looking through one of the catalogs, which was in a book form, from the early 1900s. And I saw, you know, a file that was called Opera Arias by Anonymous Composers. And I thought, that looks interesting.
Of course.
So I asked for it. I was the first person ever to request to see this volume.
No way.
Which was cataloged in the early
No way.
1900s. Yeah.
Oh my God.
And so they brought it out, and I started leafing through, and I saw some things that weren't that interesting. And then I saw this aria, and I thought, oh, I recognize the handwriting of the guy who copied the manuscript. So I know it's not written, I know that the manuscript is not written by the composer, because it's somebody who copied the manuscripts of many different composers. I don't know who this person was. It would be interesting to find out.
Yeah.
And then I recognized the name of the character from the opera, so I knew what opera it was from. And I just immediately assumed it was Hasse, because he wrote that opera for Venice, and I figured, okay, it's probably from his. So I copied it, took it home, looked in my manuscript of his work, and it wasn't Hasse's. Unless he wrote it for a singer who came into a subsequent production and said, well, I'm not going to sing the aria that you wrote for her. I want a new aria, which was done quite frequently.
I'm sure it was.
So, and I've researched, of course, this past year during COVID was kind of a gift of time to be able to do a bit more research and to dig through literally stacks and stacks, you saw that,
yes,
of manuscripts and music that I have at home that I've copied over the years and then just had to put aside because I didn't have time to look at it. So I did have time to go through, and a lot of my research was also done online, because there's a lot that's been digitized, even though people seem to digitize it and then not ever really look at it. And I've eliminated already a couple of other composers. I still have not figured out who wrote this aria.
And you've performed it.
We performed it. We performed it fall of 2019.
Okay.
Which feels like last fall because we
Yes,
lost that year in there. But yes, we performed it still not knowing who the composer was.
Wow, wow.
And it's exciting. I mean, some of the pieces also in tonight's concert, we dug out one. There's an aria and the overture from Hasse's opera Niteki. And before we performed these, they'd never been performed in modern day.
Wow.
And we've been pulling out other things like that.
And when you say you literally dig through archives, I, of course, don't always picture online. So where specifically have you gone physically to find some of the pieces?
Well, going physically, I've gone, of course, there are a lot of resources here. There's the Conservatory Library, there's the Fondazione Cini, there's the Marciana, and they're enormous resources. I mean, even just one of them, you could spend 100 years and still not get to look at everything you'd like to look at.
Well, when we went through those piles that I helped you with that one day, it was like, this could go on and on and on, and to look more deeply at them would be really great, you know. So, so getting to the founding of Venice Music Project.
Okay.
You mentioned Ivano, but you co-founded it with...
I co-founded it with Nicola Favaro, who was one of the original members of the Accademia di San Rocco.
Yes.
And it just was kind of this collision of serendipitous factors. I was having a coffee with Ivano, and I said, he said he asked if I was traveling a lot, and I said, well, my daughter kind of really needs me right now, so I'm sort of trying to stay closer to home. And he said, you know what, I'm going to introduce you to Nicola, because he wants to start something in Venice, and we want to make it something special like what we had before, and I think you guys could really figure it out together. And that was what happened, and it just happened that all of our skills completely merged. I mean, my strengths were his weaknesses and vice versa, and so it was really the perfect combination of forces. And of course, we had all these fabulous musicians to choose from, and many of whom were here or else would, play with us when they weren't on tour and things like that. And it was really fantastic because it was music making at a level that also I didn't want to sacrifice. But it was interesting because I, threw myself into this wholeheartedly and, kept flying off and doing other jobs. But bit by bit, without even realizing it, I stopped you know, being as interested in going out and auditioning for things, and really dedicated myself to this. And actually, you know, if you think about it, Venice Music Project in essence is Plan B. And Plan A was because, you know, continuing a career and going around the world and singing in opera houses and concert halls and everything like that. But actually, I'm finding that Plan B is so much more exciting and satisfactory.
Yeah.
And it's really become something very special too. And I think it's also, we wanted to do something positive for Venice. And, you know, we're a nonprofit, we're not commercial, we're not trying to satisfy a commercial market. So we're doing completely what we want to do.
Right.
And we find that people love it. And we have people who come and they say, this is the first time I've ever been to a classical music concert, and this was amazing. And then you have other people that, you know, make a habit of going all over the world and hearing Baroque ensembles all over the world. So it's a great mix. And we are just so happy with what we're doing, and you know, it would be wonderful if we had 500 people in here. Of course, we couldn't fit 500 people in here, but if we
COVID wouldn't let us.
Exactly.
Yes.
But you know, it would be amazing if we had a sold-out house every concert we do. But you know, ultimately, that is one of our many goals. But our real goal is to share this music and help people understand what is out there, because this music, you know, without what was happening in Venice in the 16 and 1700s, music as we know it today would not exist. Anything like what it is. It wouldn't exist.
Yes.
Exactly. You had Gabrielli and Monteverdi doing experiments in polyphony at San Marco. You had, you know, Jomelli, whom Hasso brought up from Naples. Jomelli is considered one of the icons of the Neapolitan Baroque style. And then he brought that to Venice and obviously influenced the Venetian style.
Yes.
And in fact, Jomelli, if I may, is one of our real favorites. And I don't know if it's possible to sort of, you can tell me where it's, how far to come, okay, down, okay, up, okay. So this is a manuscript. This is somebody's handwriting. And look how clear that is, and how beautiful the writing is. It's not quite, you know, the copy's not quite dark enough, perhaps. But when we first decided to perform this piece, we thought, okay, well, this is clear enough that we don't even need to make a modern edition of it. And so we literally started rehearsing it from this, and made the parts from this. Then one of our wonderful choristers, Caterina Chiarcos, whom you've met, also just, you know, has fun making transcriptions from manuscripts. And so she offered to do it for us and did it so quickly. And so we do also have the modern transcription. But literally, I mean, if you look at other things, just as a comparison.
This is great to show.
You know, this kind of looks like chicken scratch.
Exactly.
So, and the copy isn't that great, but it's not very clear. And another important thing about Baroque music is that, which a lot of people don't know, is that a lot of the pieces, like the second one I showed you, it's really just the skeleton of the piece.
Right.
So, you know, you've got the written orchestral parts, or maybe even just the bass line, and then you've got the vocal part, let's say, for a piece or an aria. And you have to know how to embellish it and turn it into what, of course, would have been done in the day. And of course, those singers of the day knew exactly the style and everything.
Sort of the equivalent of improvisation.
Exactly. It's very much like jazz in a way, because it's very improvisational.
Yeah.
And it's I find it much more fun and much more creative than having to sing exactly what's written
on the page. And then every performance is different, depending on the performer.
Exactly.
So
every performer's performance is different, but it can also differ from day to day. I mean, we were rehearsing yesterday, and in one of the arias, I just thought, I think I'll do this here. And you can, because there's nobody saying, no, that's not what's written. Right. So it's really fun, it taps into your creativity.
Yeah, so, I mean, I know we could go on for days. with Venice Music Project, and when you
Yes.
started it, that's when I met you. You had only just started Venice Music Project, so I was all excited to have met you, and then obviously history is whatever. But you first started performing in the Evangelista,
We started at the Church of San Giovanni Evangelista, exactly.
and also you had kind of a, if I can say, mission to help the church.
Right.
So by performing there, you also did some restoration on some, I remember a bench.
Right. Well, the way we started out, we started out with nothing, with a great idea, and that was it. We had no funding, we had no money, we had absolutely nothing. And so Nicola is really wonderful about transmitting enthusiasm for ideas and everything, and he's really great. And so we went to San Giovanni Evangelista, and he just said, look, we don't have anything, but this is what we want to do. And actually the idea of helping with restoration of the places where we perform came out of our very first concert before Venice Music Project really existed.
Okay.
So in 2012, Save Venice asked us to perform selections from Handel's oratorio Esther in the Church of San Sebastiano to inaugurate the restoration of the ceiling, which tells the story of Esther from the Bible. And so Melissa Kahn, who runs the Save Venice office here in Venice, had the brilliant idea that we would perform Esther under Esther. And I still, every time I say it, I get goosebumps. I mean, it was such an incredible idea. And it was an amazing opportunity. So we had a 22-piece Baroque orchestra.
Yikes.
We had 20 singers in the chorus. We had 2 soloists and a conductor. And it was really just a magical event. And that was when we looked at each other and, first of all, there were people that we, of course, already knew, but who after that said, look, you guys really need to start something here. You need to do this on a regular basis, and, we'd love to help you get started. And then we thought, well, what an amazing idea, because art and architecture and music are so intrinsically related, especially in Venice. We thought, what a great idea to make that part of our mission. So, in fact, when we went to San Giovanni Evangelista, we said, we'd like to do this, but we want to adopt a restoration project as our way of compensating you for the use of the space.
I love that.
And so eventually we did end up paying, as part sort of the expenses for keeping the place going and everything like that, and keeping lights on and all that. There was no heat. There was heat, as we discovered very, very, very coldly. The first year that we performed there, it didn't get warm until like the end of June.
Right,
We froze. But and so that was great. And then when we came to St. George's, we proposed the same thing. And so we've actually, over the years, we've donated over 30,000 euros to St. George's.
Wow.
No, I'm sorry, in total. And it's both places. And it's quite a bit more than that now. That was the figure from a couple of years ago. Towards restoration projects.
What have you, so when did you start performing here?
We started performing at St. George's in 2016.
2016.
Yes.
And what projects, what tasks, if we can call them that, have you taken on
Some
here?
of them, well, there hasn't been anything specific so far, but a lot of them there were lights and there was general maintenance. And we, of course, now we're working on getting funding together to redo the entire interior.
Whoa, redo
as in clean and restore, and there are those cracks in the ceiling and other things. There's the floor that
yes, one trips if you're not
You
careful.
can't see the walls because of this amazing installation.
Yes, let's talk about this a little bit. This is a Biennale installation of the Dominican Republic.
Yes, it's the official pavilion of the Dominican Republic. And they had the inauguration yesterday, and it's actual real tobacco leaves.
That's so beautiful. And the way they've lit it.
And the way they've lit it is just amazing. And so we're going to be lucky to perform right in front of this backdrop.
And if you haven't seen the video that she posted, in all likelihood, maybe a lot of you haven't, she posted their rehearsal this morning. This morning? Yesterday, in front of this, and it was really nice. I mean, it was like, oh, can we keep it?
I know.
It was really lovely.
And it works perfectly in the context of the church. They were very, very careful to figure out what would what would be appropriate, but also what would be
Yeah.
really, really in harmony with the church.
Yeah, I walked in and it was like, it's sort of like stained glass.
Yeah.
You know, it's just, it felt really nice.
Exactly.
Really
Yeah.
nice. So,
Yeah.
congratulations to them.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we performed, Maria and I did a short piece for the inauguration.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
Maria is the resident harpsichord keyboard player.
And she is now part of the advisory council based in Venice.
And she has a beautiful voice. I only just heard. I knew she sang in a choir, but she has a beautiful voice when she did that duet with you a couple weeks ago.
Which is what we did for the inauguration.
Perfect.
Yes.
Perfect. That's so
Yeah,
great.
she does, and I've been encouraging her
Well,
to
the
use
and
it
the two
more.
of you sounded exquisite together. I mean, the textures of your voices were just
Yeah.
perfect. Yeah, no, it was, because I kept having to look, you know, when I was here, I was, who's that? I thought maybe somebody in the corner, and then I looked and it was Maria singing from the harpsichord. It was fantastic.
Well, it's also kind of a nice surprise element.
It was, and I won't tell, in case you do it again. Yeah, so here we are today. What are your goals and your hopes for Venice Music Project?
Well, you know, we're a nonprofit. In 2015, at the end of 2015, we opened a nonprofit in the US because we realized that a lot of our support was coming from the US, and so to make it easier for people to get tax deduction and to be able to be more generous, we opened this nonprofit there. We also are able to use the church's nonprofit status in the UK to receive gifts through the UK and have people able to take a tax deduction there. And also in Italy, we're a nonprofit. We're not an onlus, which is a higher level of nonprofit, but we're a cultural association, which is what we can manage to do right now in Italy. And we can always use more funding. There's never enough funding. So we're always looking for ways to supplement that.
Yes, but because especially this past year, there have been no ticket sales at the door.
Right.
And also, speaking of which, this season, they have managed to do live stream all their concerts, which has been very, I can't think of the word, but.
Well, last year when things started to open up at the end of May, I started thinking, first of all, last year we were so overwhelmed by the continued generosity of our supporters because, nobody could have really expected us to be able to hold concerts last year, given the COVID situation. And people were not only generous, some people were even more generous than they had previously been. And we actually attracted 33 new supporters who had never supported us previously last year, in 2020, during lockdown, during that pandemic. And so I felt a big responsibility, not only to our supporters, but also to our musicians, because many of our musicians had so much work canceled last year. All of us did, everybody did. But our musicians, many of them have families. Italy did help support a bit, but
they're self-employed people.
Exactly.
That's a really. I know
and many
mistakes,
fell
that's been an
through
issue.
the holes.
Yeah.
So we really felt very responsible also towards them. So when things started to open up, I started to look at ways, and we did do our first experimental live streamed concert from Friends Palazzo.
Oh, that was great.
On the Grand Canal at the end of June last year, and it was very exciting.
It was. I hope we can do that again.
It would be great to do that
That was
again.
such a great location.
It was an amazing location.
Loredan.
Yeah.
Loredan, yeah.
And
Get
then
inside these places is amazing.
Yeah, it really is. And the music, I mean, the acoustics
So
were so
suited.
fantastic.
It was so suited
I
for
mean, these instruments were meant to be played
in those
spaces.
spaces.
Contexts, yeah. And that's also a real benefit of being here in Venice, even though we went on tour in 2019 in the US and we loved being able to do that and take our music there. But here, to feel like we're performing in these spaces that were created for these instruments.
Yes.
For the instruments were created for the spaces, which came
Right,
first. you know.
exactly, exactly.
And
yeah.
then we were able to open the doors in September, and we were able to keep going almost 2 months before things shut down again. And at that point, our wonderful friend Cristiano Nalesso had started to develop his live streaming platform, which is called Condivision with a K. And because in Italian the word condividere means to share, and so he decided to create this platform to share performances and events, and it's just been wonderful. So he started to live stream our concerts, and we managed to live stream till the end of our season in November of last year, and then we had to start this season only streaming from the 25th of March, so we did a big happy birthday Venice for Venice's 1600th birthday. And then we've kept going until now, and 2 weeks ago we were able to open our doors again. And so we're keeping going with the live streaming because we've had so many people tuning in from all over the world. We've got a wonderful gentleman, Mr. Ando, and his wife who tune in live in Tokyo at midnight in Tokyo every single week, and it's just incredible.
That's so great.
It's so wonderful. Because you don't have to watch live. You can buy the ticket and then you can watch it exactly whenever you like. And so I just assumed he was buying the ticket and then watching it the next evening or something. No, he's watching it every.
And I do the chat, so I'm saying, so this person named Ando came up, and Liesel's all,
I was so happy.
Cool. He says hello.
Yeah,
That's
it's so wonderful. And we've had people tuning in from Australia, from all over the US. We have people who've subscribed to the live stream concerts because they can't get here yet. And then other people who are here but maybe don't completely feel comfortable coming back into a closed space yet. So we want to be able to offer it to everybody.
Okay. Yeah, I know. It's been great. I know personally, if I were still living in the States, I would be subscribing because I'd want to see these concerts because the musicians are amazing. The music they do is amazing. Everything about it, they're so professional and so vibrant, and it's as a total package, it's just the best. So if I were in the States still, I would be. But I get to be back here.
You get to be back here, and I mean, you were behind the scenes also before you started doing the chat this season. You were behind the scenes helping out and setting up and everything like that, which has been great.
Yeah.
So, but for us, it really meant that we've been able to continue. And we've been able to give something back to our supporters, but we've also been able to support our musicians. Because many of them in the past year, the money that they've received from Venice Music Project has been the only salary they've received, the only stipend they've received. And that's been very important for us. And since we've had the funding that we got, that doesn't come from the ticket sales. And of course, one needs, ticket sales in any cultural enterprise never come close to covering the amount that is needed in the budget. So, we had enough and we've budgeted it out. We've budgeted it out for this year. Hopefully, now that we can have people actually coming inside to the concerts, things will start to
and you even gave the musicians a bit of a raise.
We gave them a big raise last year.
Yes.
We were already planning to give them a bit of a raise, and because they've really we've been relying on their goodwill for many years while we became financially stable, because starting out was difficult and it was expensive. But so now that we're somewhat, before COVID, we're somewhat financially healthy, we decided, okay, we'll give them a little bit of a raise. And then last year, knowing that everybody was suffering so much, we made it a lot more, and we hope to be able to continue that. So far, we've continued on that same scale, and we hope that will be sustainable.
Do we have any questions? Have any questions come in?
Not so far, and my impression is that people's attention is just captured by what you're saying, and this doesn't give any chance to make questions.
Good. Okay, we're covering all the bases. That's wonderful. Thank you for that. One thing we could talk about that we haven't yet talked about, because I'm kind of sort of waiting for the musicians to wander in so people can kind of get a taste of that if we have time, is what Liesel is wearing on her coat.
Oh, right, because today is fashion day. It's not
Yes,
music day. So what the heck does music have to do with fashion?
Everything, especially when it comes to you, Mrs.
Oh, goodness, thank you.
Liso.
Well, I am wearing, and I'll stand up. I don't know, maybe I'll go off camera if I stand up. I don't know. But I have this gorgeous coat, which is made by Massimo Mazzariol. And he has a wonderful women's ready-to-wear company that is based just outside of Venice on the mainland. And he went out on his own very bravely a few years ago and has been making gowns for me for years, made to order. But he started his own ready-to-wear line, and it's been a huge success. And I, of course, feel like a kid in a candy store whenever I go in there, because I literally, before I had to ask him to design certain things, and now I just go in and say, okay, that. And it's just amazing. And he, you know, he designs for women with real bodies too. And everything just fits perfectly. And it all is literally made across the bridge on the mainland. It's all really made in Italy.
Yeah.
And beautifully tailored and everything. And so I felt very, very, very fortunate to be able to wear his, you know, everything from everyday clothes to my gowns. Yeah. And his partner, of course, is the wonderful Gualti. Massimo's company is called Opale, which means opal in Italian. And Gualti, of course, has his own special brand. He has been operating in Venice for over 20 years now. And I met him at his original location through a mutual friend. I'll sit back down, unless that's going to mess up the cameras. And I was just struck by how beautiful and creative his work was. And over the years that he and I have been dear friends, he's not only designed pieces for me, he's accessorized gowns, of course, that Massimo has created for me, or that Massimo has created for his ready-to-wear line, and that I've then purchased. But he just is in a constant state of evolution, and he just, every time I think he's just achieved the apex of what he is going to achieve, he goes steps further.
Yeah. And his shop, I know years ago I saw his shop in just off of between Campo San Barbara and Campo Santa Margherita.
Exactly.
And I thought, oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. And then when I first started coming to Venice Music Project's concerts, she was wearing them, and I got it. You know, it's just, and the musicians are arriving. So
yeah, the musicians are arriving. They're going to start setting up behind us.
Yeah, very organic, but yeah. And do they have to set themselves up?
Well, it depends. Sometimes they find things already set up for them, but if not, you know, it's a big collaboration.
Yeah.
And we all, we all are helping. Exactly. Sometimes somebody will be running up and getting more music stands, and finding parts that somehow haven't been pulled out already.
Cool.
Yeah.
Lisa, thank you so much.
Thank you.
This has been so great. I wish we could hear them tuning up a little bit, but I'm getting a sign that maybe we need to.
Oh,
and
question.
Okay.
Wow.
And someone's asking, can you sing something for us?
Oh.
I don't know if this is possible. I'm just reading the question.
Okay. Well, let's see how, when the musicians get set up, if they get set up in time, then I'll be happy to sing something. If they're all here.
Maybe I can get some chairs out to speed the process.
Well, they'll all be standing except for the harpsichord and the cello and the lute. So we may need a couple of the cello and the lute can take our chairs.
These. Cool.
Yeah, we may need to stand up when they start bringing things out. And of course.
So I guess another question could be, I mean, I know you have a core of musicians. How did you find this core of musicians that you're working with?
Well, a lot of them, as I said, came out of the ex-Accademia di San Rocco, which then became Venice Baroque Orchestra, which is very well known, of course, all over the world. They, you know, many of them came from there, but many of them we found also through other contacts and
friends
connections.
of friends.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And so we've been lucky because, especially during COVID, again, I try to see the glass half full. And so our big fortune during COVID has been that since everybody's been here, we've been able to have all of our A team available all the time.
Right,
which is
that's right.
great.
It's been a real
And,
treat.
but we have really so many wonderful musicians who've become dear friends and who we've been very, very happy and privileged to work with this time.
Come on over.
Sì, comunque fate quello che dovete fare, non c'è problema. And I'm going to have to help move the harpsichord.
Oh goodness.
So maybe I can leave you to say one or two words and I'll help them move the harpsichord and I'll come back.
Okay.
Okay?
All right. Unless you want me to, and you can say the words. So here we are. This has been wonderful, and I know my experience working with them has been, obviously very satisfying because I get to hear the live music, especially this last season. I've been able to come and listen to the live music when everybody else is closed out. So I feel very, very lucky to be a part of this effort, my volunteering to work with them. And
A question
Yes.
come in, maybe someone that joined a little bit later. They're asking, the two of you met in Venice or you knew each other already in the US? Because your accent seems to be American
Oh
in
yes,
both cases.
both very American accents. We didn't. We actually met through American friends. Though when I first met Liesl, it was in Venice. I would come for many years before I moved here to visit. And one visit I had 8, 9 years ago,
something like that. Yeah.
The last day I was here, both of us I had been running around because I was here on vacation, but I was always busy doing things because Venice is like that for me. And finally, the last day I was here, Liesl said, I'm free, can you come over for tea? So I did. I sat on their wonderful Altana and played with the dog. And as I left, she said, maybe sometime you'd want to house sit for us? And I said very calmly, oh, certainly, that would be lovely. Went home to my apartment and went, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. So I wrote to her very calmly and said, yes, that would be very nice.
I think I could suffer through that.
I could do that.
No,
So-
it was absolutely perfect.
I
It was
know.
serendipity because, we were thrilled because we knew that we could trust you and the animals loved you. And that was the year we went to South Africa.
It was,
And
yeah.
so we went away for 3 weeks, and that was the first time we'd ever done that. And of course, our animals needed someone.
And I held down the fort.
Yeah.
The batten down the hatches when the wind came. And the Altana was a very breezy place.
Yeah.
So we're going to get some music behind us.
There is one more question that is related to music, but I think it's quite interesting. Was it difficult for you Americans, to get adjusted to the Venetian lifestyle?
No, not at all. The first time I came to Venice just to visit, I really felt like I had come home. And I always loved it. And I think it's important, if you decide to come live in Venice, you really have to want to live here. Because you have to accept certain parameters. You can't have a car. You're going to have to schlep all sorts of heavy things across bridges and down streets and everything like that. Instruments. Yeah, I haven't carried that back and forth, but I've helped to carry a slightly smaller instrument back and forth from my house here and all over town, and it's just part of the reality. Whereas if you're in the US or anywhere else, really, you just stick it in your car and you go. So it means adapting your whole kind of reality, but it's wonderful. And the great thing is, you see everybody you know all the time.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah.
Yeah, my year and a half has been interesting, volatile in some respects. I could fill a book, but I've never, in fact, early on in the pandemic, Lisa was asking me, do you regret doing this? And I said, the first thing out of my mouth without even thinking was, no regrets. So, yeah.
was
All right.
great to have you here.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, I think we can enjoy some warming up. And thank you so much, Liesl, for talking to us all this time. And Venice Music Project has a website,
Right.
so people can write to you and
you can sign up for our newsletters, and then through venicemusicproject.it, not .com. You can also find out how to support us if you feel like supporting us. You can also go to friendsofvenicemusicproject.com and get information about what our nonprofit in the US is doing. And but you can find information on both about concerts and about how to watch the live streams and all sorts of other information. We try to do as much as we can to keep it updated. Our wonderful webmaster just had a baby. Gabriella just had a baby.
No.
Yeah, so there's been a little bit of a lag in updating certain things, but
understandably.
Yeah, but it's and we're very happy to have had the opportunity to sit down and talk to you and be part of this wonderful initiative.
Well, now that we can merge into hearing a little bit of the live Venice Music Live, Project Live. So thank you so much for joining us.
Yes, thanks for joining us.
We'll still be here with a little bit of music for you.
Exactly. We'll let the musicians take over now.
Have a chair if needed.
Mr. Ivan.
Works?
Let the fire in, lose control. We like to burn out fast. We're hot like that. Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like that. Just like that. Yeah, in it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind. Always, all of the time. Yeah, in it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind. Always, all of the time. All the time. You know that I'ma keep it cool. With you I feel like breaking rules. On the edge, looking out with no parachute. You know I'm dreaming about us two. Playing around without a clue. On the edge, cleaning out. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing. But guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you just leave. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing. But guess I need more of you. You
a champion, a champion. I got tons of soul, I'm a true collectible. Famous, so famous, number one, desirable. I do what I want, when I want, and how I want it. Leave you with the one in the air, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, to top of the world. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. By a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause I know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate us, approve of how they love. They can bring me down, nah, nah, nah. They are jealous of me and my umbrella, yeah, they love me so. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round, yeah, yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. By a champion, yeah. All I wanna do is just say, you don't understand how I play. I am in my way to win you over. No way, yeah. Oh, you can hear my voice in your head. And you wanna hear it again. So you play it over and over. And over, yeah.
Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Like a lion, uncontrolled. Your mark is on my back, just like that. In it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time. Collide with me, come high with me, and I go for you. Divine and free, go ride with me. Yeah, we'll go. Let the fire in, lose control. We like to burn out fast. We're hot like that. Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. In it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time.
You know that I'ma keep it cool. With you I feel like breaking rules. On the edge, looking out with no parachute. You know I'm dreaming about us two, playing around without a clue. On the edge, leaning out. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing, but guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you just leave. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing, but guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you
like that. Like a lion, uncontrolled. Your mark is on my back. Just like that. In it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind. Always, all of the time.
So, hello, Live in Venice Week, back again, sponsored by SofaTour. My name is Daniela. So, this is always a live stream. There might be some internet interruptions, but don't worry, we have then the whole interview on our website afterwards. So, and today, now we are with Stefania.
Hello.
Stefania. And the first question to you, Stefania, please can you introduce yourself?
Yeah,
Just talking
sure.
about you.
My name is Stefania. This is my shop and my workshop. So I work here and I produce the thing that you see here around us. I produce everything in paper. So we can say I started to work with paper because to me it was a passion since I was 4 years old.
Okay. So you kind of felt in love with paper, with this material, we can say that?
Yeah, we can say that because I was 4 when my father decided to give me this book on origami technique, and he started to, we can say, play and learning with me how to fold paper. And from that start my passion for this material. To me was, beautiful to touch, to have in my hands, to do something with. And also was a way to go deeper and deeper in knowing this material better and better. And after this young passion, we can say, I started to think to open a shop.
Okay.
Because it was a period not simple for Italy. I was changing job quite quickly for more than one time. And also I had a big disappointment, work disappointment in one of my last kind of works in a theater.
Oh, okay.
And that time, when I resin, I decided, okay, I have to do something with my passion. I have this big passion and I want to do something mine. I don't want to restart again for nothing.
What's your background in sense of studies, or are you coming from another, did you do some art studies? That you've worked also in theater, you said to me.
Yeah, no, it's a strange kind of path because it's not straight, but I do not like kind of straight path. I like to go around and see things. So I'm from country, so I like that kind of path,
Countryside.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we can say I study science of communication.
Okay.
And at the half of my university path, I had a big crisis because I was thinking to work in publicity, advertising,
okay.
sorry. And it was a period in which I don't want to work for big companies and something like that. And so I have decided to follow another path that was event organization.
Okay.
And so I started to work for events like film festival, and then I came in the theater. Inside the theater was a very beautiful kind of work. I was loving it, but there were some colleagues and we can say the relationship were not so easy there. And so
you started
to think to something mine, yeah.
So how long do you have your shop here now?
This is the 9th year, and
Wow.
to say, when I say it's so strange. It seems me yesterday in some way. I can
Seems strange to you too.
Yeah.
that is the 9th year. Yeah, and I'm proud because at the really beginning to start something like that with a kind of product that was so different from any other and so unique also in Venice, even if it's a city that has a big tradition on paper, but it was paper used for bookbinding and not for sure for doing jewelry or make a decoration for home. And so, yeah, I can say I'm quite proud because my little shop grows a little bit every year, goes better. Yeah.
Okay.
And so,
So, would you like to show us some of your products?
okay, we
So
can
maybe
start.
we can also then just
Yeah.
go in front of the camera, like 20 meters away.
Yeah.
Because you make so many different stuff of paper, always paper. It's incredible. I mean, it's so
Yeah, to
beautiful.
me, I like to say that this is a temple dedicated to paper because it likes to show that it's a versatile kind of material and you can do really a huge quantity of things with. So we can start perhaps from Venice.
Okay.
Even if my shop is not dedicated to Venice, but I can show you something that it's a way to bring at home Venice.
Venice in the box, right?
Yeah. And it's this one. Okay. So they are small boxes of miniature. Each one represents a part of Venice. Each one is done in a limited edition. Perhaps you can't see the writing here, but it's written how many pieces are done for each of these views. And this, for example, the maximum of pieces that I do of Rialto is 10 pieces, not more, for every collection. Every year it's a new collection. So every year I represent Venice in a different way. This collection, for example, is the collection of this year, is dedicated to Saint-Saëns Carnival of Animals, so this piece of music. And so I represent Venice during an imaginary carnival. And each one of these small figures are representation of one of the characters that is representing in the piece of music by Saint-Saëns.
Oh, okay. Beautiful. Very beautiful.
It's difficult because I can tell more about this, but perhaps we can have all the all the interview on this. But I just present like that. So, for example, 2 years ago there was a representation of Venice more dedicated to a dream of mine, and it was I can see if I have a piece here.
Oh, that's so great.
Yeah. So this one, you can see that it's completely different. And it's all blue, so the colors are quite harmonic between them, and you don't have the contrast between the image and the background. And this was this dream of mine when I was the first time in Venice leaving the Acqua Alta. I was looking at the stairs that goes inside the water, and I was seeing the high tide coming and cover them. And I thought, wow, why these steps? Where they bring? And I was imagining a double of Venice under the water. And this is the story of this Venice. So sometimes you can see the gondolas floating and not in the right position because of this, because they are floating under the water. Okay, so I don't know.
Okay, maybe you want to tell us. So the cover is marmorized paper.
This is a marbled paper. The collection before is another also technique to decorate paper that was used in Venice for cover the books, so for the book binding. But that kind is named paste paper. They are both done with combs. So you move the color with combs in the water in this kind of technique, without the water in that kind. So I take it again to show the difference. Yeah.
Wow.
You see the difference between the two paper, and the pink one is the paste paper. The green one is the marbled one.
You said it
So
correctly.
this
I
one,
was wrong.
this one you make in the water. This one is not.
Okay. Okay. And inside the pieces, you
This is, yeah, I
painted on-
paint. I paint in
Okay.
this case with the watercolors, but sometimes I used to just draw with ink, or they can change a lot. For example, the next one, I can just tell something, not more, but it will be with the gold foil of Mario Berta Battiloro.
Okay.
So the handmade gold foil in Venice.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
So we will see.
Coming soon.
I hope so.
So what other products can we find at your store?
After this, I have a production of boxes and all the bookbindings kind of products. So really, we can say that the most traditional production for Venice. And I can show you, for example, a box that is all handmade by me. So I start from cardboard. I compose the box and then I cover it.
Wow.
As you can see, this one has the same technique of decoration for the external part of the box, but the inside part of the box is done with the Nepalese kind of paper, and the box is, you see, it's like a tower.
Wow.
So
how do you make it so stable? Do you have different layers of paper and thinner ones and thicker ones?
no, this one is cardboard.
Oh,
So
it's
the
already
basis
cardboard.
is cardboard. In Italian, we name it Finnish cardboard or white cardboard. You have two names to name it, and it's like a pasta di cartone.
It's
How can I say pasta?
Pulp?
Yeah, could be. Could be.
Pulp of paper?
Yeah, yeah. It's quite hard, and also it can be till 3 millimeter high. So yeah. I have also, after the boxes, I have all this decoration for home.
Yeah, they are beautiful.
These are made in origami, obviously. So this is in particular is named Kusudama, that in Japanese means medicinal sphere. The Kusudama were made in the ancient time during the Edo period to protect the homes from bad spirits, and they were made with some ball of fabric full of flowers, so smells, and put in the home to protect. After this, some girls decided to put these small sackets as a decoration at the end of the sleeves of the kimonos, because they were full of colors and also perfumes. And so after this, some artists of kimono decided to reproduce these balls on the kimonos, and they became famous like that. And someone decided to reproduce it in paper and said to do this model in paper. So each piece, it's a flower, you can say.
Beautiful.
And I can show you near to the camera. So each one is a flower. Sometimes I can put some inside part like this, or I can cover all the inside like this one.
This one is also beautiful. Wow.
And yeah, they are a way to decorate the home. And I also think they are a way, when you see at them, you calm in a sort of way.
Yes, that's true.
So
Absolutely. So you make also beautiful necklaces like yours.
yeah.
And this one here.
Yeah, necklaces, earrings, and some pins or brooches. I do not rings, and I do not bracelets, for many reasons. Because I think that a piece of jewelry of which I do mm, has to live for a lot of time. So bracelets, ring can be something more delicate. You have to take off every time you wash your hand. So I want something that is easy to wear. Obviously, they are protected, so you can wear without worries. But when you wash a lot of time your hands, you have to be more, to be more aware. So I prefer do not that kind of stuff.
So how do you choose the papers? That's a personal question also.
It's a good question. It's really a good question because
you tell us before that you have Japanese papers, but also from Nepal,
yeah,
right?
it's true. And what I can say is that the world of paper is really wide. Each quality of paper gives a particular result at the end of the work, and so you have to know deeply all the characteristics of each kind of paper to know how to use them. So how can it's difficult to explain really deep how I choose something, because sometimes you look just at the possibility to put glow on or something like that. Sometimes you choose something because is refined, is fine, and gives you the possibility to have a refined result at the end. Sometimes you choose it for the light, because the colors and also the quality of paper behind after decoration gives a particular, I say light, I don't know how to say it better, to the paper.
I think it's the right expression.
And so each time for me it's a decision that that take in consideration many different characteristics, not just one. But I can also tell you that some paper were born for doing something, and quite precise, because Japanese use paper for do different kind of things. And for example, there are paper just for calligraphy, and you have to use like that.
Okay, only for one.
You can't move from that, because sometimes when they are good for something, they are not from something else. For example, not for glue.
Okay.
So you, as I said, you have to respect the material. You have to know it and to respect.
How do you make the paper so stable, especially on the necklaces? Do you have glue or varnish, or what makes it so strong at the end?
I have many materials that I use together with paper. So the glue is one, but I do not cover with the glue the paper, because I don't like the kind of result it gives. I know that someone do it, but I don't like. And so I have a lot of different kind of varnish, really a huge quantity. And sometimes they change because the producer change mind and decide to stop production, and I have to find something that refill and gives me the same result as the previous one. And after I have also other products that they are not so known in Italy. They are more from the Japanese tradition, but they are quite good to work with this word of kind of papers of Japan and also Nepal. And they are sometimes way to decorate, so to give the color to the paper, but sometimes there are also way to um, waterproof them.
Okay.
So the kind of rough material that you can use are a lot.
A lot. Okay. So other thing that I wanted to ask you, how long does it take you to make, for example, a necklace like that?
Okay.
I
Like this
suppose.
one, a lot of time because there
Okay.
are a lot of beads.
How many are?
Hours, I think 30, 35 hours
Okay.
or something more.
And
Because
how many beads do you have now on the
I
necklace?
can't remember this one in particular, but I
Seems
can take a look after when we
Yeah,
go to the work
afterwards,
site.
Stefania
Yeah.
will show us
Yeah,
how she's doing
because
the work.
I have to sign everything because I really do, as you can see, a huge quantity of different kind of products, and to me to remember what I every specific time it's difficult. But for example, what I remember
for example.
to do something like this, the simple one, so the Kusudama simple, it takes 4 hours.
Okay.
To make with some top points, 4 hours and a half. To make the complete one, the 90 pieces Kusudama, because for do that is 90 pieces folded. It takes 5 hours and a half.
Okay.
So.
Okay. And how do you approach? Do you prepare the single beads before and then mount them together, or
when I have a model that is produced before, yes,
Okay.
I do the beads
Okay.
and then I mount them together. But I also like to do new kind of stuff each year, we can say. So in that case, I just not produce. I have to think before, I have to do a project, and after perhaps I think something, but when I do is not really the same, so I have to adjust. So perhaps I have to produce a part of beads and then I have to do more because I decided it's not the best way. So when I project something, it takes more time, the most of time.
Okay. Okay. So a question what always interests everybody: how did high tide and pandemic affect your here at your shop, but also personally? So
okay, I can say I do not like to. In my life, difficulties are something we can say normal.
Yeah.
So I do not like to leave this kind of things with the bad behavior. I'm always okay.
So
there is
you are
the
an
moment.
optimistic person.
No, yeah, no. I'm an optimistic person. Sorry, but I don't like to cry on myself. We can say like that.
Okay.
Even if it's not perhaps the right word, because you can have moment of. Yeah, you feel bad or something. Yeah, but I always try to keep my smile, to dress my smile in the best way I can. And so, if I have to tell you how it was during the high tide, fortunately, I have a beautiful relationship with the other shop near to me.
Your neighborhood here.
Yeah.
Right.
So even the time in which I've seen the water coming inside like a flow, because it was really
fast, the
So
time it
how
came.
high was it in your
Plus
shop?
or minus, you have to think 50 centimeters, something like that. So it covers a part of the furniture. It goes inside. It took some pieces with
Yeah, I
her.
mean, you have paperwork
Yeah,
here, so-
because I wasn't imagining, because my shop is 135-meter high.
Okay.
This means that with the paratia, I'm covered till 167 centimeters. Okay, so it stay outside. It came inside for 1-2 centimeters, not more, because I have the pump that push it out. So it remains like that. But after 167, it started to came inside, and water is always like, you know, we were like inside a river. So it came inside immediately. In 10 minutes, the whole shop was full of water, 50 centimeter high.
Okay.
And so I started to try to take all the thing up, but my workplace were all full of things that I was saving, and also the window. And so it was difficult because everything was wet. So I was taking all the pieces of furniture to take them up, and after I was looking to my husband, where I can put, where I can put, where I can put. I have to put, and the water was inside. 10 minutes, not more. So it was awful in that moment.
Yeah.
And I was trying, you know, not to cry, but it was really difficult. And after I tell to myself, okay, you have to react. And so I asked to my husband to help me to bring all the paper that was safe to home, to take off everything was possible from the table and the window, and put the other thing on there. And then I've taken all the pieces that were wet and gone, and waste them. But the other part of thing that I was thinking that where can be safe, I decided to take them apart. Part of them was this kind of book of paper that I use for working sometimes. I sell like that, but I also use for work.
Okay.
And I have decided, okay, you have to open them to keep them dry as fast as you can. And after you decide what you do. And like that, it started a production of small block notice to take notes or also draw with the name Acqua Alta and the date of that time, and was a way to, you know, to save something. Yeah, and also to transform in something bad in something a little less bad. Because we have always to do like that. And the other thing I was telling to you is the beautiful atmosphere that I fortunately live in this Halle, and this is a small street. And so during all the time, the day after is because after the 1.87 m, there was a long period of high tide till the end of December. We were always talking together and sometimes also laughing because the day after we tried to put an adding paratia and we were all making holes together with the high tide, someone on a sky. Yeah. So it was also funny, even if it was an hard time. So this is what I tried to do to live in the best way.
Sure. Okay, we have. Should we then see you work on a piece directly? That was
so we can do like this. I can take a piece.
Okay.
and show to the
Yeah,
camera.
exactly. Show it before what we are going to do or what Stefania is going to do.
So the necklaces that you are going to see is not really the same of this, but it also has tied as a neck piece. So it's a choker, we name it.
Choker, okay.
And I'm going to show.
Okay. Should I help you
I
sign?
think I'm okay.
Okay. So I will stay here.
So, as you can see, this kind of beads are all rolled up on a piece of, in this case, it's a piece of wood. So I rolled that up.
So is this, no, there are 4 single beads,
Yes,
right?
yeah. Oh, sorry. So I rolled them up and I leave like this because after roll them I have to put the varnish, because as you can see, if I don't put the varnish they can move. So I have to. Okay. So I have to put the varnish. I have different kind of varnish as I told you.
So are these toothsticks or how?
Yeah,
Okay.
because they are the most
the best ones to use for you.
yeah, because they are small and the hole it becomes the smaller that I can do. Sometimes there is a tool that to do the beads like that, but it gives inside a sort of pleat that keeps the hole not free. I can say like that.
Okay.
And so I prefer to use this one. That's the best. So.
Okay. So you've put 4 pieces of beads on it and now you varnish it.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is, as I said, one of the varnish,
Okay.
but this kind of paper takes me twice kind. It asks me to be varnished twice because it's a
Okay.
kind of paper that needs more protection, and so I varnished twice. And so
Okay.
this is one of the passages.
Okay. So and then after the first passage he
I
has
have
to rest.
Yeah, to wait.
Uh-huh.
One day, it's
Oh,
the best,
okay, okay.
and then I can do the second one that is with another varnish. And then I put all the beads together. So as I said, this one will be a choker, so it has to be worked like that.
Okay, very nice.
You have you can see me? And you see that I have different kind of beads in this kind of piece, because I have the free ones that are this one.
Oh, okay.
And then I have something to divide sometimes the piece, because it's the only way to keep it in the right position when it's there.
Okay. Otherwise it would be too stiff, I suppose. Or...
Yeah, it will move too much,
Okay.
you can say. So it's a way to keep it in the right position.
Wow.
And then I put this. These are, I don't know if they are the last 2 or I have to add one more, but I know when this is something new, so I know when I try on me.
Is this all learning by doing, or I mean that's incredible, your technique and your...
As I said, I because to me, I don't know. It's difficult to explain because it's a process, and it's as I said, I not always follow a straight path. Sometimes I have to go like that to find something, But what I can say is that sometimes it arrives me an idea. I don't know if I have an idea. An idea decide to come within me. And I see something, and it's an image. After I start to understand how can I produce it. So I start the process in my mind. And sometimes I have to write something, sometimes I have to draw, but it's not always the same path.
To explain.
Yeah, but okay. So I start the uh, the the project, and after I start to product, but I always do like that. So I always to try on me, to try on other people, to see how it wears, because the other good thing to know when you produce something to be wear is that if I wear and if you wear, perhaps we need two different things. So sometimes I can adjust the model on different kind of people.
Okay.
Sometimes a model wear just a particular kind of people. And a piece of jewelry, it's a way to enlighten a lady or also a man sometimes, because
why not?
the necklaces in Venice were worn from men, not only from women. And also in Africa, it's a way to let the people understand your status. So jewelry is not only, And so, as I was saying, a piece of jewelry is a way to enlighten a person. And each one of us have different kind of faces, and you have in some way follow that kind of faces to have an harmonic result at the end of the person. And for example, I
So
think
you
this
say-
is a kind of neck, let me that you can wear quite well, because you are a kind of you are quite high, you have a beautiful neck, and you have not figure that is too high or too important, and so it's a piece that could wear a physique like yours. A necklace for a person with a generous breast, for example, would be perhaps different from this one.
Sure. So the customers, you customize really on the customers who comes in your shop, or contacting you also from abroad, maybe.
I can customize. I can also help them when they are in to find the best piece available at that moment for their figure or their color of skin. So I also like a lot the relationship with the clients. I love to help them, and yes, the most of time I find the right piece of every person, even if they have not time to customize because they want to take
something ready.
So yeah.
Okay.
So we go and finish the last. And then I think you don't have the time to see all the piece finished, because I have to. After this,
it's a long time.
Yeah, but I can tell you, after this, what I do is to adjust the length of. I try to do it, to pair it because when I put together the beads, I move them a lot. So try to pair, and then I do my first closure here.
Or maybe, do you have to take a special eye on preservation of the necklaces? I mean, they are always in paper, but they are varnished, so they should don't have any problems.
The thing that I used to tell to the people that sometimes are afraid of the fact that they are made from paper is please do not squash under your feet. But I think like any other piece of jewelry.
Okay.
And the other thing that I was joking. The other thing is that if some water goes on a piece of my jewelry, if it's a small quantity of water, you just dry them immediately with a towel, with something that absorbs, and it's all. If it's a big quantity and you think that it's gone inside, so it can, because the only thing that can happen is that in time it keeps mold.
Okay, so it's going to lose its strongness. Or
No, perhaps it just produced some, how can I tell, mold, so muffa. But after that there is no problem. So to avoid that kind of fat, you just put for 1 day inside rice.
Okay.
Like that.
Okay.
So you dry immediately, and after you put in rice.
Like you do with computers.
Yeah, and it takes all the humidity, and that's all.
Yeah.
But I hope, please do not shower with.
Yeah, or go for a swim.
Yeah, because it's not the best way to treat my jewelry.
Sure.
So I was telling, I close this part and the other, and after, to finish it, not to leave all these strings free like that. To close it, I will do how do you call treccia?
Just was thinking about it.
I thread it. Yeah, it's a sort of thread. But I can't remember the way to say treccia.
Sai, how?
I have no idea.
You don't, if you make also with the
Oh,
hairs.
braid.
Braid.
Yeah.
Okay.
I do a braid to close it. And the most of time at the end of the braid, I put a small bead to close it, because I like to refine every piece in each detail. Because I think the details make the piece.
Yeah.
So
yeah, you can see that on your works. You have a really keen eye on details.
Yeah, and this is perhaps the reason why it takes a long time to finish a piece like this.
Yeah, but
because every detail is
What is really astonishing.
So
very beautiful.
I hope you enjoy.
Yes. So maybe you want to say where people can find you on the internet, so if they can buy also online, just to.
So if you want to find me here, so to visit my shop, we are not far away from Rialto Market. You have just to reach Campo San Polo or Campo Santa Maria Mater Domini. If you have a big difficulty to find me, you just call me and I keep you there in Campo San Polo or in Campo Santa Maria Mater Domini. If not, if you can go with your path, I suggest to reach Campo San Polo, to follow the street to find the Ristorante da Fiore, so a famous restaurant in Venice. Everyone knows where it is. And from there you take the street that is opposite the restaurant. And you go straight on and you find me on the right. If you come from Campo Santa Maria Mater Domini, You entering the campo, you see the Vera da Pozzo, you leave the bridge behind your shoulder, and you go straight on and you turn left, and you go straight on and you find me on the left. Near me, there is a beautiful shop of flowers that is named Bottega 2137, a beautiful shop of ancient kind of Murano glasses. So it's an antiquity shop, and so it's quite recognizable. There's a calle that is named Calle Longa. If you want to find me on the website, it's www.paperowl.com. And after that, I have all the social that you can imagine. So follow me everywhere you want. Always with the name Paper Owl, but the owl, the O is double. So Paper OOWL.
Okay.
That's
Great.
okay. I think it's everything.
Thank you very much,
It's a
Stefania.
pleasure.
Thank you very much for this interview. And we say goodbye from Live-in-Venice Week, sponsored by SofaTour. See you today.
This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. I got tons of soul on my true collectible. Famous, so famous, number one, desirable. I do what I want when I want and how I want it. Leave you with the one in yeah, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, to for the world. This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it, cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause you I know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate us, approve of how they love. They can bring me down, nah. They are jealous of me and my umbrella, yeah, they love me so. This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it, cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, yeah. All I wanna do is just say, you don't understand how I play. I am on my way to win you over. No way, yeah. Oh, you can hear my voice in your head, and you wanna hear it again. So you play it over and over, yeah.
Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Like a lion, uncontrolled. Your mark is on my back, just like that. In it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time. Collide with me, come high with me, and I'll go for you. Divine and free, go ride with me. Yeah, we'll go. Let the fire in, lose control. We like to burn out fast. We're hot like that. Like a diamond, you alone.
I feel like breaking rules on the edge, looking out with no parachute. You know I'm dreaming about us two, playing around without a clue. On the edge, leaning out. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing, but guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you just leave. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing, but guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you just leave. Had to convince my friends this time. Think you're toxic to my mind, but I know they don't know what you're all about. The way you hold my body tight, staying up talking through the night. Yeah, I know they just don't. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing, but guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you just leave. I need more of. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. I got tons of soul on my true collectible. Famous, also famous, number one, desirable. I do what I want when I want and how I want it. Leave you with the one in the air, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, top of the world. This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it, 'cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, 'cause you I know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate us, approve of how they love. They can bring me down, nah, nah, nah. They are jealous of me and my umbrella, yeah, they love me so. This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it, 'cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, yeah. All I wanna do is just say, you don't understand how I play. I am in my way to win you over. No way, yeah. Oh, you can hear my voice in your head, and you wanna hear it again. So you play it over and over, yeah.
Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Like a lion, uncontrolled. Your mark is on my back, just like that. In it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the lose control. We like to burn out fast. We're hot like that. Like a diamond, you alone. You got my heart like that. Just like that. Yeah, in it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind. Always, all of the time. Yeah, in it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind. Always, all of the time. All the time.
You know that I'ma keep it cool. With you I feel like breaking rules. On the edge, looking out with no parachute. You know I'm dreaming about us two. Playing around without a clue. On the edge, leaning out. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing. But guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you just leave. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing. But guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you just leave. I had to convince my friends this time. Think you're toxic to my mind, but I know they don't know what you're all about. The way you hold my body tight, staying up talking through the night. Yeah, I know they just don't. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing. But guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you just leave. I need more of. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. I got tons of soul on my true collectible. Famous, also famous, number one, desirable. I do what I want when I want and how I want it. Leave you with the one in the air, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, to fuck the world. This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause I know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate us, approve of how they love. They can bring me down, nah. They are jealous of me and my umbrella, yeah, they love me so. This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, yeah. All I wanna do is just stay. You don't understand how I play. I am on my way to win you over. No way, yeah. Oh, you can hear my voice in your head, and you wanna hear it again. So you play it over and over, yeah.
Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass.
Hi everybody, welcome back to Live in Venice Week.
This is a very special place. I am in one of the most wonderful places in Venice, one of the oldest as well, and this is a Merchant of Venice, and I'm with Marco Vidal, the CEO of this wonderful place. Thank you, Marco, for having us.
Thank you, Monica.
Where are we?
Good afternoon. We are in our flagship store, the Merchant of Venice flagship store, that was an old pharmacy that was founded in the 12th century.
Oh, wow.
But the furniture are dating back to the 18th century.
Okay, so everything we see is
It's
original.
original at the end of the 18th century, and was designed by the same architect who designed Teatro La Fenice, which is just in front of our store.
Okay.
And then it's very nice because you see it's a monumental store, and all the elements have a special meaning. For example, the 4 statues here are the muses of pharmacy.
Okay, so you were meant to be in this place then?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. It's very delicate also because we invested a lot in the restoration. Many times also because of the problem of the high tide.
Yes, of course.
Even at the end of 2019,
Okay.
we had to make another big restoration of
Did
all
it
the
come
elements.
really high?
Yeah. And now it's protected by some, intervention that we made.
Okay, so the water cannot come in.
Can come, but
not
we can, take some elements and protect, and even we can, how to say, we can
Lift.
lift
Yeah, you can
this.
Yeah, also because this is like a museum
Yeah.
on its own, really. So when did you open this?
At the end of 2013.
Okay.
And we started in that period, but in fact, we launched the brand in mid of 2014.
Okay, but you don't just have a store, you also have another one, right?
Yeah, in Venice we have 3 stores.
Okay.
So one here, we have another beautiful pharmacy, old pharmacy, special shop in Strada Nuova.
Yes, but I actually first went to that one and I know it's beautiful because you have the normal pharmacy and then you put your head and all of a sudden you see this.
Yeah, it's another jewel. And then we have Bottegaccini that you visited before. And then we have 2 corners, one in the airport and another one in Fondaco dei Tedeschi.
Oh, right, okay.
Plus we have the Museum of Perfume at Palazzo Mocenigo.
And we go back to that in a
It's
minute.
very interesting, where we have also like a shop, museum shop.
We'll go back to that in a second. And you also, of course, before we go any further, you have your online store that you
We have
this
online
one.
store, we have other stores, one in Verona, one in Milan, one in Dubai.
In Dubai as well?
In Dubai, we have a really standing-alone shop, very nice. Then we have corners in some of the most important department stores like Harrods, Selfridges, Bloomingdale's.
The name, the Merchant of Venice, why? I mean, to me it's pretty
It came
obvious.
to my
but-
mind, I was sleeping and I was thinking, we were starting to develop this project. And it
That
came
is not
to
anymore
my
a
mind.
project anymore, it's a
Yeah, at the time, it came to my mind and was interesting because the Merchant of Venice is someone that is traveling. It's not Venice, only Venice, closed Venice. It's a Venice open to the world. And the merchant is also someone that is taking from the travels the most refined raw materials for perfumery. So the concept of the Merchant of Venice is very close to what we are doing today. Because still today, first, the Merchant of Venice is also distributed in more than 40 countries around the world. So after 4 years, we achieve a very interesting distribution in the world. Second, we have a constant research on the most refined raw materials for perfumery.
Like you used to be
In the past.
in the past, also because
Yeah.
the art perfumery in Venice was really important.
Yeah. And one of the reasons why Venice was the capital of perfumery between 12th to 16th century was the fact that they had the monopoly of raw materials in the same period. So they were able to import the most precious raw materials.
From the Middle East
And then in Venice they had a category that were called muschieri,
Okay.
so the old perfumers,
Okay.
that were able to create very innovative kind of perfumes, because they made one of the most important discovery in the history of perfumery. So the use of the alcohol as a diluent and preservative for the essential oil.
Ah, okay.
So before this discovery, the perfume was just an ointment, an oil.
Yes.
Was
Like
unguentum,
an essential oil.
essential oil, pure essential oil. In Latin, the name was unguentum. So after this discovery made by the Venetian perfumers, even the economical dimension of perfumery changed dramatically,
Yeah, of course.
because they discovered that the alcohol, and was the grape alcohol, was perfect to dilute, so to enlarge the production, and even to preserve. So they were also able to make travels and to export the creation they made in Venice.
And also, correct me, I probably say something stupid, but also essential oil, you only need a little bit because it's so intense. By adding the water and the alcohol, you have bigger quantities. So out of the same kind of thing, you are getting more money too. So like typical Venetians, you know.
A lot, and also it's a matter of preserve the essential oil, which is very
lasting longer,
delicate.
yeah, of course.
Very delicate. In a perfume today, you have from 8 to 20% of essential oil in the alcohol. So alcohol is always more than 80% of the formula.
Okay. This is so interesting. And another thing that I only discovered the other day with your videos, because Marco created this series of videos where he talks about the women of perfumery, and that was interesting. I didn't realize the importance that actually women had in that field.
Women had always an important role in perfumery, even in the old history, even really during the old Egypt or old Greece. And in Venice, we selected 3 women. So one was the princess who took the culture of perfumery in Venice from Constantinople.
Okay.
Maria Argyros, it's a princess. In the 11th century, she married the Doge of Venice. And it was written that she was the one taking really the use of the perfume for the first time in our city, in a period where in the rest of Europe, the use of perfume was criticized by the church.
Okay, and wasn't it just used maybe for bodies when people died or something like that to cover?
Yeah, but in general, in the church, the Roman church was really critical to the woman using cosmetics and perfumes. The second is Isabella Cortese. She is one of the most important perfumers during the Renaissance in the 16th century, beginning of the 16th century. She wrote a recipe book about cosmetics.
Oh, wow.
So the secrets of Isabella Cortese.
Okay.
And they publish many copies of this book. So very important. And the third one is the grandmother of the famous perfumer, Giovanni Maria Farina, the one who discovered Acqua di Cologna, who created for the first time the famous Acqua di Cologna, and she was a Venetian perfumer, Caterina Gennari, and she teach Giovanni Maria Farina, and she teach about the traditional Venetian perfumery.
So it is the link and the root with perfumes and Venice is so strong. I mean, you can actually say, we know it was born in a way before, but really is Venice. Like many other fashion, many other things in the city, he actually brought it to the highest in a way. So when you decided to do the Merchant of Venice, I remember one thing that I noticed right at the beginning, the first few years. First of all, you didn't have so many. Now, with so many choices is unbelievable. It was the fact that you, if I'm not wrong, it was based on many Venetian recipes, the original kind, or at least using the original recipes.
The main inspiration depends on the line. For example, in this range, we call this range Murano collection. Murano collection because, of course, the main feature of this line is that the colors and
I'll
the
just
design.
take it here. If I can have a bottle,
It's
I'm taking you
yes,
to
please.
it so you can see it. Okay.
So the colors are fused inside the glass.
Oh, okay.
And then in terms of perfume, each perfume is inspired by a different trade route
Right. Okay.
that were connecting
Ah,
Venice
okay.
to the rest of
Yes.
the ports of the Mediterranean Sea.
Okay.
So we studied which raw materials were imported in Venice more than 500 years ago. And then together with our master perfumers, we recreated new formula using the same, some of the same raw materials that were used more than 500 years ago. For example, so in this perfume is called Mystic Incense, as the incense that the Venetians were importing from Oman at the time through the trade route of the incense. Or in this one, this called Andalusian Soul, is inspired by Muda di Barbaria. This was the name of the trade route.
Exactly.
And at the time, they were importing Cistus labanum, which is a special ingredient and plant growing in the south of Spain. And we found really a community of farmers that are really still growing the same raw material. And we've been able to import the same quality from the same place, so to recreate exactly the same system and supply chain, let's say this.
You are, you are kind of keeping the memory as well alive, really.
Yeah.
You know, is one way. I mean, that in perfume, nowadays, obviously everybody is such a big industry. This is very important because it is so particular as well.
It's a matter of quality because it's a value. So the art of perfumery of Venice, it's really a value. But also we are doing a lot of innovation because all the formulas, all the perfume are really innovative. So for example,
also because nowadays we got to
new
be careful with
notes,
allergies and stuff like that.
Yeah, but also the creativity in
Yes.
perfumery is very important. For example, we launched some new raw materials never used before in perfumery.
Okay,
like the blue tea. Blue tea is this one. This is the blue tea. It's a raw material. It's a very special kind of tea.
Tea, right, okay, I didn't understand it was tea. I thought it was just a tea as a letter. Okay, they got blue tea.
The blue tea,
Okay.
very expensive, very precious raw material.
From which area?
From Japan, high mountains.
Okay.
And we are the first, so after a long period of research trying to extract the oil, we've been the first and we are the only one using this special raw material.
Wow.
Which is giving really a great perfume and great
And
notes
unique.
to this-
And
yeah,
unique.
unique. Completely unique. Yeah.
So, Marco, when you first started, how many lines were there and how many do you have now?
So we started only with 6 of the Murano collection.
Okay.
Talking about the end of 2013, middle of 2014. And today we have around 80 different perfumes.
Wow.
Yeah.
And you got a women's section and a men's section as well. But I got to say personally, I love the men ones. They're very fresh. Very fresh.
You know, in fact, we have no genders.
Yes, that's something that the
No
girls
gender
certainly.
lines like this one. For example, we have a men line more because of the inspiration of the Venetian noblemen.
Okay.
So they were the one that was traveling and symbol of a special elegance and decoration, and even linked to the fact that really these merchants that were also noblemen were really the one also taking to Venice the special raw materials that we are also using for this line.
Silly question. 80 more perfumes. Who chose all the names for it? You had every single one?
No, we have a team. Of course, I'm taking part of all the processes on the version of Venice. And but I have a team. And recently also I appointed the master perfumer who came from London.
Okay.
The master perfumer also of Queen Elizabeth II.
Oh wow! Okay.
Yeah. And now he's living in Venice
Okay.
since a week.
Okay.
Nicola Pozzani started to cooperate with me. He's the new creative director of my company. And he will, of course, improve and support a team that is also made by other persons, evaluators, marketing persons. And we are a young team, but you see, we are working hardly to make Merchant of Venice, an ambassador of the Made in Italy and Venice in the world.
And I was reading somewhere cultural luxury.
Yeah.
I love when I read that in Italian. I thought that is so cool because I think it's very important that people. I think one of the reasons why we started Live-in-Venice Week was to get rid a bit of the postcard picture of Venice, and the idea was to show that it's not just oh, okay, it's beautiful. I've been. There is so much. And the culture part of Venice is one of the most important. The culture and the artisans are the backbone of the city.
Yeah.
And you as Merchant of Venice, I know that you're doing a lot to support the artisans. You have various different projects and initiatives that you've done. I know with Bottega Cini, but we explained it this morning, but you also do a lot of events where you connect with them. Why have you got this passion for the artisans?
So in first, the Merchant of Venice was born from a cultural project. It was the institution of the first museum of perfume in Italy.
Ah, okay, I didn't know this. Okay.
So it started before the museum and then the brand project.
Okay, okay.
So we created the museum together with the foundation of Civic Museum. So we took to the Civic Museum a museum project, talking about the history of Venetian perfumery.
Mm-hmm.
We financed the restoration of the museum, and then together with them, we created a beautiful museum that is explaining what is the heritage of Venice in perfumery. And this was very important, even to give credibility to the Merchant of Venice.
Of course.
Second, we immediately try to connect with the artisans of Venice, because they are really the heart, the living heart of Venice. People are living here, they are able to make unique products, and we started to cooperate with them in many different projects. We have artisans supplying Merchant of Venice, for example, for special creations, like you see here, handmade vases that are container of the most luxury line.
Okay.
We have some artisans creating this. This is a perfume decanter, for example. To smell the fragrance.
Okay, I don't drop this. I didn't even know you had the perfume decanters.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is my design.
Your design, wow.
A master Igor Balbi.
Igor Balbi, yeah, of course.
Then we created a line of candles made in Venice.
Okay.
Then we launched also the Merchant of Venice Pie Kempinski.
Yes.
And we worked with Battiloro for the gold mask,
of course,
and made in Venice.
Yes.
Then with Maison Moretti, we made many things with them.
Yes.
They are a great partner. So we immediately started to try to have a strong link and support each other.
Yes.
It is very important, and try to take really the values of Venice and Venice like a living city.
Yes.
Okay. Around the world. This is the most important thing. And then we started also to create special events. The first was with Confartigianato, Artigiani a Palazzo.
Yes, I remember that.
It's an event during the weekend where we are opening Palazzo Mocenigo to the artisans, and you have many artisans live present showing what they are doing and doing their job inside the palace.
And it's a beautiful way to get people nearer to the artisan and for them to understand the value of handmade products. Because I think that we really we are so concentrated on the cost of something that we forget the hard work that gets into doing something handmade. So you really are bringing the made in Venice. Forget about the made in Italy. It's a made in Venice.
Made in Venice, yeah. Made in Venice, because it's, I think, the most important way to support Venice and to protect Venice is to try to develop and support the existing activities. So people who are living here, who are working here, and in some way who are taking back to Venice the value of what they are doing here. It's very important when we think about a city who is welcoming every year more than 30 million people, more 30 million visitors, more or less, let's say like this. It's very important that we offer products that has, you know, an effect in the city.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not interesting to offer like Chinese souvenirs or even French multinational fashion brands.
Yeah, of course.
The interest of supporting really the life in Venice is to have, you know, a system of economy and a tourism we supporting really the residents, the people who are working here, the activities.
For the 1600th year, you've done a special perfume?
Yeah, we've done two special
Oh, two.
products.
Okay,
Two.
I remember seeing one, I didn't remember two. Okay.
One is Venezia 21.
Okay.
So Venezia is the old name of Venice. 21, of course, is the year of the anniversary. You see in the special pack, we have the map of the Barbary in gold.
Oh, that is beautiful. The boxes are, by the way, I mean, the bottles are beautiful, the perfume is beautiful, but even the boxes are stunning. I have to say, you don't want to open it. It's so nice.
And this is Venezia 21.
Okay, oh, look at this.
You see, it's gold plated.
This is amazing also because when you finish a perfume, this is a beautiful bottle to keep.
Yeah.
It's not like
the decoration you see is the part of the architectural style of Venice. This is spine.
Yes, so that you find on the floors.
Yeah. And it's an eau de parfum concentré. It's a beautiful perfume that was created by the master perfumer Jordi Fernandez. It's an oriental one, but very balanced in the notes and really precious. And it's also part of the Murano exclusive, which is the top line that we offer.
Okay.
It's a line that we developed together with Harrods in London.
Oh, wow.
So it's doing very well.
Yeah.
And the second perfume is this one.
Okay.
It's different as a bottle. It's not taking the brand and Merchant of Venice because it's really a one-shot line.
But you've done in collaboration with the city.
The city.
For the 1600.
It's dedicated to Venice, and the fragrance. It's a salty fragrance.
Okay. Oh, like the lagoon.
Yeah. Really, it's the smell of the lagoon.
Okay. Cool. It is stunned, and you know, it's a pity I got my mask on, and that lately I don't smell much, but this place is like mind blowing. Now, when somebody walks into your shop, you know, I walk in, it's like, oh my God. Which one now? How is the client followed in picking the right fragrance? Because a lot of people say, oh, I like this, like that. Instead, you have also to go with your type of skin. There is a lot of thought. Do your assistant follow the customer in the search?
So the retail experience here is very important for us, even because the perfume and this kind of perfume that are using really natural raw materials, special notes, needs to be explained
exactly. That's what
with the right words, with the right way, even with the right way of knowing the expectation and knowing the person that you have in front of you. So our staff is always trained and even updated every year in all the effective
because
trends.
they're very different from your, you know, big brands, industrial,
the commercial
brands.
Yeah.
Exactly, a very
personal.
And each one is really totally different.
Yeah.
And really, I don't know. The sum of these perfumes, literally for me, it was like smelling citrus. It's fresh. They're like you nearly want to take a bottle and just drink it because and they last a long time.
This is really what we call the artistic perfumery. Because here, so the main part of the perfume is not the brand, is not the advertising like in the commercial brands, but is the fragrance itself. So really the use of the most precious and rare notes is the way we are using. and we're also playing with some perfume. Sometimes we are using strange notes, so it's very personal. And even for that reason, we have many perfume, because we give a choice to all the people that really loves to have a personal perfume, something unique, a niche perfume.
And it should be.
Yeah.
It should be like this. Like one of my favorite one, and I love that you transform that into your gel, is a Rosa Moceniga.
Yeah.
How did that come about? Because Rosa Moceniga is something very particular, is a particular type of rose. How did it come about?
This is really, first, it's our signature perfume, meaning that it's our rose. Nobody can use this rose.
Okay.
And it's a rose that was rediscovered by Andrea di Robilan, so the writer who then wrote this book about the history of this rose that was imported in Venice from Lucetta Mocenigo, so the Countess Lucetta Mocenigo.
And so we go back to the palazzo again.
Yeah, there is always a link.
Always this link,
And it's a rose. It's a crossed with, it's a Chinese rose crossed with a French rose, and then was taken into this beautiful property of Mocenigo family in our countryside in Albisopoli, and then grown there. This kind of this special rose, then you achieve really some particular kind of botanical elements, and the perfume is completely different for the rest of the rose perfume. You know, we have a lot of rose perfume. It's one of the most classic.
But you have somebody else who goes Mocenigo, and you're like, whoa.
Yeah, it's a rose with fresh notes, fruity notes. It's something between like a Moroccan rose and a peony. It's very, even it's really for a young woman.
No, even for not so young women.
You are a young woman.
No, but even for not young women, it is good. But I love the fact that you put that into the gel during the pandemic. You know,
This
that
was
an
a service.
amazing idea.
Was a service for our clients.
And I got to say, something I really appreciated the fact that, correct me if I'm wrong, but during the pandemic, whenever possible, you kept Bottega Cini open and also some of the shops whenever it was possible.
We tried to, of course, especially the Spezzeria all'Ercole d'Oro. We've been able to be open. Even my company continued to be open always, even during the strong lockdown we had last year. And we have also, we converted the production into the jazz, even to support the needs of the market.
And your workers as well, because that way they could carry on working. That's
then we
very
developed a lot on e-commerce for the Merchant of Venice. We also launched a special service, which is the personal shopper online.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah,
so how does that work?
So the people can have a live session in our e-commerce together with a junior master perfumer who is introducing you the perfumes.
Oh my God, that's
so he's explaining the perfumes.
Okay.
He's taking you in all the different kind of notes and lines.
Right.
So this is very important because it's a way of really creating a link with our clients and trying to replicate the dynamic that we have in our shops.
And it's very good also because you do it online, whatever, but then eventually people will come back to the city and we know that they find exactly the same thing when they walk in the shop.
And we hope so because we prefer to have, of course, personal and live, realistic presentation than the
But the way it used to be with perfume back in the past, before it became this mass commercialized business that practically, in my opinion, they all more or less start the same, or at least very similar. And I don't know, you're the expert, but I don't know how much of the essence it is there and how much of the alcohol is there. Another question. You are Venetian through and through, from a very old family.
Yeah.
Now I'll ask you something about Venice. Nothing to do with this. Feel free not to answer if you don't want to. How about some other people? Venice of the past, Venice of now, and Venice that you would like.
I would like to have a Venice with a different relationship with the environment first, even with a different relationship with the economy. So we must go back to the strategies that Venice had in the past.
Vision.
When it was a vision,
Yes.
vision and relationship with the rest of the world. We should not be closed like we are today, because we are only a window today. We need to be a city in front of the world, productive, creating ideas, creating activities, and so on. So this is my dream for Venice.
And
it's not easy because we are also living in a continent and in a country that is very tired.
Yes.
Even in terms of ideas, very closed.
But I find Venice, we were talking in the other interviews and stuff, and I cannot remember if he was, I said yes, I can't remember if it was Vera Mantangoli or Cristina Gregorin, one of the two writers told me that Venice had its best inspiration, the best creation. I think it was Vera when we were talking about the burning of the Phoenician. It's had its best creation, the best innovative ideas when it was at its worst.
Yeah, that's true. After the pandemics, after the plagues.
But look at the Redentore, look at Salone, look at the
This is
Felice.
true.
Yeah.
The problem this time is that here, administration and politicians are not thinking to change, are not thinking to relaunch, but are trying to replicate the same system together with the same problems that we had 2 years ago.
Exactly.
And this is not good, of course.
Even though there is a call from everybody else outside.
There are also many opportunities. There are many opportunities.
And
we
many
should
young
take
people.
immediately.
And so many young people also really, I mean, like, all the
That's
young
true.
people that during the pandemic came up with so many ideas.
That's true. We need to fight. We
Yeah.
need really to fight for
Yeah.
Venice. For an idea of Venice, of quality.
Yes.
And really Venice open in front of the world in the sense that is also able to be alive, to be productive.
I believe that we need to re-educate people. And that I hope we're doing this service. One question, if I am a young person and I want to get into perfumery, how hard is it?
It's not easy because perfumery, first you need to make a university, specialistic university in chemicals or in pharmacy. And then you have another period of post-university studies, at least 2 years, in special masters, very expensive also, dedicated to perfumery.
So,
for example, we had one University of Padova, which is the MBM in perfumery. 1 year in Paris and 1 year in Padova. And we are always closing the year. The last seminar we're taking to the Museum of Perfume here in Venice. And we have more or less 40 students every year, coming from all over the world, only few, 1, 2 maximum Italian students that are really learning perfumery. And then after this course, they need to take at least 4 or 6 years to become a junior master perfumer, because you need to train your nose. You need to learn all the different notes. You need to be able, when you smell a perfume,
to know what
to recreate in your mind the real formula.
It's like when you started to become a coffee taster, a tea taster, it's training, it's training and training.
But as a company...
Do we have any questions?
Sorry, 2 comments.
Okay,
Let's take this. The first one is so excited. I am nearly run out of my merchant of any perfume. I need to come shopping soon.
Please.
Or online. In the meantime, in the meantime.
The other one is love their perfumes, and to enter the store is a treat for the eyes.
Oh, it is. I mean, you're only seeing this part because our camera does it, it's a bit complicated. But if we turn there, it's just as good. You are gonna. It is like walking into a museum in a good sense. Okay, you're stepping back in time when you walk in here.
And we have also a question. I would love to know more about the perfume oriental. What are the ingredients?
So the oriental...
Ingredients we're not gonna tell you.
In general, so we have, in perfumery, we have the categories, are the families. Normally we have 6 families. So we have fougere, we have floral perfume, citrus perfume, we have oriental perfume. When we are talking about oriental perfumes, we are talking about perfumes with notes like amber, musk, special woods, so very strong sandals, incense, like woody, but ambery, musky notes, and also sweet notes, because they are coming typically from the culture of the Middle East, especially from the Arabic markets.
And then you said that immense trade with this country, so it's
and then we must say that the culture of perfumery started in the Arabic.
Of course. Any other questions?
Not for the moment.
Okay, how long do I want to go, because I want to ask another question.
We are now 35 minutes.
Okay, I'll ask you another question. Bottegaccini.
Yeah.
We were here earlier this morning. We interviewed Marisa, she's your resident artisan, Marisa Convento. Elena, your store manager, very nicely explained, but I want to hear from you. Why Bottegaccini?
Bottegaccini to make and to join forces in the excellence of Venice. So the idea of having a store where we can offer the best of Venice, but also something that is really connected to the idea of a cultural enterprise. So something that is really made by the passion, by the heart, and by the territory. So we have for every category of products, we have best choice of products in our territory.
Why a resident artisan? Well, Marisa is there from the beginning right now, but no, the reason why. You couldn't just open a store and just be in a store that sell, artisan-made products. But why an artisan inside?
Because it's experience. You have someone that is doing something with their hands in a shop, is giving really something that is unique. You really feel that you have an heritage, you have a living heritage in the shop.
And I think also in what we were talking about before, it educates people how important it is handmade. When you actually see it, then you go back, you think, okay, I got it, why it cost that?
And I must say that Marisa is a special.
Marisa for president.
It's the added value for Bottegaccini.
Yes, and it's a beautiful location as well in the Dorso di Roma. You've got Palazzo Cini, you have Peggy Guggenheim.
We have a beautiful relationship with Vittorio Cini Foundation.
Exactly.
We have a lot of projects online.
You have a beautiful thing as well, but in the shop, because it's a shop. Marisa is there with her workshop, but you also have a little room at the back where you actually do show documentaries and films.
We have a small cinema with 270 degrees screen.
Okay, how many people can sit? Well, in normal circumstances, don't look at pandemic.
Normally 12 people.
Okay.
Normally you can have 12 people. Plus you have other places, and then we are taking another space now that we want to join and connect all this area. And so the idea is always to combine the kind of commercial side to the cultural side. So always to have a shop that it's an experience. So you can find the best products and also an experience. You can have an experience together with Marisa Convento, together with the presentation of perfumes or glasses, jewelry, paper.
Or like you did during the pandemic, the beautiful video that was made of the lockdown in the city. That was like, how long was it? 5 minutes long or something? More or less the video. Where it's totally, there was no comments, just the sound.
Venezia non zero by Andrea Morucchio.
Just the sounds of the city during the lockdown, but it was chilling. At the same time, it was like, oh wow, I like this. But then after a while, I was going, whoa, and it was unbelievable.
Yeah, it's a project of the artist Andrea Morucchio, and was excellent because we've been able to launch to launch this project online and then to have
People
coming even with the full video that was like a 10-minute documentary, and it has been awarded by the festival.
Oh wow!
Yeah, as the best documentary of 2020.
Oh, I didn't know that. Oh wow!
Yeah.
Oh, congratulations. Now, what's next for the Merchant of Venice? What do you
We
see?
have many projects.
Some that you can mention, or
So I can say that next year we will launch a line completely sustainable.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, with all the elements that we talk about sustainability, even the fragrance and the oils will be connected with the project that try to sustain the cultivation of natural raw materials among the small communities around the world. It's a special, really a special project.
That would be really.
There will be a line of mononotes, not a blend like here. You will find the best vanilla in the world, the best quality of vetiver, the best quality
and grown in a sustainable way.
And you can choose the perfume grown and sustainable and the highest quality. And then you can also blend together with a system like of layering or blending special kits.
Oh, that is.
So it will be like a laboratory line.
So back to 600, 700, 800 years ago.
Yeah.
Back to the roots. Start from the beginning. Have you got any question, Romena? You're okay? No, you're okay?
No, I don't have a question.
You
have the perfumes, but there are also body creams or that kind of stuff that you can sell and they are connected with the perfume.
So yes, we have also a range of body products. Then we have spa products because in Venice we have the Merchant of Venice Spa that has been also awarded as the best spa in Europe in 2020, which is very important for us. And then we have a line of skincare made by this gold that is beaded by the artisan in Venice.
I got to say, I met them yesterday. I was walking. They were going to be part of the Live-in-Venice Week, but unfortunately they weren't feeling very well physically. So I said, okay, next year, but they will be next year for sure.
And then we are developing new products for the spa because probably we will open another spa in Venice in the city center, not in the private island.
Okay.
Another spa. And then we're also working a grooming and shaving line for men. Special line that should be launched. In at the end of the year.
Wow.
In Italy and in the Middle East, where we will open some barber shop.
Oh wow, amazing.
Yeah.
You actually have a sleep at night?
Sorry, just one last question. Because someone missed at the beginning. So can you tell exactly where is the shop, where we are?
So we are in front of Teatro La Felice in San Marco area, Campo San Frantin, and it's close to San Marco Square. In 5 minutes walking in direction of Teatro La Fenice.
All the details will be on the video anyway with their website and everything. So on their website they got all the location of their store.
Yeah.
Marco, what can I say? I was so worried about interviewing you, and it was you are fantastic. And I don't want to leave now. This is a place that you have got. If the iPad could just allow us for you to smell the wonderful aromas of the perfumes that we got here, I think everybody will be like having a bit of an aromatherapy section right now because it's amazing.
No, it's better to leave the curiosity.
Oh, for them to come, yes.
Here.
Yes, well, eventually everybody will be able to travel. That's the idea. Thank you so much again for having us, guys. Thank you, the Merchant of Venice, and this is Live-in-Venice Week by SofaTour, and I'll see you again tomorrow for some more interviews. Thank you so much for watching. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Your mark is on my back, just like that. In it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time. Collide with me, come high with me. like a fire in, lose control. We like to burn out fast. We're hot like that. Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass. Just like that. In it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind. Always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind. Always, all of the time. All the time.
You know that I'ma keep it cool. With you I feel like breaking rules. On the edge, looking out with no parachute. You know I'm dreaming about us two. Playing around without a clue. On the edge, cleaning out. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing. But guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you just leave. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing. But guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you just leave. Had to convince my friends this time. Think you're toxic to my mind, but I know they don't know what you're all about. The way you hold my body tight, staying up talking through the night. Yeah, I know they just don't. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing. But guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you just leave. I need more of. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. I got tons of soul on my true collectible. Famous, oh so famous, number one, desirable. I do what I want, when I want, and how I want it. Leave you with the one, and yeah, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, to all the world. This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause I know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate us, approve of how they love. They can bring me down, nah. They are jealous of me and my umbrella, yeah, they love me so. This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, yeah. All I wanna do is just say, you don't understand how I play. I am in my way to win you over. No way, yeah. Oh, you can hear my voice in your head, and you wanna hear it again. So you play it over and over, yeah.
Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Like a lion, uncontrolled. Your mark is on my back. just like that. In it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time. Collide with me, come out with me, and I'll go for you. Divine and free, go ride with me. Yeah, we'll go. Let the fire in, lose control. We like to burn out fast. We're hot like that. Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass. Just like that. In it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time.
You know that I'ma keep it cool. With you I feel like breaking rules. On the edge, looking out with no parachute. You know I'm dreaming about us too. Playing around without a clue. On the edge, cleaning out. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing. But guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you just leave. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing. But guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you just leave. Had to convince my friends this time. Think you're toxic to my mind, but I know they don't know what you're all about. The way you hold my body tight, staying up talking through the night. Yeah, I know they just don't. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing. But guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you just leave. I need more of. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. I got tons of soul on my true collectible. Famous, also famous, number one, desirable. I do what I want when I want and how I want it. Leave you with the one in, yeah, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, to all the world. This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I'm still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. By a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause I know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate us, approve of how they love. They can bring me down, nah. They are jealous of me and my umbrella, yeah, they love me so. This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it, 'cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved by a champion, a champion. Yeah, all I wanna do is just say, you don't understand how I play. I am on my way to win you over and over, yeah. Oh, you can hear my voice in your head, and you wanna hear it again. So you play it over and over and over, yeah.
Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Like a lion, uncontrolled. Your mark is on my back, just like that. In it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time. Collide with me, come out with me, and I'll go for you. Divine and free, go ride with me. Yeah, we'll go. Let the fire in, lose control. We like to burn out fast. We're hot like that. Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. In it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time.
You know that I'ma keep it cool. With you I feel like breaking rules. On the edge, looking out with no parachute. You know I'm dreaming about us too. Playing around without a clue. On the edge, cleaning out. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing. But guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you just leave. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing. But guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you just leave. Crown a champion, a champion. I got tons of soul on my true collectible. Famous, so famous, number one, desirable. I do what I want when I want and how I want it. Leave you with the one in the air, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, top of the world. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all.
Hi, here is Monica G again for this Live in Venice week. It's been so far a week so full of adventures. We've met so many incredible people. It's been a discovery for us as well. People that we already knew came up with something totally unexpected to us. People that we didn't know turned out to be a great experience. So it's been a great week for everybody. And I'm really pleased today to be in a very special place. It's not a special place, it's even, I should say, unique, one of a kind. There are not so many places in, not only in Venice, but I should say in the world. And I'm here with Daniela Ghezzo.
Hi.
Hello, Daniela, ciao.
Ciao.
Who is the owner of this workshop. She is an artisan herself. And guess what she produces? I don't know how the cameras can show, I mean, how you can see from the cameras, but I'm entirely surrounded by shoes. And it's very bad that you cannot feel the smell from the cameras, because the smell is quite incredible, some sort of exciting actually, although Daniela says that she doesn't feel the smell anymore. Is that right?
Yes, it's right.
Because you're used to it. So, Daniela, you produce shoes, but these shoes are entirely handmade,
Yes.
right? Tell us, first of all, a little bit about who you are, where you were born, your background.
Okay. I am Venetian.
Venetian, you were born in Venice.
I born in Venice. I study Accademia of Art di Venice, and for the summer jobs, about in 17,
when you were 17 years old, so very young,
I go in this shop.
This one.
In this
very
workshop.
workshop.
Yeah. And start the apprentice with apprenticeship with old shoemaker Rolando. Learn me the handmade shoes. And
so this place was owned originally by Rolando Segalin,
Yes.
right? Who was very well known in Venice, and you would come here to learn
Yes.
from Rolando's hands and experience how to create shoes.
Yes, for creating the shoes, but I study for a long time for prepare really handmade shoes, about 7 years for learn.
It took 7 years to learn how to create shoes. So it was, I think this is really important. We've met this several times during our live events in Venice, that you do not become an artisan because you have no other choice. You become an artisan in most of the cases as a choice. It's your choice, what you decided to do, right?
I decide it's the good work for me about in 6 years of experience.
After 6 years of experience?
Because very interesting for me, see the fit my client and transform the fit in the shoes.
So this lady would look around, I mean, would walk around and look at
feet, the
Yeah.
feet of the people. That was your major interest. And then creating shoes for particular feet became your passion.
Yes.
Because you cannot do a job like this
Yes.
without passion. Is
Yes.
that right?
Step by step, the patient have for work, for la parte logistica, for
Logistics.
the logistic work, and recommend my client different shoes for different occasion or different and desiderio, cioè desire, exactly, for different situation. Yes.
It's quite interesting to see so many different shoes around here, but just let me tell you, this is not a place where you step in and just buy a pair of shoes, because every single pair of shoes is customized.
Yes.
After the client,
yes.
right?
The shoes to see in my shop in the window, not to buy, only the example for to speak with my client for different look design for every day, for the special day,
Occasion,
and for very strong leather. For example, my client in the world. I have the client in Florida, I have the client in Switzerland. In Switzerland, for example, I prefer to have very good leather, water resistant for my client have a lot of rain in the street. But when I have a client live in the medium hot or cold, I recommend different leather.
Of course, so
Of
that
course,
it is more suitable to the environment and the climate of the place. How much does the art that you have studied, how big a part your art takes in shoemaking? So is art helping you when you make shoes, or is it a totally different realm?
I don't understand really the question.
No problem. Quanta importanza ha la tua arte, l'arte che hai studiato nella produzione delle
Yes,
scarpe?
I'm sorry, madam. Okay,
No,
I
it's
understand.
no, madam. Okay, first of all, okay. It's not madam, it's Monica, because as I said yesterday, I'm old, but not that old.
Okay.
No,
I'm
just
sorry,
joking,
Monica.
Danielle, I'm just
I'm
joking.
sorry for my don't speak very well.
No, you're doing great.
I think my study Academy of Art and my eyes a lot good city, a beautiful situation in my city is my come si dice, come si può dire, my detail in the shoes is my different.
So,
because my study Academy of Art for me is very important for the aesthetic the shoes, and the learn in this shop is very important for anatomic last the shoes.
So art is really a very important detail that makes the difference.
Exactly.
Because when you enter this place and you commission a customized pair of shoes, you get also that detail that is different, and it comes out of your art, out of your art studies, and out of the fact that you were born in Venice. Is that right?
I think
Venice is in your blood, and art is in your blood eventually.
I have the lights, the color, the water, a lot painting, a lot
buildings,
rich material in the city. It's very important for me. Every day I see beautiful situation.
So you said that you have clients from all over the world.
Yes.
Obviously, they cannot call you up, hey Daniela, I want such and such shoes. They have to come here first, at least for the first time.
Yes,
right?
Monica, it's necessary only one, no
At least
try,
once.
only one meeting in my shop, because around the fit and study the fit, and about in 3 months I finish the shoes and the shipping at home.
Okay, so, but they have to be here at
It's
least
necessary
for the
one
first
meeting.
time.
Yeah.
Definitely, you cannot really measure the shoes.
Yeah.
I mean, the foot from a picture or from a video call. You need the real person. And this is really important because it makes the relationship between the artisan and the client personal.
Yeah.
It's not exactly like going into a shop and buying something that was produced in series.
No, it's different.
It's a different relationship. It becomes some sort of an intimate relationship, right? Let me ask you, how is the process of producing a shoe from the moment when the client steps into your shop up to the moment when you ship the shoes, or maybe the client comes to get the shoes back?
Yes, when I have my client coming in the shop, for relax the situation, I speak with my client which style like, which color like, which material you think is better for you. And I want to speak because it's very relaxed, because in the second moment I touch your feet. It's very important for me is relax.
Yes,
it's a particular situation.
Yeah, it's a particular situation. That's what I wanted to stress, because a lot of people might feel that their feet are sort of intimate, right? It's not like shaking hands, right? It's a particular part of your body, right? And so I imagine that not everybody is willing just to put up their feet and let you touch the feet. So yeah, what we first do is to make people feel relaxed. Then after that, you take the measurements, right, of the foot, and what else happens?
And it's possible, for example, in these boots, you have a square point, but the client want very long or very round. It's possible to change, because I prepare the last width point round or width point long. The example is necessary for together decide
the shape
exactly.
Okay, that the client would like to have. And so the first very important thing is to talk probably for a fairly long time with your client, so that you meet their interests, right? But then once you have the measurements, the client, you have decided about the leather, you have decided the color, the shape, what kind of leather to use, whether it's heavier or maybe softer. Then the client walks out. What do you do?
I immediately see a lot of my information for me, and I prepare the wood last, personal wood last.
Can you show one?
Yeah, this
closer
is
to the
example
camera.
for the woman last, that is very similar.
You might want
for
to
the
go a little
man.
bit closer to the camera to show.
This is the very classic last man.
Falle vedere alla telecamera.
For the last man in
Vicino,
wood.
sai.
See? In last man in wood, in square, point square. I prepare for the personally, for the piece leather, for sculpture.
So what Daniela is saying is that these
lasts,
Yeah.
these wooden pieces,
Yeah.
have to be prepared with additional material on
For
top
the tile,
for the
feet,
details
detail for the feet.
to match the foot. So it's like sculpting.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
The foot.
Yes.
And then you cover it with leather. Is that right? So that's also art.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. And in the second moment, I prepared the mold, the designer in paper. Every model in paper.
Okay.
Only for you. And in the second moment to catch in the leather.
You cut the leather.
Cut the leather. I prepare the upper and to monto prepare the shoes. For example, the work for the man and the work for the woman is very different. Definitely, because the man shoes have 3 stitch inside and outside.
So it's all okay. You prepare the leather. You prepare, after all, I mean the shape of the shoe, but then you have to sew it, okay? And it's stitches that are
handmade. Exactly.
Okay.
I don't have a machine. The unstitch is only handmade.
Okay, no machinery used here, only Daniela's hands.
The machine only for upper.
For the upper part, yes,
upper
of
part.
course.
But for the sole in leather, don't have a machine, only handmade, really handmade.
So you're saying that you need a lot more work for men's shoes rather than for women's shoes. No? Okay.
It's no more work.
It's different. Okay, I didn't get that.
I have in my period to learn, nel mio apprendistato,
Okay, when you were learning
I know very good shoemaker. But the shoes for the lady more difficult for the man.
Okay, so ladies' shoes are more difficult to create, to sew, to...
Because they have a very heel, very silhouette for beautiful. The shoes for the man is the complicated but mechanic.
Okay, so it's...
But is for example, you learn very apprendistato, it's possible to unstitch the shoes.
Okay, it takes a long time to learn, okay, years, not months, okay, years to learn how to hand stitch the shoes, and probably that's the peculiarity of men's shoes, okay, although it's more complicated, more difficult sometimes to create females' shoes.
Because the man about the heel is the same in the time.
Yeah, more or less. So there are not so many shades.
Yeah, but the lady want symmetry, one pair, 8 centimeters, the second pair, the boots, the sandal is very different.
It is also true because women need, we feel we need more shoes for different occasions, you know, even in everyday life, not necessarily for parties or something like that. But you need the shoes for this, the shoe for that. And he said men less can wear the same. Is that right? Do you prefer to produce men's shoes or women's shoes?
The same.
It's the same for you. Do you have a favorite style?
I recommend, for example, the client decide, order the shoes. I recommend the shoes don't have time. Every time, no mode, no
fashion, something that never goes out of fashion. Classic somehow.
Classic but chic.
Okay, but refined.
Exactly. For example, for the woman, I recommend these boots.
Please show them closer to the camera.
This is very, very classic, but it's very, very chic.
It is timeless, and
once you create such shoes, I suppose that they last for years. Is that they last long?
Is the last I prepare for my client as don't change a lot in the time is forever.
Ok,
The
so,
last.
allora, queste quelle scarpe che tu produci durano molto a lungo, per
Per 20
anni,
anni, sì.
even 20 years. So, if you think it's something that you can purchase and have for a very long time, and the quality is always the same, so precious, so unique, so great, instead of buying shoes every year that eventually, cannot be used the next year because of fashion and also because they were out.
No, my shoes is very strong.
They're very strong.
Very strong because the leather is very strong. In the time is important polish, to cream.
Yes, you have to take care of the shoes.
Exactly.
Definitely.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. But 20 years ago, you have the shoes.
For 20 years,
See,
your
20
shoes
years,
can
yeah,
last.
yeah.
We have a question behind the cameras today. Guess who I am? Behind the cameras, I have Sarah again with me. And she's ciao, Sarah.
Ciao.
And okay, you can guess. She's already in love with every single shoes she has seen in this place, so she'll definitely come back. But now, Sarah,
I have a question.
Okay.
So, if the shoes last this long, what happens to the soles? Se le scarpe durano così tanto, le suole, cosa cioè, le puoi cambiare? Cosa succede?
For example, in the shoes man, to change the final sole and repeat and stitch.
So you can do that.
To change, but not to change in 1, 2, in 10
years.
Yes.
So
That's how long they last.
Wow. That is very important. Don't have one pair of shoes because it's important to, come si dice, riposare dal sudore, cioè tu
you have to rest
okay. And sweat. Because the feet inside have a humid. And the humid no good for very
leather.
the leather.
So yeah.
Come si dice, in modo migliore, the special situation and 2 pairs.
Okay, 2 pairs of shoes are the ideal that you should at least have, so that 1 pair of shoes rests from humidity that you have on your feet. So,
for example, it's very important the would last inside for the man shoes and similar for the boots. For
so
example,
when you don't use the shoe, you put the wood inside
because the wood absorbs
humidity.
Exactly.
And also, I suppose it helps to keep the shape.
Yes,
is that right?
Exactly.
So it remains always perfect, basically.
Exactly.
Can you show us some shoes? Okay, wait. Before you do that, Sarah is going like this, meaning that she has another question.
Quello a cui non volevo rispondere, però. How much does it cost for a Lars to be made?
Quanto
costa la forma? Probabilmente dipende, no?
The cost for the last depend the difficult fit.
Okay, because there might be feet that are just perfect, I suppose, and feet instead that have some sort of peculiarities.
Yes, for example, yes, it's a very long work for prepare the last, but depend. I don't have a very difficult situation for the feet, but depend. For example, the man or the lady have a 41, is not the same price, 52.
of another size. Okay, depends also on the size of the foot, on the peculiarities of the foot. So it's difficult, Daniela is saying, to name a price because every single situation is
because
different.
I don't work only for the personal feet.
Okay,
I
only
don't
for
have
you.
the shoes for to buy.
If we have the same size with Sarah, the shoes that I can wear are not the same as the shoes that she can wear.
Exactly.
Although we have the same size. Is that
Exactly,
right?
yes.
So yes, yeah, that's what I thought. It depends. I mean, the prices can be different depending on the particular food.
Yes.
Okay. Does it happen to create two different shoes for the same person because the person has two different feet?
It's possible. For
It happens.
example, in the normal, every people have two different feet.
Is that right?
Every people.
Yeah, because that's what I felt.
Sarah,
Yes.
It's the normal. But unfortunately, the people have one size different or one size and a half is more.
Yeah, you might have feet that have a difference of one size or even 1.5 size. Yes, and so yeah, you'll have like a size, I don't know, 38 and then 39 for the other foot. So that happens as well.
For to buy the shoes is difficult.
Yes, because you feel uneasy both with 38 and with 39, you know, when you buy industrial shoes, I mean. And instead, in this case, you prepare each shoes separately for each foot.
And in the normal, one feet to move it together. Cioè, un piede fa la forza e un piede viene trascinato.
And normally, one foot is the one that is more important when you walk, the one that is stronger. The other one instead follows.
Exactly.
Okay? So one leg is the one with the force, and the other one follows, comes along. And so feet are different also because of this reason.
Yeah.
So it's an incredible world. You think you have 2 feet and you go, you know, same size.
So that's also why you consume shoes in different ways.
Exactly.
Or you wear out one shoe and you don't wear out the other. You know?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, getting back to my question, I wanted you to show us some of the shoes that you make in this place, in this workshop, and I don't know, to tell which are your favorites, maybe if you have some favorite shoes, which peculiarities they have.
I like the shoes, not a lot piece leather, but I prefer lisci, come si dice?
Smooth.
I like that. I know. Because
No, senza troppi pezzi.
Troppi pezzi, sì. This is the shoes. It's better for young man, medium man, old man, every day, every situation.
So it's
For the
just
jeans.
one single piece instead of having different pieces of leather sewn together. Let me just you know, try with this. Like here you have one piece here, one piece here, one piece here, another one over here, another behind. Okay, so this is more elaborate.
It's elaborate, but this designer is very good designer. Is very who's the man designer. But I don't very like for different color. I prefer unique color.
A unique, okay. Different pieces eventually can be fine by just one color. Because sometimes people want this black, this white, this whatever.
No, I prefer unique color
because it's like
only for the detail.
Timeless.
For the piece leather inside, very different color for to così. Armonia.
Yeah, maybe just little details that can have different colors. It's your particular taste. One shoe that really got me, I'm not a man, so I'm never gonna wear it, but is this one.
This is the particular leather. This is the ostrich leather.
Ostrich leather.
It's very happy shoes because the color.
It's happy. It is true.
The color is
fantastic for the every situation, for the costume, for the casual, for the white true, for every situation. It's very, very chic.
But do you think this is more likely to be commissioned by young men, by older men?
I want a mixed client.
No, but queste qua secondo te se le scelgono i più giovani o un po' più attempati?
The young and the aged.
Something like this is loved both by the younger generations and by the older generations. So it's for everybody. Okay?
Yes.
Can you show us also a couple of female shoes, for women? Something particular, something that you had fun creating?
The lady very like that shoes for the boots.
Okay, this is our shoes.
Yes. And
For me and Sarah.
for the bottom.
Wow.
And it's very soft leather. It's agnello. It's very
This is
soft.
lamb's leather.
Lamb. Exactly.
It is really soft.
For
And also the
example,
sole.
these heel boots in Python don't finish because I don't finish, but for understand my client for the process for the work and to speak with the client is different material. For example,
Okay, just Daniela, let me show
Yeah.
this. So you have the wooden part inside. Here it is. Then you cover the wooden part with a leather. This is a serpent python leather. Okay. And of course, you have to finish all the details. As we were saying before, it's entirely handmade. And so when you come here, you actually have an idea about how shoes are created. It's not just that you put them into a machine, you put the raw material into a machine, you push a button and the shoe comes out finished. Okay, it's a lot of work. Yes, go ahead. You were showing also another shoe.
yes, you want
Quello stivaletto meraviglioso che hai davanti agli occhi, quello proprio davanti ai tuoi occhi, quello...
Sarah is choosing shoes in
Yes,
the
excuse
inside.
me people, I am having fun here.
This is very old.
Anche l'altro, quello
This is the
marroncino.
original. This 100 years ago.
100 years ago? Oh!
Questo 100 anni.
Oh, that's very similar to the one we were looking at, but this is 100 years old.
This is the original.
And also the one that I'll show it now that Daniela is showing. Grazie, Daniela.
For understand.
This is also, sorry, Daniela, this is also 100 years old? This one? Okay.
1920.
It was produced in 1920.
And this is the example for my client because it's not very. I have
Just
difficult
similar,
to
right?
image the people for the final result.
Wait, I was crossing.
This is the
So this is the
example.
new one. Okay, the black is the new one. Made after this one, the ancient one.
I prepared the example for the window because the people don't really understand the possibility you have. For example, it's possible to change the color, to change the material, to change the point, the swath, no leather, no swath, piton, cocoa dry, you want.
Whatever. You
Whatever.
can really create everything according to everybody's needs. We have one more question, Sarah?
Okay, yes. What a fantastic shop and shoes. I will find it next April when we visit again.
Okay, so there are people coming to visit you.
And then the question, do you make any historical shoes, like for Carnival?
Depend. You want? I have, for example, I prepare for my client to buy the silk in Venice, and this is the example to buy the silk texture, the
So you
stoffa
choose the
fabric,
silk fabric.
and I prepare the shoes. And this lady live in Australia, and present for me the piece leather, the piece texture,
The
silk
textile, yes.
for repeat
The
the
fabric.
shoes. Cioè, la signora mi ha regalato un pezzo di seta per rifare una scarpa per la mia vetrina.
Wow.
It's gorgeous. It's clients donating pieces of silk, of fabric to Daniela so that she can create
Il
samples
secondo paio, the second pair.
for the window.
Yeah.
And okay, let me tell you something. Something
Questo è
really, really similar can be found at the Correr Museum in Venice. Is that right? Yes. And it's a shoe of the, if I'm not mistaken, of the 1700s, of the 18th century, the one that we had that is very similar to this, and that we have the Correr Museum. So this is done exactly like that one, taking into consideration all the historical details of a shoe of that period. This is wonderful.
Yes,
definitely.
I like, yeah.
What about those red ribbon shoes that I see over
The
there?
red, yeah.
Quelli col fiocco rosso.
Yes, is the patent leather. Patent leather.
And this is my color. These are my shoes.
Yes, for example, it's possible a lot color.
Giralo di più e basta.
Sì, adesso.
Perfetto.
So, of course, something like this can be created in a whole lot of different colors. Okay, that's the idea. And
we received another comment. Wow, they are incredible.
Thanks.
A question would be, who are your clients? Not from where they are, but which kind of people are they?
Quali sono i miei clienti
Sì,
ideali?
che tipo di persona, tuo cliente
I have
ideale?
the fabulous client. Thanks. I have the fabulous client, and my client have
culture, a lot of culture.
Understand really l'attesa.
The fact that you have to wait.
Attended.
Oh, you said 3 months about.
2 months, 3 months is
depending
perfect.
also on the kind of shoe. So from 2 to 3 months is the time that you have to wait for the shoe to be ready from the very first measurement up to the final product.
And
so you have to understand that.
For the
it's not that, in 2 days the shoe's ready.
Exactly. It's very important. Attending the relays, exactly, the shoes, good work. It's very important, the time.
A good job needs a lot of time. So can I ask you a personal question? I've always wondered, artisans like you, how many hours a day do they work? Do you work?
For the lady, beautiful feet, minimum for good work, 5-6 days.
Okay, 5-6 days. How many hours?
10 hours one day, minimum.
Minimum 10 hours a day. It takes about a week for shoes to be prepared. Okay, it takes months because you have to do all the work to prepare, the wood and all that.
I'm sorry, Monica.
No,
it's very important for me. I come in the shop leather. To buy my eyes the leather. I don't want, come si dice, corriere.
I don't want the leather, the raw material to be shipped.
For my client, I want to see the leather and smell the leather. Because for me,
the leather.
It's very important riconoscere,
to
recognize the smell, the touch.
Okay, the feel. You really need to feel with all your senses, almost the leather. So that's also part of the commitment to a shoe, to go and see and purchase in person the perfect leather for that kind of shoe. Where do you get the leather from? Which cities? Which areas?
Sono fortunata.
I am lucky.
I am lucky because in Veneto,
In our regions that surrounds
in Padova, have good shop for leather.
In Padova,
and I
We're very
buy
lucky.
this company in 20 years ago, 20 anni fa.
you purchased this company, I mean this workshop 20 years ago, right?
And I have the possibility to Knov very serve for to represent the leather. And I call you on the meeting in the magazine for to buy the leather. I decide I want that, and together for to buy.
Yeah, so you have a lot of suppliers that you know out of your experience, and so you know where to go for that particular kind of leather that you want, but still you have to feel it before you buy it. That's also part of the production of a shoe. So if it takes 1 week for the shoe to be ready, but then you have all this process behind that requires time, and you need people with a lot of culture to understand that the process takes a really long time. But I wanted just to stress this thing. Daniela very simply says, oh, minimum 10 hours a day. Minimum 10 hours a day. So when you are an artisan, it's not that you're just an artisan. It's a choice and it's a commitment to your job and to what you're doing. And you cannot do it without patience and passion. Is that right?
It's necessary.
Do I get it?
It's necessary. Don't have patience. Don't prepare handmade shoes.
So patience is one of the requirements for this kind of job.
Because it's the dark. È un lavoro duro.
It's a tough job. Yes, definitely. We have one more question.
Yes. Do you can somebody learn from you if he or she wants to come and learn from you? Se qualcuno vuole imparare da te, come deve fare? E accetti di avere degli apprendisti?
This question is very difficult because in Italy don't organize really the support for artisans for possibility to
learn.
To teach the youngest generation.
Because for learn really, this work is minimum 6 years, 10 years for the final teacher.
Okay, so if you want to learn, it takes a long time.
Long time. For example, when I have time in the period of the learn, I come in Rome for the best shoemaker, Tony Gatto, for the man shoes. Quando ero giovane, when I was young, I don't have very time for free life. I very strong work. Ho lavorato tanto.
So it
tanto,
takes
per 10 anni. È l'unico modo.
6-10 years of hard work to learn how to produce shoes from the original drawing up to the final shoe. And yes, what you were saying makes sense. Unfortunately, this is how it is. Artisans are not supported to have younger people that come and learn, because of course it's an effort for the person that is learning, but it's also a big effort for the teacher. If they teach you, they cannot produce shoes, right?
Exactly.
And so, yes, it becomes difficult, yes, to teach the younger generations. But do you think a young generation, I mean, she's young, by the way.
No, it's not very young.
Yes, you are young. But I'm thinking about 20-year-old kids or really young people. Is there a lot of interest around your world, around this kind of job from the very young people?
Yes. Non-Italian people, yes, but in the Europa,
In Europe?
in North Europa, the artisanal cioè gli artigiani sono finiti prima che in Italia.
Okay, hanno finito di produrre,
Sì,
sono scomparsi.
sì, sono scomparsi.
So, especially in Northern Europe, artisans disappeared a long time ago. Before artisans, I mean, they haven't disappeared in Italy. Actually, we still have them, but in Northern Europe, they disappeared.
And the young lady, the young man, very interesting, the artisanal shoes.
So we're getting back there.
Esatto, cioè 20 anni. Quelli che di 20 anni sono molto interessati alla produzione artigianale.
Esteri, quelli che vengono da fuori, no?
Sì.
Perché da loro l'artigianato si è perso.
Esatto.
So, yeah, sometimes concepts, I mean, ideas are a little bit hard to tell, and so that's why Daniela is saying that in Italian, but it's very important. It's really interesting, in my opinion. So, in Northern Europe, where industrialization took over much more than in Italy in the past, well, today, young people are looking for artisans, for handmade objects, right? Because they feel they have lost those traditions. Is that right?
Exactly.
And so we've been talking about this several times. Traditions, it's not something old, it's part of your identity.
Sì. Yes, and for example, the problem, but for me it's no problem, when you work really handmade, it's impossible to reach people.
To become rich.
It's impossible because don't a lot produce. But
you produce, very. I mean, one pair of shoes.
It's possible to decide. The time for you is the happy work. Cioè, è importante.
It's a happy life. It's a happy life because this is what you have chosen. And so what you're doing, although it's a hard job sometimes, it's something that makes you happy. And so you don't become rich out of such jobs.
Ma ci vivi bene.
Ci vive bene,
it's a
fair. A lot production.
Yeah, a fair kind of life. Definitely not that these people are poor, that these artisans are poor. It's not that message. But you work 10 hours a day to have a normal kind of life. Exactly. You don't become super rich because you cannot produce more than one pair of shoes a week. That was the point, right? So, and would you like to enlarge your activity, or is this what you need and what you like?
I think the secret is unique. Io penso che il segreto per essere per poter lavorare ancora molto è di produrre poco e per pochi e fare pezzi unici.
So, and this is we'll finish with this. The secret for such a kind of job is to produce in limited editions, I mean, unique pieces actually for a very small part of people, and not to want to produce too much for everyone. And this is the secret of being an artisan in Venice today. What can I say? First of all, thank you to SofaTour, who has given us this possibility over the entire week to show you the people behind every single shop, theater, museum in Venice, the people that make Venice great. And then thank you, Daniela, for sharing your passion, your knowledge, your beauty. Thank you so much. Really, my heart is full. And I would like to thank the audience also for having watched this live streaming interview. I hope we were able to give you some sort of passion. And please, the lady behind the cameras, you have to step in once more, because otherwise you're just a voice and not a face. This is Sarah, okay, the one that makes the sounds behind, the one that asks questions, and I'm really, really grateful to her as well.
Thank you.
Because of her presence. So thanks, a lot of thanks to everybody, and see you tomorrow. Ciao, ciao, ciao.
Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Like a lion, uncontrolled. Your mark is on my back, just like that. In it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time. Collide with me, come high with me, and I'll go for you. Divine and free, go ride with me. Yeah, we'll go. Let the fire in, lose control. We like to burn out fast. We're hot like that. Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Yeah, in it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time.
You know that I'ma keep it cool. With you I feel like breaking rules. On the edge, looking out with no parachute. You know I'm dreaming about us two, playing around without a clue. On the edge, leaning out. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing, but guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you just leave. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing, but guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you just leave. I had to convince my friends this time. Think you're toxic to my mind, but I know they don't know what you're all about. The way you hold my body tight, staying up talking through the night. Yeah, I know they just don't. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing, but guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you just leave. I need more of. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. I got tons of soul on my true collective ball. Famous, oh so famous, number one, desirable. I do what I want, when I want, and how I want it. Leave you with the one, and yeah, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, to all the world. This is me, I'm so raw. and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it, 'cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved by a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, 'cause I know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate us, approve of how they love. They can bring me down, nah. They are jealous of me and my umbrella, yeah, they love me so. This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it, 'cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved by a champion, a champion. Yeah, all I wanna do is just say, you don't understand how I play. I am in my way to win you over and over, yeah. Oh, you can hear my voice in your head, and you wanna hear it again. So you play it over and over and over, yeah.
Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Like a lion, uncontrolled. Your mark is on my back, just like that. In it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time. Collide with me, come high with me, and I go for you. Divine and free, go ride with me. Yeah, we'll go. Let the fire in, lose control. We like to burn out fast. We're hot like that. Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Yeah, in it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time.
You know that I'ma keep it cool. With you I feel like breaking rules. On the edge, looking out with no parachute. You know I'm dreaming about us two, playing around without a clue. On the edge, leaning out. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing, but guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you just leave. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing, but guess I need more of you. You say got tons of soul, I'm a true collectible. Famous, also famous, #1 desirable. I do what I want when I want and how I want it. Leave you with the one in the air, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah.
Parliamo insieme anche.
Okay. Good evening. Welcome to Live in Venice Week, brought to you by SofaTours. I'm Cecilia Perotti. It's been a long day, so this is day 6 of our interview, so it's been a long day. I'm Cecilia Perotti in Santa Croce, very near my home, actually, so this is very exciting. I come by this rainbow collection of colors most days, and it's very exciting to be here with at the store, Negozio of Anatema,
Yes.
with Ezko and Rosanna.
Nice to meet you. Hi, welcome
And
to
of course,
our shop in Santa Croce. Yes.
Here's San Giacomo dell'Orio Square.
Yes, very near.
Yeah,
San
very
Giacomo.
nice. Very nice.
It's a beautiful
Very nice place.
Beautiful
Yes.
zone. Yeah.
I know, it's a wonderful
It's a bit
neighborhood.
more quiet in Venice.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a nice zone.
Yes, it's a beautiful zone.
Yeah.
And this is a beautiful, beautiful place. You walk by, you can see behind us all this array of color. It's just fantastic.
Yes.
And tell us a little bit about,
Yeah.
well, how long you've had Anatema. How long have you had the shop?
The shop since 18
years ago. 202, right?
Yes, 2002 since.
But we were near the Church of Frari.
Yes,
another
church.
Another position.
Yes.
Yes, you were. That's where
Yes,
I
we
bought
were
another
there.
jacket like
Yeah,
that.
exactly. For 18 years.
And
We
now,
moved here for 1 year.
So you've only been here for 1 year?
One
Yes,
year.
in
1
this
year.
It
position.
seems longer. So 18 years in the other shop.
Exactly.
Yes.
And of course, this shop is bigger.
It's a bigger,
It's
it's
bigger,
bigger,
yes,
it's different.
bigger.
Yes, it's very different.
It's very
Yes.
different. Here, it's a word, Anatema shop.
Here it's a
Word.
ward.
Word, the color, word,
World.
yeah, word.
World. See.
Yes.
Yes. It is. It's amazing. It's
Thank
truly
you, thank
amazing.
you.
And Anatema is a special name.
Yeah.
It is the initial of everyone.
Yes, our collaboration.
All
for
your
the
collaborators.
Little craftsmen and especially craftsmen,
Yes.
the design and different iniziali.
The different initials, the beginning initial
Yes,
of everyone's
exactly.
name who
Makes
their product. And the last
and then and the first Rosanna, because it's the name, the Finnish name, the A, and another one it's another
end of the
collaborator.
name.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Yes. So just because Anatema
Anatema,
sounds
Anatema.
really lovely.
Yes,
It
Anatema
has-
the color.
Yeah. It's what?
Anatema, it's Anatema this color.
Yes.
This color Anatema.
Yeah. No, it's
And
beautiful.
every item is created for whether the people and the weight
Mhm.
wearing them.
Yes. Yes.
And it's very special.
Mm. Yes.
If you see the color for different face, for different clothing,
Yes.
for different special.
Yes.
Special
We have
material,
a special clients.
Yes,
Oh,
special
wow.
clients.
Especially, yes. It's every woman has her character, personality, and they are so
It's
happy for to be here.
I know.
To find
Too happy
by
sometimes.
some
Yes, sure.
the color. Yeah.
No, it's true. And the laboratory is in Lombardia.
Yes.
So
Yes.
and
Especially
everything
Lombardia,
here is made in Italy.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes. Exactly.
But your specialty is your special fabric is
Silk.
silk.
The silk and the fiber material.
But but you've been showing me this evening all
Yeah,
kinds
sure.
of things. So
Allora,
the taffeta and the
yes. For example, this one is silk taffeta. I have also.
and show
Shantung.
them how that.
Sure, yeah, why
for
not?
sure.
This is very clever.
This one is
clever.
nice.
Amazing.
Yes.
Just put on
This
the
one.
shoulder
And the type is
and cross
and created
and put here.
20 years ago.
So
This was created
Yeah.
20 years ago.
Yeah.
Now, and also, Rosanna and Expo do a lot of the designs, draw and they collaborate on the designs and send them to
Yeah,
the laboratory in
we have a
Lombardia.
lot of brooches.
And this
Once you just get them going, they won't stop. I've spent hours.
This is a fantastic because it's very clever.
It is.
Very
It is.
clever.
No, it
Silk
is.
brooches.
And you folks are so good at this.
And
Seriously.
and it's
will be nice also with brooches.
you put
You want
the
it?
brooch.
So will be perfect for on the dress, no? It's a more formal style, more elegant.
Yes.
It's a smart, depend.
Depends on the color
Yes,
as well, right?
smart, elegant, glamorous, depend the situation. No?
Exactly.
And this one model is fantastic because if you want to put in another wear it,
Yeah, like a
it's
scarf
possible.
also.
It's possible. It's possible put the scarf
Così.
and look.
Oh no.
It's very easy.
I was going to say,
So,
though,
yeah,
how do you go
exactly.
home and remember all these
No, it's
possibilities?
no problem. It's a problem. I have the video.
So
You send the video.
I
Yes.
see. Okay. Because that's like
Scarf style, and it's possible to wear like a shawl like this. You know, it's just
Very-
not for shawl.
yes.
So more you can use more.
So your items are, and I know this from
Yes,
experience, very versatile. Very versatile.
Yeah.
In this model produces in different material.
Okay, I was just going to ask this
This
particular
is a pure silk taffeta.
This is
Silk
taffeta,
taffeta.
and this one is a shantung.
These colors are just
Yeah, beautiful.
mind-blowing.
This is very nice. And in winter produces in velvet and silk, or in wool and silk, or all wool.
Wow.
And different material is
Yeah.
very nice for this model.
And I suspect it's a very
This is very
popular-
special for the shop.
Yeah.
Very special.
Okay.
Yeah.
Unique to this
Yes.
shop.
Yeah.
In Venice,
Very
I know.
Yeah,
Very
I
popular.
think, yeah.
And there's a comment here by the audience in Italian language, and mi piace molto questo negozio a Venezia. I like a lot this shop in
thank you.
Venice.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And
We
another
agree.
for us, it's very funny work in this shop. Together.
Japanese and Milanese.
It's a mix, very boom.
Now, have you been working together that long? as
Together,
well?
it's a love at first.
Okay. That's
17 years. Yeah,
17 years.
Wow. Wow.
It's
that's
We passed very many times.
Yeah.
Also high water, a lot of high water, disaster.
The pandemic.
Yeah, exactly. We
Yeah.
moved
You
here.
moved.
It was
Yes,
not
that's what-
Yes, but no problem. No problem.
Right.
But
She's
we have
stronger.
to continue.
Yes.
Just continue.
No, thank you. Please.
Yes. And she worked for very passion. Very passion.
Yes.
Passion
I'm
for
crazy for colors.
Yeah.
for pleasure.
It's
a
a really passion for
pleasure.
this job.
It's
I'm
a
so
passion.
lucky to work here.
Yeah. Yeah.
I like
I'm sure.
to meet our clients.
And your clients?
Yeah,
come
yeah,
from
you can
all
come
over.
back.
They come from all over. But you were telling us earlier that you sell to a lot of Italians
Yes, exactly.
and Americans.
Yes.
And I like the fact that you sell to the locals, to local people, 'cause especially for a long time you weren't getting a lot of, we haven't seen a lot of visitors, but, and also, of course, online sales also with Anatema.
With the social.
And social, that
Yes.
you do a lot of social media. And I see
Facebook,
you.
Instagram.
Yeah.
There is all. There is the website.
Yes.
And another very special for the shop is a kimono.
Well,
Let's go,
come
please.
on, yes. Let's do this.
Let's go, please.
Yes. Is this your particular design expo or?
Yes.
It is.
Yeah.
The one side, circle the rayon. It's possible to wash with
it's a
washing
fantastic.
machine with
I take another
silk program,
part.
so very easy.
I'm sorry.
Allora,
No, keep.
this is fast way.
This is what?
Fast, because in
fast
4 ways
Oh,
it's possible to have
4 ways.
4 different ways.
Mamma
This is
mia.
fast way. And maybe with a silk scarf, we can use
I
like a
have to
silk belt.
touch these. Oh,
Yeah,
geez.
sure. Ops.
Vai.
Mal di spalla. Così. Now more kimono, no?
This is very nice.
Oh,
this
yeah.
one,
Exquisite.
the material is fantastic.
It is. It's just.
It's very soft. It can produce in all silk, in stretch, but it's very difficult wash and reproduces this.
This works.
This works.
Wow.
Goffratura.
And
Goffratura?
now for this one is a two. It's a two double material.
Oh, wow.
It's a two material.
Yes, so it's reversible.
Yes,
actually.
that is you wash and then rimane così.
Just like this.
Yes.
No problem. This is the second was all plain.
so
Yeah, all plain. All
Yes.
Yeah.
like this.
And
Maybe also like this will be nice.
And this one is nice with the belt.
Yeah, we have a lot
with
of
the
them.
black.
Every
Oh.
color. Every color we have.
Oh, I know, right?
Ah, bello,
Bellissimo così.
Davvero.
This is nice with the jeans or
How
the
versatile.
pants
Yeah,
or the
you
dress.
have to be
Depends.
dressed
Yes.
up.
Depends on the situation.
Yeah.
Exactly. Così.
But also, it looks like it doesn't feel. I mean,
Yeah,
you just
beautiful. It's very comfortable.
You're
It's
walking
very
in
soft.
just clouds.
Yeah. Oh, just leave open.
Another
like
question?
This.
I have a question. Why did you choose to sell these very bright colors? Perché hai deciso di vendere proprio questi colori così brillanti?
Because more beautiful.
More
Every
beautiful.
don't you like black and white?
We have.
I like black and white. I like it, but the color is.
Yeah, we have.
There you go.
Yeah.
Black and white is simple, but it's another color, very strong.
This is
Yeah.
with
Yeah. No, we have just every colors. Every
Yeah.
colors. Yeah.
Okay.
Allora, now.
Did we get all?
Yes,
four?
but I'm
gonna
not
show you
One more, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
This is second. And the first and second was longer behind. Now,
Upside down.
These are the hard things.
Upside down.
Upside down. Also upside down.
Yes.
Yeah.
Upside down.
now.
It becomes shorter.
Oh no!
And it's
shorter
got-
behind.
and still the sleeves.
Yeah.
Yes,
we're
it's
working
a
for-
short
How do
outside.
you guys do this?
It's
Shorter?
very nice.
How does that? How do you write that? You know, when you're drawing, how do you come up with these ideas?
But the idea it's easy.
Well, because
It's
you're an
easy.
artisan. You're an artisan. It's I
Because
believe you.
more time is ago, I have in the shop one scarf with the two hole and with the position different.
Mm-hmm.
And I and you and she. But if you want upside down, Che cosa succede? What's happened?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And well, but all the things, the beautiful things come from happy accidents.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Yeah.
So
Now like a blusa, no? It's like a shirts, you know.
that is
Sì,
so
così.
great. I had no
Bellissimo.
idea.
Così.
Oh, that's
I'm sorry I'm wearing a long shirt.
No, this is beautiful.
Did you design this kind of kimono with having double use? L'hai progettato te questo kimono con
Noi avevamo già un
Sì, ma l'idea di chi è stata iniziale?
l'idea è stata nostra.
Ok,
Yeah.
they design, ok.
So it is their
Potrebbe
design,
essere.
and they did come up with it. This was definitely on purpose.
And this is false, né? False version, né?
Mettiti questa. Bellissima. Ok. Short with the scarf.
Ah, no, era così. No, because kimono never put like this. It's always the
It's different, yes.
left part on the
As a
top,
traditional
yes.
thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And the kimono, there is a video.
I would need the video. I would need to
I
come
send
into
all
the
the
shop
word
every
video.
day and go, how do you do
Aspetta,
that
questa-
again? Mamma mia.
Carinissimo.
Ah,
Così.
sì.
E così.
But also, how fun to play with it. You know, so much fun to play.
It's a fun.
Yeah,
It's fun
exactly,
because
exactly.
if you want to travel on the world, it's
You
a
got one
little
thing.
package
Exactly.
in the bag.
You don't have to worry about it wrinkling. You don't have to worry about it.
You
iron.
change your style,
Yes.
your outfit.
Yes. Oh my gosh. No, I mean, I come in and look at these and just drool, but to see what all the things you can do with it is just fantastic.
This is fantastic.
Yeah.
And then, if you want it together with the
Okay,
bag
keep-
in
keep- no, keep
combination,
going, go
oh,
ahead, go
this
ahead.
is new. This is new. This
Can
is
you
not
see them?
silk.
Let's-
This one, it's prendiamo una rossa. Ecco, quella che sta molto bene.
Ah, sì.
Adorata.
And the bags.
We have a
And they come from where? The bags? Questi?
The bags, I don't produce it.
Yes, I understand that,
I don't
yeah.
produce it. There is and the fabric produces only this bag.
Yes, okay.
It's very nice.
Yeah.
Very more.
Yeah, and it's still Italian.
Yes.
The bag is Italian as well.
And
Then this new
This
one.
one?
This is a new item.
this one is new. It's no silk. It's a material very easy. No, let's go.
Così.
It feels like silk.
Yeah. No, it's not silk.
I know, but
no,
it
it's not
feels
silk.
so nice.
It's a viscose rayon.
Viscose
Yes,
rayon. Okay.
it's a viscose.
Will become very small, eh? But if you put.
And it is very light.
Yes.
Yeah.
And if you want a particular color, they will surely have that color. Definitely.
And then
Yes. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
and in a shop, it's
Yes.
very famous is for your silk.
Hmm.
And this one, it's a project for the Venetian.
With
And the
Gothic
stamp,
windows.
yes.
And this feels, it's amazing. It just feels.
And this one produces in small, similar material.
It sure is.
It's very, very soft.
Yes, definitely.
And
This is nice for the neck, little scarf for the neck.
this is a bigger.
Mm-hmm.
You see, no?
Yeah.
We have like this and or plain like this.
Yes.
See?
Mhm.
And this one, it's a bigger,
Yes.
but fai vedere Ezko.
Okay.
But there is a different way
Yeah.
wearing,
Yes.
different wearing.
I feel like,
Shorter,
Yes.
you know.
Yeah.
Or naturally if we want to keep longer, you know. You're a magician, Expo.
No, no, no.
No, really, the way it's fantastic. I feel like I'm in a
Or in
magic
this-
show.
Or in this way, square, and from square, triangle, like this.
But the richness of the fabric is just so amazing, just so amazing.
It's very, very nice. Depend now.
So
where this is outfit more clever,
Mm-hmm.
and
This is beautiful on the plain shirt.
Oh,
For
here we go.
example, we have
Mhm.
silk shirts. It's
this is
beautiful.
similar silk with like this, and
And it has a lining, jersey of cotton, so very fresh in the summer.
Yes.
Just good,
I can't wait for the summer. And our very own
And
Monica.
naturally with a beautiful scarf.
Our very own Monica Cesarato, a little shout out to her, bought one of their beautiful coats.
Coats? Yes.
A month or so ago, and they're gone, right? There's no more.
No, it's
it's
2-3
season's
weeks
done.
ago.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. So that's the other thing I love about passing by their shop is the window's always different. The arrangements here are always different. It's just
I have the black.
Don't worry, don't worry.
Don't worry, don't worry. I have the black. What?
It's elegant actually.
Yes.
Yeah, this is
Very lighter.
That's
with the pants in silk, similar. It's a more simple style.
Yeah.
It's not style very.
Yeah, it's very comfortable.
And that
Yeah.
too, it's just
Bellissimo,
so beautiful.
Do you have another question? Do you have also skirts?
Skirts. Oh
Yeah.
yes. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Bring it on.
Yeah.
This
I love
is
this
the
one.
treat about being in this shop. Here we go.
We have also this one.
Oh, such a beautiful color.
Yeah, beautiful, right?
Aiuto.
Ops. This is a very special skirt. It's a rayon taffeta.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Taffeta.
Oh, here's some more. Yes.
And beautiful with the
kimono.
and the shorter
Yes.
version.
This is short.
And the scarf.
There.
Yes. And
Can I hold?
yeah, no problem. This one, it's another color. It's easy. This one is a viscose. It's not silk.
Yeah. And this
very
is heavier. This is
Yes,
heavier.
it's a
More
heavier.
stronger, yes. More.
Yes,
It's
but
a thick.
also, yeah.
And another one, it's like this.
Beautiful. So that one.
And the red, I mean, that red is just not just red. It's a
This one, it's a perfect it's the outfit like this.
Beautiful.
Yes.
With the black belt.
what a
It's very nice.
Yes.
Together.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or with the black, depend.
Oh yes.
Depend
Oh, yes.
with the
The customer and what
customer.
they want.
Okay, like this. Per quelli che dicono che abbiamo. And another, it's like this.
Oh wow! Yeah.
This is easy.
Yes,
It's a lighter.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and it's very fresh with this kimono.
With the kimono.
Full combination.
Yes, yes.
And another style,
And the care for that.
it's like this,
lovely.
and the material.
And a
with
little
the-
longer in the back.
Yes,
Mhm.
long in the back and short
In the front.
in front.
Yes. And look at how yummy it looks with your boots. Oh, that's
Together.
So beautiful. That's so beautiful.
This one is very beautiful,
Of course.
like this, together in the short, così che forse si vede meglio,
Mm-hmm.
and more similar.
Yes, yes.
Very, molto bello.
And the care on these is very simple as well,
Simple,
right?
simple.
Just, you can put them in the washing machine?
Yes, sure.
And
sure.
and then
in
just
the light
cold
program.
and cold, delicate.
Silk.
Yeah.
Program the silk.
Yeah. Okay.
Because the program.
So how many degrees? Sorry.
Freddo. Yeah. Cold.
30 or just.
Yes,
Under the
because
30.
because
Under
the
the 30.
silk, the program, the silk, and the machine,
Yeah.
it's the wash like this.
Yeah.
No, like that.
Okay.
No
So
around
delicate.
more.
Delicate.
Because the tissue stick.
Okay. Okay.
No centrifuga, come si dice?
Centrifugal.
Centrifugal. Okay. No centrifugal.
Yes.
But if you want to wash a machine, the program only silk.
Okay.
Water cold.
Yes.
Water cold.
Uh-huh.
And it's fantastic.
Yes. And then of course if you don't trust your machine, oh, here we go.
Because
I knew this was going to happen.
It's a temptation for Cecilia.
Yes.
They talk about it, and
I did, by the way, buy this here.
Like a banana.
Yes.
So you feel very soft, right?
Oh my gosh. Yes.
It's a really,
This, like,
really
takes-
your color, and you have blue eyes.
Yeah.
We enjoy
They like
to find the color,
Yes.
not each our client. The
Yeah.
color of hair, color of eyes.
Because
the skin.
arrive, the color more. I don't put the color.
I
don't
scared,
know.
you know.
And then we buy the color perfect for
Yes.
your face.
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes. I remember my friends from Singapore
yes,
that came.
sure.
Oh my gosh, that was so fun. I had some friends come and they walked into the shop and went, yes. And my, she looked so beautiful. She wore that every day afterwards, that jacket. It was a combination
Yes,
of
because-
things,
because-
of such a rich color on her. Oh, it was so beautiful.
Allora, our items change for the
The
season.
yes.
Now I have more silk, natural fiber lighter, and or
Something,
cotton,
and something new in the corner, bamboo.
bamboo. Yes.
Yes.
It's another very nice
Another
bamboo.
production of
Bamboo and then color like this.
That is perfect for this season. Spring and the summer, it's a really
yes.
perfect material.
This one, it's perfect. It's this lighter.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
It's a very unallergic.
Okay, so
It's
hypoallergenic.
okay, and
Is it forte? It's strong. It's a strong fabric. Yes.
reduce the effect negative with the sun, and if you want to put or the shoulder
Okay. So it also protects you from
protection.
Okay.
Sun protection, yeah.
Yes. And it feels fabulous. I left at home in storage some bamboo
Is
sheets.
it soft?
It's
Very soft.
incredibly soft here.
But
It's
this
very
is not
soft.
your color. This is not your
This
color.
is not my color.
This is my
your
color.
It's-
This
this
is
is
not
your
This
color.
is your color.
There we go. Okay.
Bella.
Ah, wow. Well, change,
Yeah.
I see it.
change your face for this color.
Color does that. I mean, it really, the right color really does
Bellissimo,
that. You know, it's
Bellissimo.
just.
Veramente.
This one is a classic. It's a casual.
You can use also in the beach.
Bamboo.
Yes, sure. Yes,
sure.
I use it
You
for
use
the
it like a
beach
pareo.
with the pareo.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
How cool.
Because there is a two different style. This one it's tinto, come si dice?
Tinted? Dyed?
Dyed cold.
Okay. Okay.
And the effect it's more uguale, more
It's the same one.
It's the same
Uguale?
one. Sì, uniforme.
Uniform. Ah, okay.
Uniform.
So the color transmits in a very uniform way.
Yes.
Okay.
And this one, it's dyed in warm.
In what? So this was dyed.
No,
in-
this one is tied in the warm.
Oh,
This one
warm.
is tied in the cold.
Cold.
Cold, l'effect, it's
the style more different.
Okay. And it comes out with these kind of, well, it's irregular.
Irregular.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay.
This is
But
very
it's beautiful. It's really a
It is
nice
a
effect.
uniform, I say that.
uniform.
Yeah,
It's dyed cold, and dyed in cold. It's warm.
Yeah. No, and this is amazing.
So if I ask
very soft, eh?
people coming here, usually what, which is the product they prefer more? I mean,
Do your clients tend to buy one thing more than
scarves,
another?
so the bags,
Depends.
bags, kimonos.
Depend.
More scarves, I think.
More scarves.
Because
Scarves is
many our Venetian clients entered. I have to find some gift.
For gift.
Yeah,
For gift.
Maybe the
For
scarf
us.
is more easy,
Exactly.
you know,
Yeah.
because the bag, bracelet, kimono, shirt, it's more, come si dice, personale un po' più
Personale.
Sì,
Personal.
personale,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
But scarf is more, no, neutral item. You know?
Exactly. So you can give a
Yeah,
scarf
yeah,
to
yeah,
someone
yeah.
and know that
Never enough.
I
Scarf
agree.
for us.
I agree. I
Allora,
definitely agree.
in summer, I have in the shop every lighter fiber. In winter, change.
Of course it does. Yes.
Change off in cashmere and scarf in mohair.
Yes.
It's coat in wool.
That's right.
It's very
Boiled wool.
Boiled wool.
Boiled
Yeah, exactly.
wool.
Jacket and the coat.
I know. I almost wore that jacket today.
yes.
Maybe I won't.
Change.
We enjoy also with that one. Yeah.
And the material more heavy.
Yes.
No,
Yes.
hat.
Yeah, that's right. You have great hats in the winter time. It's like
Gloves.
yeah.
Depend.
Yeah, it does.
In this time, I don't produce us more because our artisan close more for COVID.
Because of the pandemic.
Very,
that makes
very
sense.
difficult.
Yeah.
And
so it's hard to get things.
yes,
now.
very
Okay.
difficult.
Yeah.
And now little bit
opening up.
Opening.
Yeah.
And little bit. I thinking for the future.
Absolutely. Well, we all need to think about the future, you know. Yeah.
And another style,
which she very discreetly just kind of put down on the table.
Another style. This one, it's very nice.
With the fish. That's so cool.
This one produced direct in Como.
Because before was
so these come from Como.
Yeah.
Because of the silk there.
Yes.
And square size. It's more traditional.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is exquisite.
But the stamp, it's fantastic. The
Yes.
color.
Wow.
The color typical and the fantasy is not usually.
Yeah. That's so great.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
This one is more.
I say, who decide the steps? You, Rosanna, or in Como workshop?
Yes, sure.
You decide?
No. I don't resign. I choice. I choice the yes.
The choices, but they do the design.
Yeah.
So you don't-
I choice
you don't
because
give them the designs.
there is the stamp more, and I prefer this. I prefer that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I ask again, all the items behind you are scarves? Are they
All
scarves?
of these are
Sono
scarves.
sciarpe?
Sì, sì.
All of them, only
All
one
of them
scarf,
scarves.
and because I'm very experienced for visual merchandising.
Yeah.
Yes,
And,
you are.
yes, I was working in the famous brand in Como.
Oh wow.
4 more times ago.
From before.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's my passion.
Because they're shocked by the all the tones you have. I mean, you propose, because
Yes.
different tons of orange and also
And all the purples.
So-
And hats?
No.
What
This
about
one-
hats, by the way? Yeah.
This one, it's fantastic for wedding.
The
For
fascinating-
wedding.
Like
For wedding. This is very nice.
that's fantastic.
Like this.
Yep.
It's more English.
Yes, it's like a fascinator.
But it's a very.
Could you please show here close to the camera? Just a moment. Wow, yes, it's very English. Yes, English.
It's very English. There is a different color,
Yeah.
and this one produces every flower
Okay.
or this hat,
Mhm.
all every box.
There they are. She's just like magic. She's reading your mind.
This one,
Ah, okay, yes, for sure.
this is so cute.
Material is linen.
This is linen.
That's
Okay.
linen. Oh, that's
This is linen.
And then
Another
they-
summertime, I mean,
Yeah.
fabric, yeah,
Exactly.
natural fabric.
Yes, linen. It's more strong. It's perfect for everything. It's nice.
And the colors you're wearing. And the color of your
I'm
hair.
sorry. I'm sorry. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
that's fantastic.
For the Cecilia.
Oh,
You
of course.
you
You do the blue. of
Use the
course.
bright color. Thank you.
Yeah.
So beautiful.
Yes. Oh, wow.
Oh.
Okay, now we're ready to go to a wedding.
Exactly. Now, all of my friends, because they know me as Miss Hippie, maybe this is very. I have to look. Oh my goodness! Yeah. Oh jeez. Look at that bag.
So
This is what it's like coming to the shop. This is a very typical visit to this shop because
This one is not for just party, but for girls party. You know, one that we put for carnival. Why not?
Exactly.
We go to take aperitivo. Yes.
Absolutely. No, but really, I came in needing something basic black and walked out with some amazing clothing. So and it just never stops. It never stops. Yeah, I know. And then the
No,
pop
vabbè,
of color.
Cecilia è ancora much better this color.
Oh, you think? Okay.
It matches with your mess,
Oh my
Cecilia.
gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. You're so beautiful.
I'm ready to go, huh?
Cecilia, guarda, stupenda.
I don't know what to do with one of these, but it's really pretty.
Guarda che bella che è.
So they like to know if you sell online.
Yes, they do.
Online,
They
okay.
do.
And
Sure.
also during the pandemic, did you sell online or not?
A little bit.
A little bit.
Little bit.
Okay.
Because the pandemic last year, I don't have the shop.
Right. Yeah.
Now the little cos'è zona rossa? The
red
in
zone,
Marzo,
yeah.
I'm
Yes.
working for
Yes.
in
Now,
online.
during the pandemic, obviously the shop was closed. Did you do any designing then? Did you just kind of
No,
decide
no.
to just?
Only. Eat. No. Eat. Drink. Sleep.
I have a question. Oh, the summer
Right.
collection.
The summer.
Okay. Do you have other items coming soon, or all the summer?
No. Every month.
Is, every month.
Every month arrive
Okay.
different. But we
Now-
want to show you.
Now.
You should be.
Caftano silk.
And maybe one of these.
Yeah, sure.
One of
But
those.
the first she wanna
Okay,
show
she knows
them
what she's doing.
silk caftano.
Oh,
Ah, okay.
Yeah, beautiful. That will become like a dress.
Oh, wow.
The pants.
so a kaftan is coming.
Wow.
Oh my God!
This is
Look at these
caftano
works,
in
works
pure
of
silk. Huh?
art. Mamma mia.
Pure silk. Okay.
Pure silk is very, very nice.
Oh, look at
This
such
one
a
is
fabric.
perfect for everything, people. Everything, madam. Slim, little bit
Formals.
Yeah.
Formals.
Like
Formals.
Sophia Loren.
Yes, it's a formal.
Yeah.
The design, the stamp, it's beautiful.
Feels so good.
This one is a silk in satin.
In satin. Okay.
Satin.
Satin.
Okay.
Satin, it's more similar like this, like that. And
So it does have a sleeve kind of thing.
sì, yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Provalo, Ezko. Aspetta, che ti porto un colore bello.
Cecilia, just a comment about you from by Johan Minicucci.
Oh, okay.
Beautiful turquoise on you.
Yeah.
No, we just think that was a gorgeous.
And scary. This place is very scary
Oh,
for me.
beautiful.
Oh my.
This is very nice with the pants.
Yeah.
Oh, the longs, it's
okay
also like a dress.
Also without pants, okay?
Without pants, yes.
Yeah. Definitely.
Because now this in this here,
She's such a beautiful model. You are. Everything just works.
we
on
have
you.
a belt. The belt it's nice with a little bit.
A little bit.
And maybe with this dress I did these bracelets.
Hold it up to the
Murano glass craftsman made.
Yes.
It's very artistic, and then we have a lot of colors.
Yeah, okay.
Everyone's here supporting everybody. You know, a little bit of Murano.
This, yes, the Murano.
Como and Lombardia.
I search every time the artisan, very particularly, very fantasy, very creativity.
Yes. Yes.
Guarda che carino.
Totally.
It's very nice.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Oh, my
This is a
goodness.
little in silk. Taffeta, little bit.
Wow.
Could you please come closer, Rossana, so we can see all the colors of this very, very thin. Oh, look now.
Yeah.
Too many. It's for everybody.
Yeah.
It's not all color.
No, because this is the shop of all the colors.
Yes.
We are sorry,
Rainbow
we
shop.
can don't have in
Rainbow
black,
shop.
but this one. Very sorry. Well, this one is nice if you want to put together.
Oh,
Yeah,
look at the eye. She just pulls these out and
Yeah.
to combine with that, and it's perfect.
In together, it's very funny because it's not
It's
usually
fun. Funny is like
Very,
yeah,
it's very
that's
fun.
very fun.
Fun.
That's so fun. Oh,
Everybody say it's writing gorgeous.
I know, right?
Thank you.
Yeah. No, it's true, and I'm so glad that you were included in our
Allora,
fashion day.
in the shop vogliamo create it.
We want to create
the atmosphere very
fun,
but
joy,
yes,
yes,
yes, it's a
All of it,
relax.
yes.
Now I don't have the music, but the music, the coffee, the speaking, the talking, the try, it's easy.
Shall we dance or not? No.
Yes,
I think so. Why not? Why not?
What not?
Have we missed anything that you would like to show people?
You have something else to show us?
Yes, like
these
these outfits.
Allora, this is a different outfit. This is outfit very nice. This one,
Yeah.
look. This one, it's a similar it's a little kimono.
Yes.
Jacket. It's a jacket. It's a very lighter. It's possible to put it with the belt.
It's a belt.
Now in this time, it's in combination with the pant. But if you want, the pant it's
also
viscose.
Viscose.
No,
okay.
the pants it's a viscose.
Yeah.
But together, the outfit it's very nice.
It is. It's
And the
fabulous.
pant, if you want to put another color, this one I haven't.
Matches. Yeah.
Yeah.
The match.
Yeah.
I have another color very nice.
With the bag.
Yes.
Which is fantastic. So it gives you all the possibilities here too.
Possibility, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Fun possibility.
Exactly.
And it's not.
And people are like, for you two, I think people are like a canvas. You know, like we come in and we can be a blank canvas, and then they just start putting color on people.
Sure.
Indossare,
Sure.
così.
Sure, depend.
Simple.
And
Oh,
blue.
That's really something.
And if you wanna make
It is actually
something
very
more-
nice because I mean with the pants.
The pants
Mhm.
together, no?
And I love the way this
Another
is kind of
another item,
tied
another
here.
outfit.
Infinite possibilities in this shop.
Too many possibilities.
Sit.
Too many.
Too many, yes.
Okay.
Oh, look at that, yes. And
you have like this.
You can close with okay.
Yeah, exactly. Pen.
Oh, how fun.
With the brooch.
Yeah.
Or if you want, it's possible. But this it's
I
different
love this.
way. It's different ways.
Ah, sure.
Oh, look at
The
that
famous,
color.
the famous era.
Yeah, the famous.
This is very high.
Oh. And you get a bag for each hand.
Yeah, okay.
The
back,
each one is a beautiful color.
With the yellow.
Yep.
You know.
And the blue.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, look at that.
You can choose both the blue and the
Yeah,
yellow.
Exactly.
It's
Or
up to
both. Have one for each arm. Why not? You know?
Mamma mia, yes.
Oh, mama. Those are so great.
This is nice.
Yeah.
Very bright.
Well,
Very
beautiful.
bright colors.
I have gotten a high sign about coming to a close. I hope you have certainly gotten a flavor of what these lovely women do in their shop. And really the fun factor is huge. But this wealth of color and their enthusiasm, and here she comes with more. It doesn't stop. But we will say goodbye and keep having fun. So thank you so much for joining us in our
Thank you very
sixth
much.
day.
Coming in our
Yes.
Coming at our shop. My name is Rosanna and
I'm
Etzko, and I wait.
We're here. We enjoy.
And thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for
We'll
you.
see you soon.
Bye bye.
Ciao. Ciao.
Okay.
On the edge, looking out with no parachute. You know I'm dreaming about us two, playing around without a clue.